And we are live. I'm starting to like this shit, y'all. I was a shy boy at first, but check it out. See. Let's go, let's get it, let's pop. Big black baby, from the bottom to the top. It's a Diddy day, all day. Yeah, gotta do it, Diddy day, Diddy way, get it. Funny, cause I be getting that money up, don't I? I spin it up how I wanna, don't I? Shorty wanna come through, gonna show you love, gonna cop the smoke, cop the drink. Borders warm in that milky pink, get it. Yeah, it's a Diddy day for all those who's very, very interested in knowing. We got here XRP, pop the emergency, go to the tit-up. You better get you some before it's too late. When it's all said and done, don't ask me for none of my XRP. Give me the opportunity for the banks. Go get you some. XRP. All right, outside the Diddy trial, day 15. Women flip side the court, King Deal, and Diddy's family. We're going to get into something light right quick. You heard me? Yeah. I know you heard me, bro. Top of the morning, everybody. The early edition, Brando knows. And now that you know that the HG and Brando knows, I'm going to go ahead and start my show.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster lean and and we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my head that crown, I'm on top of the world, top of the town, baby. I moved up the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead, say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, cause in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep the cop watch. Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my.
Yes, sir. That's how we give it up. Yo, Cam, tell them where we from, baby.
I'm from 140th and Lenox. I'm from NFL. Up the block is 40 Wolves. Lou Simpson's on 142nd Cross Square. D. Ferg on number 8th Avenue. I don't see you around none of this. Not from none of that.
At home, boy, so stop pretending. Stop pretending it never was from there. But I know where you can be from. Because if you do this, I'm going to do that.
Now if you follow me, I will follow you too. Now if you follow me, then I will follow you too.
Hey, follow me, I follow you. These are true facts. And with the facts being stated, let's go ahead and get ready to get back into this. It's a Diddy day, but we're going to start off with the news because, check it out. Diddy's going to start to 9 o'clock. And I'm not sitting around all morning watching these people play around downtown. So let's get into something else. While we wait for another hour and 5 minutes. 2 hours and 5 minutes, all right? My boy Gene Gill. All right, let's get out some drama early in the morning, all right? Let's go. Little mama, you can put it out.
This must be the most popular iSmart watch on the market right now. With it, there's no need to
What's going on, y'all? Day 15 of the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Let's go.
Gene Deal leaving the court. She had my man, shout out to my man, he stopped the blows for us. Hey, Gene. Hey, Mom. Nah, we do, Gene. What's going on, man? Stop them there, Gene? Yeah. What's going on? It's looking like a big game. Oh, shit. Security, Security, just put another nail in the coffin. Oh, Lord, I heard about it. Man. The confirmations was just laid out. They saying that the confirmation happened.
Yo, what's going on? What got to talk to about what's going on? What's up, Gene? Yo, Gene, what's up, bro? I'm trying to talk to you. That's my little brother, right? That's my real brother right there.
Come on, Gene. What did I do? What you said was the truth. I know. I apologize because I said you knocked him out, Gene. I just want to tell you, I'm sorry.
It's always the white man, man. It's always the white man, Gene. It's always the white man, bro. And with the suit did it, bro. It's always the white man got to come lie on the black man, right, Gene? I know what's going on. But he's the one that did throw the story out there, though. Yo, I seen it, and then it went viral.
Boy, just bless me with the There's always somebody get left. That's bourbon, bro.
Bourbon. That's bourbon. Oh, that's the bourbon thing. Okay. Show the label, bro. Show the label.
Gene Dell, just want to thank you for the shout out on Teacher Tales the other day. I believe that was your first day at the Diddy trial. You shouted out to 40 Wolves, 140th, 7th and 8th. Big up that. D-Dep. P. Diddy. Let's get back into this.
Show the label.
Bro, where you be at?
Morning, no more, Jack.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, I ain't paid for it, so it was just off the, like I got you. So then he came, he went in his trunk, and he pulled one out. It's love right there, man. It's love right there. You know what I'm saying? So, and I don't got nothing against Gene Deal. When somebody did an interview with me and they asked me about what I think about Gene Deal, I cannot stamp something that I don't know nothing about.
I can't put that on camera. But that was huge.
Yes. Look, I can't stamp something that I don't know about. You know what I'm saying? I can't say Gene Deal is a bad dude. You know what I'm saying? If I don't know. The only thing I know is the things that he say be accurate. You know what I'm saying? When he said Diddy was going to get locked up in September of last year, he wasn't lying. He said that in August. He said Diddy is going to get locked. Then he made another prediction and said that in the middle of the trial, Diddy is going to go ahead and plead. He going to want to take a plea deal. And I think he is. I think he's going to take a plea deal off the fact that the people that's going to come in there, the Jane Does, and if K can't come in there on behalf of the prosecution, which I can see that, he's not high right now. He's taking all of this in sober. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Gene Deal and shout out to everybody that's out here that's doing their thing. You know what I'm saying? This ain't about clout and everybody trying to fight each other for daggone views and all that. That shit is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? People walking around saying they don't feel safe and all that. What this man do to you? You trying to use him for a clout chase. You know what I'm saying? And I said it. That was Justin. They call him, listen, his legal name is Justin Combs, but we know him as Wolf Jr. All right? That's Dwayne Wolf Jones. Dwayne Wolf Jones, that's his son right there. I'm saying it. And there's nothing like Lisa. King Combs is the freak off twin. That's Diddy Glover's freak off twin. One with the long Tootsie Roll neck? Yes, that's Diddy's little freak off twin. He ain't been here in 2 days during Survivor. But I was trying to meet Mrs. Glover, Diddy's mother. And I called Diddy Glover. I called Diddy Glover because the nigga looked like Danny Glover. You see how old he looks?
Beat the baby off my kids. The one on baby on my kids. Cocoa butter palm or something else. You know that baby on my kids. Young. Denver's in the building. Shout out to Denver.
Shout out to Denver. Denver's in the building.
Is it one of the Is I'm going to be like okay. So what do you think overall? Why are you here if you don't want to get your honest opinion? She said free Diddy. This is the last round of video on my man. So yeah, I feel you.
On many reasons why.
I understand.
I'm saying?
Don't get it fucked up. I'm not really supporting it, but I'm supporting my cousin. And my cousin, I fuck with my cousin.
I hear you.
So yeah, and me and my cousin like best friends and family. So
I hear you. I hear you. But I just don't support him, and Wolf Jr. too.
and I know Diddy too, so I never think so. That's
You being so. Of course, the biasness. Well, we all got biasness. We all got bias in us. But I'm not a Diddy supporter.
I got
You know, I don't wish jail on nobody. But if he did what they saying he did, he should be there.
Fuck that. Here's the thing. That's just like you. That's like you selling drugs but getting charged for a gun, but they're gonna bring up the drugs. Motherfucker, the gun is what I got caught for. If you're gonna lock me up for the gun.
Okay.
The fuck you keep bringing up the drugs for? That's what they doing in here.
You see this man
They
right
not
here?
executed for nothing that he's
You see
going
this
to
man
do,
right
man.
here?
Come on.
This man is who got Diddy in jail right now.
Diddy.com has a sale today. Up to 50%
Waiting for his family to come. Damn it. Yes, but Diddy did it. Remember?
Yeah, I know.
Did it. Look,
But he's already inside.
that's your daughter. That's your daughter right there. She can tell you Diddy did it.
Yeah, I know him.
You know him?
Not personally.
Not personally? All right. Okay. So listen, just pass it along. Diddy did it. You believe he did it?
No,
Okay, there's our wedding.
I thought they were shooting.
but do you think he has done that or not?
No, I think he did it. You think he did it? You think Diddy
I'm
did
not
it?
very informed about that. We are from Germany. I'm so sorry.
Shout out to Germany. Yes.
Yes, shout out.
Hey, listen, Diddy did it. Pass them on. All right? You believe it?
No way.
You don't believe it? Diddy did it. Diddy did it. Sean Combs. Sean P. Diddy Combs. He did it. Diddy did it.
All arbitrary.
Okay, so Diddy did it.
You hear what I said?
What you gonna do with that?
Posted on everywhere in the world. Make sure you beautiful queen too.
Me is Jeter Javon, Harlem World Records CEO and founder. I'm gonna give y'all a little snippet for these gentlemen because they do what they do too. We out here for Diddy, but they're out here for Diddy, and I'm out here for me. The love is in the building, and I'll be back for it. Like a cake, you can slice of the wine, you can pour it. I know just how you love and where you store it. So I'll be back for it. Got a new sweater, brand new sweater. It's sweating me and stressing me and call me the bomb. Sweating me and stressing me and loving my charm. Got a new sweater, brand new sweater. To hear the rest of that or any other artists that come under my umbrella, Harlem World Records. Jeter Javon, baby. Niggas is really pussy. The team ain't really wild. The niggas is really pussy. The team ain't got no style. Y'all not wild. Y'all not real. Y'all don't know how this feel. How we come through busting steel. Niggas pop shit when they don't got shit. Niggas pop shit when they need to quit. Your team so clean. My feet don't touch the ground now. Harlem World Records in the building. I'll get a little bit more next time. Just a little bit more next time. That was for the Rougher Brothers. You know what? I be selling raw cocaine, numb your tongue, freeze your brain. Trapping all night, chasing chicken, making sales. I keep the whole world high. So say hi to the bad guy. I did it on the run. I did it with my gun. Pop the bottle, cause confusion. Y'all don't want no parts of me. Cause I'm coming from the Harlem Green. We got much more. That's the artist right there.
Okay.
Also, and she was turning on everybody. I said, see? And I went in and asked the marshals, I said, what can I do about her? Like, I just kept running from her, right? And they wouldn't put her out. They kept on letting her come in. They kept on letting her in. Why are you letting her in when she's arguing with the security? So she apologized to me. So she said, I want to come, I want to apologize. So we smoothed it out. So we good now, and I'd rather have it that way than and all of that, right? So she went in there. Girl,
So did they arrest her?
No, they didn't arrest. They don't do nothing. They ain't gonna do nothing until you come out in the body to the biz act.
So that's not gonna
They ain't be satisfied until somebody get
Was the
hurt.
jury in there when she did that?
Hold on, let me pull this up. Look at this shit.
All right, we're gonna go.
This is her.
We'll be out.
All right, this is her. 1 mentor style.
Yeah, it's the same woman that I posted last week that was yelling at Gene Dio.
Yelling at everybody. Yelling.
Hey.
Ginger just told you, man.
Yeah.
But he doesn't like to get close on.
I apologize to him. Right. Maybe I heard that he has a feeling of cheese. I was thinking maybe, maybe like step I mean, I don't know if Emily would want to be a part of it, but I was like,
I mean, ask him before.
I mean, I want to like this, maybe like let everything just marinate first, because I know she's just feeling me out, and I know like, that whole city. Well, like no, not feeling, but I know like that whole Justin and like that. How do you feel about that? Like, I'm not really sure about how this all works.
I think it'll collapse, man, because Diddy's a big part of this, man. Diddy's a big part of this, man. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta understand something, man. You gotta also understand the man is creative. You're talking about a genius. You're talking about a smart man. You're not just talking about anybody. You understand what I'm saying? You're talking about.
I think of it like this too. Diddy, he's also 55 years old. He's getting older.
Yes.
So there's really not much left of.
Right. Like I said, you're speaking about a smart man. You're not just speaking about anybody. You understand what I'm saying? So you gotta look into that, man. You gotta look into that. Whatever happened 20 years ago happened 20 years ago. You understand what I'm saying? We're living in the present now, man. So you're talking about somebody that did a lot for people, man. You know what I'm saying? Puff is Puff, man. At the end of the day, man, he's a genius.
Yeah.
He's good at what he does.
Yeah.
People allegation of him doing like 10 years later, 5 years later, when actually.
You know what I've heard? Like, this is just from what I've heard. I've heard that Diddy was also just threatening them, like, and he had a lot of money and power, and I guess that he was like, I think he kind of testified as well, and a few witnesses, they were saying like, Diddy threatened them, and like with money and.
You gotta understand something. You gotta take care of yourself also.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, you gotta take care of himself. He gotta defend himself because he gotta take care of himself, man. Because you gotta take care of yourself, man.
Working in the hotel, what's the person Diddy did? I don't think I was an answer. He's the one that. Okay, so make sure Daddy's career gets ruined. So what Puff did, I want to speak to him respectfully. I want that to be.
Yes.
Because I'm very famous. That's the that baby will reach out. My career will be ruined.
Right.
So I did make up for the. I'm just going right. I gotta get the photo on the profile, right?
That's right. Like I said, Puff is a hardworking man. Puff put in work. So you gotta also look into that, man. Puff is a very good friend of Donald Trump also. Donald Trump is the president of New York City. Puff is a good man also, man. So, you gotta look into that. You gotta look into everything, man. Everybody's not guilty, man. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, it's a matter of a moment. People wanna have fun. They wanna party. It is what it is.
I didn't even go home and change
Oh, are you
clothes.
live today?
Last time. I've been out here since 11 o'clock.
This is the amazing.
Hey, y'all. Oh my gosh.
Hey, I'm attorney Simone, your legal bestie. I'm an attorney. I break down celebrity cases on social media and YouTube at Girl, Is That Legal? That's my channel.
Hey, look. Salute to everybody. I gotta bust this woman down because if I don't, she's gonna run back and hit it.
Did Diddy or a staff?
He take a picture. Hell, he watching me for me take a picture. He got no video. There ain't no video on that, muchacho. Muchacho, that ain't no video, homie. You a photographer. What the hell you watching me for?
So I think
According to the NDA, that's not what he was trying to do. According to the NDA, it literally says, it's highlighted in the NDA in the clause. It says, this is because Mr. Combs' image is very important to him, and this is to protect his image. Basically, that's what it says in the NDA. That was the whole point.
As it should be. No NDA is going to say this is so that he doesn't go to prison. To go to the police and say this man whooped my tail. What he did is he destroyed the tape, and it did not reappear until after the statute of limitations, effectively eliminating any chance that she could get any criminal relief for the domestic violence. So we're saying the same thing. I think we're just looking at different times.
Absolutely, because that's still not. If she didn't try, if she tried to go and file a police report, and then he had bought the tape, then it would have interfered with the criminal investigation. And yes, you're right. But you're talking about a hypothetical situation.
So I disagree with the definition. There doesn't have to be an active. That's not true. It doesn't have to be an active criminal investigation. But what it does have to be is it has to be potentially evidence in a criminal trial. So those two cards, it was not the case because it cannot be kept in California under California law. I know it's crazy, but he didn't drag Cassie out of the bar.
But okay, so because it's in California, it had to operate under California state.
Yeah, California law that would be closer to false imprisonment because in California you have to move someone a substantial distance, and arguably that would happen if it had been kidnapping in California. The DA's office
said attempted kidnapping.
That was oh girl, that was kind of a killer. But I just want to say that the DA's office when the tape was first leaked, the California DA's office said, "I'm sorry, but the statute was expired. Kidnapping in California, the statute of limitations was not expired. It either doesn't have one or it's like over 10 years. Either way, that's how I knew that."
Who makes this city run? We do. And the people representing us, they make the decisions that affect our lives. The June primary election is around the corner. Vote like a New Yorker.
Miralax works naturally with the water in your body. Free your gut to free your mood.
From the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, the Ego 22-inch aluminum deck mower with Select Cut is the most powerful mower in its class, featuring an aluminum deck that allows for extreme blade speeds, producing the perfect razor-sharp cut. Designed for durability that's guaranteed for life. All powered by Ego's patented 56-volt arc lithium battery. One battery powers all tools. Find an Ego retailer near you.
I killed my plants.
Ah, bummer. What kind of plants?
Some kind of fern?
Try putting them in the shower.
that couldn't be qualified.
One last question, I promise. Malino witnesses, like, you know, Harvey Weinstein is across the street from the Malino witnesses. Is that the limitation of RICO is 10 years? Right around. And so, Capricorn Clark testified and said, testified and said, all of this stuff happened before 2014. And based upon the indictment, I think it was charged $7,000. They couldn't go further.
Yeah, they can't because for RICO it just needs to be 2 events that happen within 10 years of each other. Yeah, that's how they're
it's 10 years of each
other.
It's a window of crimes.
So you need to okay. So if I commit this RICO, then before the 10 years up, I commit another one, and then it's a total of 18 years later you can get it out.
I'm not really sure about that math. I just know in this instance that's how come they're
Yes, that's markedly true. But again, I think that people, and you're a lawyer, so you probably know, people think that there's only one element of RICO that has to be proven, and that's that two predicate acts were committed. It's RICO. Within 10 years apart, it's RICO. It's not organized crime. That element of organized crime has to be given, and the element of forwarding the goal of the enterprise has to be given. What's the enterprise?
It's not forwarding the goal of the enterprise. That's incorrect.
Benefiting. That's why they ask those questions. That's why today in court. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I just disagree.
Let me see how you disagree. I love both of you. I like your point too.
No, it's just it's that they are working together for a common agreed goal, and they're working for that goal.
And forwarding the goal.
No, you said that they're doing. You phrased it differently with respect to the enterprise. You said it was regarding the enterprise.
My question is, what is the goal?
The goal is to protect Diddy's brand and keep Diddy happy.
Right.
Remember?
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's if it's protect your brand, there's a very, very, very big flaw in that. Keep you happy, that's not a goal. It's too broad of a goal. But to protect your brand,
it can be a goal under the law.
All right.
The goal can be keep Diddy happy. They said Diddy
to protect your brand. Tell me exactly, like, you got people quitting because.
So the way you protect your brand by making that tape go away is you prevent what he's got now, which is nothing. He had to leave every sponsorship. He would have lost Diageo, lost. That's why you got to make that tape.
We're talking about the predicate act.
That's why the predicate act.
Yes,
that was why he did the bribery.
That's why you
Right.
All right.
The blood for causation is like the MO, the modus operandi is to protect his brand, which does protect his revenue.
Using the two predicate acts. I understand, but what I'm saying is, for example, arson. You've got to actually really believe that's him and he did that. You actually have, you can't just say, yeah, he probably
police said it was Diddy car outside of the house.
Right, but I think because we disagree that it can be keep Diddy happy, make Diddy king can be a great goal. Literally, and because that was the goal, that's why the arson, that's why there was
Okay,
that's why we an enterprise in one of the cases an enterprise was actually a basketball team. So I think that gives better context that people think it has to be a business.
No, an enterprise was even a school board in one of the cases. It was even a school board.
Can you look at the camera and tell them your channel?
Hey guys, I'm your legal bestie, attorney Simone. My channel on YouTube is called Girl, Is That Legal? Head on over and hit subscribe. Thank you guys. I enjoy the respectful discourse.
That's right. I love that. I love it.
Yes.
I love it.
Shout out.
Y'all take care.
Hold on. You guys, picture. Anyway, you just don't like me like that.
Just opened a page called Conversations, KHANCONVERSATIONS. That's how you spell conversations, right? With my last name, Khan. So shout me out on Conversations. My last name is Khan. King Khan.
Spell it again. Say it one more time again.
KHANCONVERSATIONS. Conversations. And I'm on Instagram at Coach J Khan. All right, y'all.
Absolutely.
It's crazy. The trials, pure survival. People snapping out in the courthouse.
outside, there's all kinds of rivals and crazy stuff. See, I'm one of the people that can we all just get along. Like, I don't like to see people.
What we found out is Diddy has
like real life on camera. That's not underneath.
Yes, he does.
You know what I mean? Because I really come from the smoke. So this is entertainment to me. You know what I mean? So if you want to see, go to my channel.
He does not even
Tell
own that. Tell him who it was so they go see it.
Listen, it's a bunch of people. I told you about this.
My bad. He's full of crap. Okay? So listen, this woman was out here going off on her mom reading for Tisa Tails trying to fight him, following them around. He said Tisa ran and hit in the corner. If you want the footage, it's on his channel. Okay, because I missed it all. I was inside trying to get this. He ran outside to follow that. I don't even know. Because he's messy, okay? But anyway, go ahead, Joy.
Hey, how are y'all? Y'all can find me at the Lounge 8385. You guys, y'all can check me out. I'm surviving the entertainment world too. I've done Diddy trial for a very long time. So yeah, we came here to support with boots on ground. Today was like a snap out day at the beginning, but pretty much was good at the end of the day. But you guys check me out and keep on watching for me.
Start commenting, start running up something, super cat stuff.
Coming out of this door right here, I got my stuff to see. Oh, I feel like this. By the way, I did talk about
I was waiting for you guys, but I found me the other day. You got this on your back. Head blowing in the wind. Cassie, no more me and you. But if you're done with Alex Hyde, but yo, Rajina. I'll text you.
Oh, Miss Cole, Miss Cole. Miss Cole, girl, you know that. Absolutely love y'all. Keep your head up.
Let him test the fry. You know how to cook fries, Mr. Cole.
Yeah, I want some collard greens.
Oh, you gotta let him test the fry. Oh, y'all did. Don't let him test the fry, okay?
Don't let him test the fry. Like you got a whole bunch of bones in the
We need to gonna be here for a while. Hey, we out here at the Diddy trial. Okay, we gonna be here for a while. Hey, we out here at the Diddy trial. Okay, we gonna be here for a while. Hey, we out here at the Diddy trial. Okay, we gonna be here for a while. Hey, we out here at the Diddy trial. Okay, we gonna be here for a while. Hey, we out here at the Diddy trial. Okay, we gonna be here for a while. Hey, we out here at the Diddy trial. Okay, we gonna be here for a while. Hey, we out here at the Diddy trial. Okay, we gonna be here for a while. Hey, we out here at the Diddy trial. Okay, yeah.
Disgusting sex acts, a wild scene, and extreme violence. Day 2 of Sean Combs' criminal trial saw the beginning of the long-awaited testimony of Cassandra Ventura, the star witness of this case. We bring on law and crime reporter Elizabeth Milner, who is once again in the courtroom, to give us a sense of what exactly happened today in court. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey everybody, this is another Law and Crime legal alert. If you received Depo-Provera birth control shots and were later diagnosed with a brain or spinal tumor called meningioma, you may be eligible for a lawsuit. Morgan & Morgan is investigating claims that patients weren't properly warned about this risk. It's free to check, takes just a few minutes, and you don't pay unless they win. So scan the QR code on screen, click the link below, or head over to forthepeople.com/LCDepo to see if you qualify. Well, the second day of Sean Diddy Combs' blockbuster sex trafficking trial unfolded with definitely gripping and often harrowing testimony from his former girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, who took the stand as the prosecution's star witness. For nearly 6 hours, she testified. And I'm going to tell you right now, what she testified to, based on what we were reading in that courtroom, it was something. It wasn't just alleged psychological torment, physical abuse, sexual exploitation at the hands of Sean Combs. Now, remember, she is coming in there, 8.5 months pregnant, coming in after the testimony of 2 other witnesses. There is a lot to get into. We're going to give you a comprehensive breakdown of every major moment from today's proceedings, because as you know, there are no cameras in that courtroom. There is no audio of what happened, but we got the next best thing. We got Law and Crimes reporter Elizabeth Milner, who was inside that courtroom witnessing firsthand everything that happened today. Elizabeth, thank you so much for coming on. I know this has already been an exhausting day, particularly about what you heard in that courtroom. We will get to that. Before we even get into the testimony, real quick, is it just insane out there again? Are we seeing tons of people, reporters, spectators? Just tell us what the scene looks like right now.
The scene honestly kind of mirrored day 1, which was opening statements. You know, day 2 was really no different. A lot of people trying to get inside that courthouse, a lot of people trying to get inside that courtroom, especially for the big testimony that we were all expecting today. Of course, that being Cassie Ventura taking the stand. And so it was a lot of people just trying to kind of weasel their way in through. I was able to get inside that courtroom really just with a luck and a prayer and also a little connections, which always helps in this case. But really, it's just madness over here at the courthouse. I mean, there's media campouts just extending across the block. A lot of public interest in this case as well, too, from people who just either want to get a glimpse of either Diddy, his family, just be inside that courtroom, just be inside the courthouse, even if they're in the overflow room and able to kind of watch the proceedings that way. But there's definitely a lot of interest in the case, and I don't expect that to die down even throughout this week.
No, and this was expected with Cassandra Ventura taking the stand. Now, before we get to her testimony, the day actually started with finishing up the testimony, the cross-examination of Daniel Phillip. That is that male escort, male performer, I should say, who began his testimony yesterday. Talked about how Diddy allegedly paid him to have sex with Cassandra Ventura, all while Diddy was not only watching, but recording. And this happened to have, apparently happened several times. Again, Combs is charged with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. So we're talking about coerced sexual performances. Key witness here. Elizabeth, what came out of cross-examination today of this witness?
Well, the cross-examination was continued by Xavier Donaldson, and it was interesting to kind of see him in action even yesterday as well as today, because he's a little feisty when it came to this particular witness. He was essentially questioning him on, returning to the Gramercy Park Hotel. Why was Diddy sitting in the corner? Why did he notice that specifically? He was asked about what was going on while he and Cassie were having sex. Donaldson asked, did Cassie take the lead? He says, he being Daniel Phillips, said they both did their thing. He was asked, was Cassie drunk? Daniel Phillip responded, no. Was Cassie high? Daniel Phillip responded, no. Did Cassie pay him or pay for a hotel? Daniel Phillip responded saying he just didn't know. They were talking about the alleged assault that had happened at Cassie's apartment, something that Cassie herself had even testified about as well too. And so essentially a lot of these questions back and forth were just pretty much to kind of get clarity. There were some points in the cross-examination I was kind of like, where is this going? But maybe from the defense's perspective, they were essentially trying to make that argument that Cassie she was coherent. She wasn't under the influence of any type of drugs or alcohol when these freak-offs were occurring, or when these encounters were occurring, I should say. What was interesting about Daniel Phillip when he had actually walked into the courtroom, something that a lot of us in the press kind of noticed, is he walked inside with his sunglasses on, which, for the most part, we haven't seen many witnesses do that. I mean, only 3 have taken the stand so far, but it was definitely an interesting moment. I mean, earlier this morning, it wasn't raining just yet, but, it wasn't exactly sunny too. So we were kind of like, why is he wearing sunglasses? And even when he got off the witness stand, he put the sunglasses right back on, just walked out of the courtroom. But another interesting point, Jesse, that they were kind of talking about today was talking about an incident, or not even an incident per se, but talking about a moment in December of 2023. And this is when Xavier Donaldson brought up Daniel's friend named Malia. And essentially, they were questioned, or Daniel Phillip was questioned about when he saw Cassie outside of the Dream Hotel here in downtown New York City. Apparently, Daniel Phillip had told this friend Malia about his relationship, and I put that in quotations even here in my notes, about his relationship with Cassie. Said that Cassie asked to call him later on to meet her. The defense says it was for another experience, and Phillip said, no, that wasn't necessarily the case. The defense said, so Cassie called for a one-on-one after she wasn't with Diddy any longer. And so then another interesting point that was brought up was just that Daniel Phillip had met with federal prosecutors in March of just this year, so just a couple months back, and they were talking about essentially kind of what one thing I kind of remember from Daniel Phillip's testimony is just kind of the way he would talk about Cassie per se. Like, for example, yesterday he had said that Cassie was one of the most beautiful women that he had ever seen. He had also said, had Cassie given him a chance, that he would absolutely date her. So it seems like he kind of had more on his end, more of a platonic feeling towards Cassie, especially kind of in that need to kind of protect her. So, Phillip said that, Daniel Phillip, said that he wasn't necessarily jealous seeing Diddy have sex with Cassie, but he had allegedly told federal prosecutors that he was in October 7th of 2024. And this is where a sidebar had happened. And so after the sidebar, was over, Daniel Phillip was questioned again, would he feel jealous because he had liked Cassie romantically? And so Daniel Phillip said he didn't recall saying that to prosecutors. And so when the redirect happened, Maureen Comey just really kind of had to redirect all of the cross-examination, all of the back and forth, kind of back to a focus. So she asked, about Diddy directing and why that wasn't brought up necessarily. Said that Diddy had directed Cassie to give him, oral, rub baby oil on him. They were asked, Daniel Phillip was asked about money, given more money for sex, $3,800 more than he would be if he were to come over to dance, or for time, I should say. He said he was paid anywhere between $700 to $5,000, $6,000 just for sex, and then essentially he was paid $0 if he didn't have sex with Cassie or in the room with Diddy. And so, during the redirect, Daniel Phillip said Cassie normally didn't respond to his text messages. But then there was a point that, after Diddy had beat Cassie, that Diddy was actually trying to get Cassie to continue to perform sexually with Daniel Phillip, and said that Daniel couldn't get an erection after kind of hearing the slaps going on in a nearby room. He said he essentially just wanted to hug her because he could tell that she was shaking and that she was afraid, and that pretty much reaffirmed that Diddy beat Cassie essentially, and even called her the B word. And so then they were talking under the recross. He was asked again about, text messages that he said he didn't receive responses to. And then some of the exhibits were showing that, Cassie had responded very casually to some of those messages. So some of those were pretty much the big takeaways from Daniel Phillips' recross, redirect, recross. And so, and then that essentially wrapped him up as a witness. He was off the stand probably within an hour of when court had began, and he put on his shades and just walked out of the courtroom. It seemed like Diddy was kind of, obviously he was listening at every single witness who had taken the stand thus far in this case, but definitely Diddy had his eyes on Daniel Phillip, was paying very close attention to what he said, again, participating very much so in his defense by jotting notes down, handing them off to his attorney, listening to Xavier Donaldson do the cross-examination and even the recross as well too. And so definitely Diddy's eyes were very laser focused on this witness and the following witness too, who we all know to be Cassie Ventura.
Yeah, it seems to me the defense was really trying to hone in the fact, well, who paid you, $700, $6,000 an episode? Well, it was Cassandra Ventura. She was the one in control. She was the one who was enjoying this. She was a partner in what was going on and not a victim. That there was this text message, I think, that was sent to that you told them both that you love them. So it wasn't anything nefarious that was going on, that she was being forced into this criminal sexual arrangement, but she was a willing participant. And
Assemblymember Zoran Mondano, raised in New York City, a product of our public schools, fighting for working people, running for mayor to make New York affordable, a rent freeze, cheaper groceries, a safer city. Paid for by Zoran for NYC.
And it just might be a kinky, sexy episode, but not a crime. So I kind of understand where the defense was going by ultimately cross-examining him. But now we got to talk about Cassandra Ventura. So before we even get into the substance of what she had to say, and there is a lot to get there, she walks in, okay? Tell us what the environment was like with her walking in, and how did she appear? And did she ever look at Sean Combs, either when she got on the stand, during her testimony? Did he ever look at her? Paint the picture of what that was like before we even get into the substance of what she had to say.
Yeah, it was definitely a moment a lot of us were kind of expecting. We were all thinking it was going to be like a pin drop moment, but really it kind of happened within the blink of an eye of her coming in to the courtroom. So essentially, she walks inside the courtroom. She's wearing a long brown dress. She is very, very visibly pregnant, to a point where I thought, oh my goodness, just stand by, everyone. It was, that was very apparent. That was very obvious. So she kind of walked in. It's not like she was smiling necessarily or looking at familiar faces that she may have known in her past, i.e. Diddy's family, and waving at them. That was not the case at all. She kept laser focused. She walked just straight to the witness stand. She had kind of escorts take her over there, but she didn't look in Diddy's direction from what I could see. I didn't see her once kind of look over or give him an eye or a look or anything like that. She just walked immediately to the witness stand. She raised her right hand. She swore the oath to testify. And even for the duration of the trial, or excuse me, the duration of her testimony today, for the most part, I didn't even catch her glimpsing at the defense table. For the most part, she kept laser focused on Emily Johnson as Emily Johnson was asking her questions. Probably the only people outside of Emily Johnson and possibly even her husband that she was eyeing in the courtroom was probably little moments at the jury, when they had came in back from, their breaks or a quick bathroom break and that type of sort. And it was just a very kind of like faint smile. And so for the most part, from what I could see of her, it didn't seem like she kind of paid Diddy any type of mind, but you can only guess how she's feeling being inside that courtroom. Us as reporters, we're all jotting down these notes. Diddy's family's inside that courtroom listening to all of this testimony. Then you have Cassie's side of the family, who's inside that courtroom as well, that even including her husband, Alex, as well as her brother. I believe her mother was inside that courtroom as well, too, as well as Cassie's attorney, Doug Woodder. So for the most part, I didn't see her, even when she had exited the courtroom, even looking at the defense's side or anything like that. And so she was there to do what she had needed to do, and that was to testify. To me, I wasn't catching that she was there really for a reunion or any type of sorts. But it's interesting because, according to the defense, the last time Diddy and Cassie were in a room together or in the same vicinity as each other was Kim Porter's memorial back in 2018. That's what the defense said in their opening statement yesterday. And so, this was a moment that I'm sure she had waited for a long time, probably didn't want to be very close to giving birth or anything like that while she's taking the stand. But, it's been a long time since Diddy and Cassie were in the same room with each other, let alone the same vicinity as each other.
Right. So when she started testifying, my understanding, explained that when she first met Sean Combs and began a romantic relationship with him, it was good at first, right? I mean, talk to us about the beginning of the relationship and how she described him, because I think that's important in order to understand the context and also maybe a potentially to be used by the prosecution and potential win for the defense.
Yeah. So, the questioning was done by Emily Johnson. One of the first few questions that Emily Johnson had asked Cassie was, how old are you? So Cassie is now 38 years old. So I say that just in the context of when she met Diddy. She met Diddy around 2005. That was 20 years ago. The prosecution and even the defense had said that she was just 19 years old when she had met Diddy. She had said she had signed with Bad Boy in 2006, and she had signed actually a 10-album deal. She said she knew Diddy and remembered him. Well, I say Diddy, but she referred to him as Sean throughout her entire testimony. But she knew who she calls Sean as somebody who was larger than life, but didn't necessarily know too much about him personally. So, the prosecution was asking, when did she release her album? That was in August of 2006. But then surprisingly, no more albums came after that. Remember, she signed a 10-album deal, yet it was only one album that was released, as well as a mixtape too. But she said, after she had signed with Bad Boy, their relationship was pretty platonic. And this is when we, in the gallery, as well as the jurors too, were shown photos of her and Sean together. Another photo from the 2006 BET Awards with Cassie, Kim Porter, Sean Combs, and then another friend, all just kind of posing together on what looked like to be a red carpet. She was asked about Kim Porter specifically because at this time, Kim Porter and Diddy were still technically in a relationship. They were obviously co-parenting together because they had kids together at this point. And so when asked about Kim Porter, Cassie referred to her as Diddy's or Sean Combs' ex, as well as the mother of his children. She said, even after signing with Bad Boy and stuff like that, that she had seen Sean a number of times or a few times at the clubs. They were shown the jury was shown another photo of a potential witness, that being Carrie Morgan, who was Cassie's best friend around that time frame, Diddy, Cassie, and then another friend on the couch. And this was pretty important. This was from her 21st birthday. And so this was something that was definitely talked about while the prosecution was kind of establishing the foundation between Sean Combs and Cassie. And so during this birthday trip, this weekend, that Diddy had actually kissed her in the bathroom. And that's pretty important because at the time they weren't romantically involved. At this time, Diddy essentially just was an executive at the record label that she had worked at, obviously that being the one he had founded, being Bad Boy Records. And so she said after he had kissed her, it was actually kind of confusing. She said she was pretty young because, again, at that time, she was just 21 years old. She said she was a new artist who didn't really know the lay of the land. And she said that she was pretty naive around that time. And she said even after the kiss that she had ran out of the bathroom. And so after the two had kissed on her 21st birthday, they had seen each other a couple of times afterwards, and then even went to visit Sean Combs at the Trump Hotel after she was invited by him specifically. She said that, for the most part, Diddy called all the shots of her music career. So when she went over to the hotel, she really thought she was going to be talking about music, talking about, her recordings and that sort. So she said she was nervous to visit Diddy at the hotels, but just was essentially excited to talk about her career and where everything was going. But then, that's not what happened in this hotel visit. She said essentially that she was introduced to the concept of oral sex while at this hotel. She said that, Sean Combs had given her oral, and that it made her, that he kind of made her feel crazy for not reciprocating that. And so, she didn't do that because she said she was in a relationship at the time with somebody else. She said she felt sneaky, but she essentially just wanted to be around him because he was exciting, he was entertaining. And she said that, it made her feel kind of special because not everybody was getting that time with Sean Combs. And even just think about that time frame. This was Puffy, this was Puff Daddy, this was Diddy, this was somebody who was a big name. And so from her perspective, I can kind of see a little bit why she was a little excited to kind of go over there again under the guise that she was going to be talking about music. And that's not essentially what had happened. And then the prosecution talked about this trip to Miami. And this trip was also pretty important because this was a trip that they had taken. Carrie Morgan, Cassie's best friend at the time, was there. Dallas Austin, who was a music producer, was there as well too. And she referred to Dallas Austin as a friend. You'll remember Dallas Austin because he was on that People and Places list that the jurors were given during jury selection process. And so she thought initially that she was going to Miami for work. And a flyer was even made about her doing kind of a club appearance, a booking appearance down there. But instead, she was having sexual intercourse with Sean Combs on a boat. She said even later that night, that's when she started. She took a drug, and that was what they called a blue dolphin pill, was essentially ecstasy. She said she was given the ecstasy actually by Sean Combs, and that she had never taken a drug intentionally before. And she said intentionally because she said she unintentionally accidentally drank a drug from somebody else some other time, but that was the first time she intentionally did it. And again, that was kind of her first introduction to it. She said ecstasy kind of made her feel euphoric. And then us in the gallery, as well as the jurors, we saw photos of Diddy and Cassie on that boat together. And that's the boat where the two first had engaged in sexual intercourse for the first time. And then even after that trip, that's kind of where everything changed. She said essentially that they spent a lot of time together, and that she became one of Diddy's girlfriends. Now, at the time, she initially really just thought the two were monogamous because they spent so much time together. And she said even afterwards, they didn't go public for years after that because publicly he was still dating Kim Porter. Even after this trip, she broke ties with her old management. And she said post Miami trip, that's when she started falling in love with Sean Combs. She said she referred to herself as his shadow because that's how often the two were together. But she said that Sean Combs was her first adult relationship. We were later shown an exhibit. It was the photo of the two of them at a strip club in New York City together in Halloween of 2007. And we were shown photos of Sean Combs and Cassie in the back of a car together at their relationship. So you could really kind of see from her perspective, from what I saw from the exhibit, her just kind of smiling, her being what I perceived to be excited to be there again. She looks the same, right? But she was a little younger back then. And so after this trip, she said she was still enamored by Sean Combs, at first. But she said over time, that's when she started to kind of experience a different side of him. And for one example that she had used, it it was like the physical abuse and even the controlling nature of Diddy, the ways that she had looked, who she was speaking to and talking to. Essentially, that Diddy would call her every single day, all day, every day. It was either through text, calls, and then later on FaceTime, because back then, we didn't necessarily have FaceTime, because you have to remember, just in the context of everything, that this, their relationship was a little bit a while ago, nearly almost 20 years ago, the start of it, I should say. And so, if there were times that she didn't answer the phone call, he would call her repeatedly. If she didn't answer the phone call, his staff would call her, and the staff included the assistants, the security. Said the staff would even go so far as to locate her in person if she didn't answer her phone. And she said that Sean Combs's or Diddy's moods impact her very greatly. She said she would.
My good time.
Kiss your mama. You can, oh, you can. What's your good time? Good time, good time. You have a good time. Kiss your mama.
Ola Prime has the fastest payouts in the industry with less than an hour. Ola Prime.
What if your website's success was only limited by one single thing? Privacy regulations. Details matter. Imagine if the Egyptians had run out of limestone just before finishing the pyramids. What if NASA had forgotten the password just before putting the first man on the moon? What if you failed to respect your users' data privacy choices? You've poured your heart and soul into your business. Don't fail at the last step. Enter CookieBot's Web CMP, offering easy implementation, customizable cookie banners, and automation. All designed to boost consent rates and build trust through the power of privacy-led marketing. That way, you can focus on what really matters. Growing your business. Start for free at cookiebot.com.
She said when she would be abused, it wasn't really about her. She said there was physical and psychological abuse. She said even if she didn't smile the right way that he had wanted her to, he would say things along the lines of watch your face, watch your mouth. And essentially Diddy would tell her kind of who to be. And then that's how we kind of slowly started getting into more just of the relationship between Cassie and even Diddy's staff members, including his security team, who was around 24/7. Cassie named off names like D-Rock, Uncle Polly, Bounds, Malik. When the assistants were named, it was important names like Christina Coram, David James, Neil Dominic. And so that's when we started to kind of get a glimpse a little bit into just her relationship with Diddy's staff too.
And a lot of things to break down there, right? I'm actually going to do a sidebar episode where I'm going to take Ventura's testimony and say how it actually matches up to the elements of the crimes that Diddy's charged with. But, talking about staff members, that definitely goes to racketeering, right? This common enterprise, allegedly using staff members and associates and chiefs of staff to further his criminal activity, to keep tabs on Cassandra Ventura. When you talk about controlling the way she looks and what she does, control, power dynamics, that goes to the overall theme of force, fraud, coercion, of sex trafficking. Very, very important. Again, I'm going to do a sidebar on that tomorrow. We have to talk now about the freak-offs, okay? Because that was a central theme of her testimony, all right? So the freak-offs make up the racketeering charge. The freak-offs make up the sex trafficking charge. I read about it. I think that this was incredibly graphic but important testimony. So if we're saying that she was doing things against her will and that she was being forced to do it, Elizabeth, I'm going to turn it over to you. What did she say about the freak-offs? What did she say about these sexual episodes?
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of graphic details that were a lot to kind of handle. When I was sitting in that courtroom, there were just moments where I was just like, oh my goodness, can we go for a break? Something like that. But again, I kind of have to commend Cassie for, being so calm, cool, and collected. There were emotional moments that she kind of teared up a little bit, and I'll get into that in just a sec. But as far as, these freak offs, she said there was even prep time, or she had to prep for these essentially. She said that, Sean Combs would make her get her nails done, and they had to be a certain way, and that included white nails or French tips for the freak offs. She had said that there was even discussion possibly about, breast implants as well too, that he had made comments about her physical shape, her working out, keeping up appearances. She had to get tan, she had to get waxed. So there was a lot of physical preparation when it came to just how she would appear, because according to her, Diddy controlled every aspect of it, from the way she looked, the way she talked, how she even performed within these sessions or freak offs, because there's even a difference right there, where a session was just inside the freak off, where it was just like one moment that, this encounter would happen, then they would take a break, go on to another moment, and that might not even be the entire freak off. She said sometimes they would do 3 or 4 sessions just in one freak off. And so the imagery is just, it was really just a lot. And so essentially, she described it at first as, that Diddy just wanted this to kind of be a fantasy. He wanted to watch, and that Diddy introduced her to this concept of swinging. And so there was a point where, they were talking about it initially as just kind of voyeurism, where Diddy kind of would just watch. She said she was pretty shocked that he was kind of interested in this, but she said she essentially just didn't want to upset him. She said as far as the freak offs go, that she was introduced to them in the first 6 months to a year of their relationship that they were doing this together. The other person would normally be a stranger, that being an escort or a male dancer. She was just 22 years old when she was first introduced to it, so very, very young. She said she agreed to even do it because she just wanted to make him happy. She asked why she agreed. She was asked why would she agree to do it, and Cassie at that moment said, "Great question." And so the first freak off, she said, happened at his LA home in the bedroom. She said they kind of referred to this person as the first escort because she didn't remember his name, thought that he was a stripper from Vegas, knew that the escort was paid to have intercourse with her. She said during her first freak off, she took ecstasy, she drank alcohol even before it had started, something that she had even talked about in her civil claim against Combs that was later settled. They showed a photo to the gallery just of this particular first escort, because we didn't even know his name, but it was a black man. He had dreads, he had an earring in his left ear. It looked kind of like a driver's license photo, but even throughout the course of her testimony today, he was just referred to as the first escort. She said that Sean Combs would tell her to wear masks, and she wore heels during this. That Diddy kind of directed everything, including the lighting, putting the oil on the escort, and vice versa. So essentially, Cassie and this escort would rub baby oil on each other. And so, I was talking before about kind of the difference between the sessions and the freak offs. So again, those sessions were just kind of a portion of the freak offs. But these escorts were paid thousands of dollars to do this. She said that she had to, in order to kind of do these freak offs, she would essentially have to get high just so that way she didn't feel much. But she said that it made her feel dirty. She said, that right after her first one, Diddy soon proposed another freak off, and she felt like she couldn't say no because she didn't want to make him upset, said that he would get angry and his moods would change if she told him no. And then after the first freak off that she did, they started to become more frequent. And by frequent, she said that they would occur pretty much weekly, and those went on for years. She said her final freak off wasn't until 2017, 2018, which is still relatively close to this time period, kind of right now. She said for the most part, she didn't get much sleep during these freak offs, but drugs kept help her stay awake, such as cocaine, such as Molly, MDMA, or ecstasy as well too, all that were given by Sean Combs. She said Sean Combs would decide, he would be the one to decide when these freak offs would end. And she said that it was impossible essentially to remember the amount of freak offs that she even did, because she was pretty much doing a whole bunch of drugs, and they were so frequent for the most part. And she said that she felt, humiliated, and that she was all that this was all that she was good for. And this was an important part in the testimony, because this was the moment that she started tearing up. She pretty much had testified that she was being objectified during this, that Diddy would get so mad that if she didn't want to participate in this, that his eyes would go black. That's how mad he would get. And she said the only part that she actually liked about the freak off was just the time that she had spent with Sean Combs, and this being this one-on-one time that the two had had with each other. She said that she had wanted Sean to know that the FOs made her, or the freak offs had made her feel worthless, but essentially that Diddy dismissed her feelings. Diddy called her predictable. There was this one exhibit, an email exhibit that was shown where Cassie, her nickname under this email chain was BG, BG standing for baby girl, and Diddy was referred to as Pop Pop, which is kind of disturbing in itself because he was named Pop Pop after her grandfather, and she thought it was weird and disrespectful. But from Diddy's point of view, this was something that he had allegedly wanted. And so the subject of this email was, "I really need to F." And this message from Pop Pop to baby girl said, "So who you gonna F? Want to call someone?" And so this email from was around 2010. And so the response was that she wanted to F him and said, "Are you crazy?" Because essentially when Diddy was receiving these messages, he just essentially assumed it was going to be for a freak off. That means other people were going to be involved. Whereas from Cassie's point of view, she was kind of making the argument that she just wanted to spend time with her partner at the time, her boyfriend at the time. And so there was kind of a back and forth just about that Cassie had wanted to talk to Diddy about something, and that Diddy had called her predictable because that she didn't want to, assuming that she didn't want to participate in these freak offs, and essentially that she said that from her standpoint, she didn't want Diddy to think that she didn't want to do it anymore, even though she didn't want to do it anymore, but essentially did it to make it make him happy. But even throughout these freak offs, they were talking about disguised identity, that Diddy would wear a hat, he covered his face, he wore a mask. Cassie would even wear a mask, kind of one of those masquerade masks. She would wear a wig, she would wear see-through nets, she would wear very tall heels. She kind of even made the comparison to them being kind of like stripper heels. And essentially those were the disguise portion. The only time that they had kind of taken off the mask, taken off the disguises, was when they felt comfortable enough to do it with an escort. Because you have to remember, around this time, they were a little worried that one of these escorts could possibly be a cop. One of these escorts could possibly be somebody who would go and tell the entire world that they had done something with, Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura at the time. And so she was talking about how these freak offs happened a lot of different places, including all of Diddy's homes except his home at Maple. Freak offs happened in her home except her Studio City home. They had freak offs in New York, in Miami, in Los Angeles, in Atlanta, and Turks and Caicos, in Vegas. And she named the hotels that she could remember doing these freak offs at, because it wasn't just at Diddy's homes. It wasn't just at Cassie's homes. They were in hotels as well too. And just how the staff would kind of help provide things that they had needed for these freak offs, such as condoms, such as Johnson & Johnson's baby oil, such as candles, such as lube, such as Astroglide. And that essentially all the participants use baby oil. This seems like a very big preference that Diddy had kind of had. And I know a lot of people kind of make jokes about it, but for the most part, it does seem like a prevalent thing that was very prominent in these freak offs, and that a lot of bottles of baby oil were used, to the point she said 10 bottles were used in probably one freak off, which is a lot of baby oil if you really think about it. She said, the Astro Guide was used as lube, as freak off, something that she had even talked about in her civil suit against Combs. She said when they had run out of these types of supplies, that the staff would get more, the staff being the assistants would get more, or they would ask the bell desk for more at Diddy's direction. The candles were always lit. There were about 6 to 10 candles inside these rooms. There was even a point that she had mentioned that candle wax would be poured onto her. It would be poured onto Diddy. She said studio lights were later used in these freak offs, and that they were red and purple and blue. Then we were shown a photo with Diddy. It looked like he was kind of laying on something. According to Cassie, had a handful of cash in his hand that we couldn't see through this exhibit photo. But he was kind of laying in a red room. And so she said the freak off rooms were particularly warm, according to her. And then this was kind of one of the more, disturbing points that were talked about through her testimony about them using extra linen not to soil the sheets in these hotel rooms. Why? Because there were points where blood and urine were going to be soiled into these fabrics, essentially.
Cash Rock, however, seems to love the drama. She's allegedly out here talking about how Diddy and Young Miami set her up for a freak-off and then threw her out. Call it naive or whatever, but in the clips that have been resurfacing of Crazy and Rock at a Diddy party, she seemed very excited to be there. And I mean very excited. At the time, she was in a back-and-forth relationship with the now incarcerated father of her son, Blueface. Krazian found out that Blue was cheating on her and ended things. But because she was in a sad state, Carrie Shaw, aka Young Miami, invited her to the Diddy party to help her get over the breakup. So, hi y'all, we in the big bed. It's called, I don't underscore, no. I just stand in the bed. Now this is where it gets pretty awkward. Cause tell me why Diddy was acting really weird toward Krazian, given that it was the first time the two of them had met officially.
So hi y'all, we in the big bed. It's called I don't fucking know. I just stand in the bed. Yo!
For context, early on, Day had threatened Zeus Network founder Lem Plummer because he was underpaying Krazian. Now, a lot of y'all might not know about this, so here's the backstory. Lemuel Plummer, alongside other associates, founded Zeus Network. It was a platform that revolved around young influencers, upcoming rap stars, and other prominent online celebrities. One of their reality TV shows, Baddies, was quite popular. It featured several women living together, and with that situation, you can bet there were lots of physical and verbal arguments going on all the time. But people loved the show exactly because of that. It was entertaining, chaotic, and Krazian was a fan favorite.
Like,
you gotta have a time
I
and
was the
place for
problem.
everything. That's what she didn't
No,
like.
it wasn't that you was brought up that you was the problem. It was just that everybody's time was wasted. It wasn't necessarily you by yourself. You came, you left. We never got no group shot. So even if the summer shit didn't happen, we still wouldn't got no group shot because you left early. Time. You did waste everybody's time. Because you showed up. Because you showed up when you wanted to.
I know Krishan, she don't want to talk. She wants to swing on whoever's talking shit. If you run in your mouth, Krishan wants to swing. She don't give a fuck. Something was gonna go down, for sure.
But the issue is, everybody.
But all of a sudden, she said she was going to quit the show because she was getting underpaid by Lemuel. And that's where Diddy stepped in. At the party, Krazian vividly described how Lemuel and she were invited to a private room with Diddy, who basically grabbed Lemuel by the neck, roughed him up, and threatened him to pay Krazian the agreed amount for the show.
That little party I went to, Diddy party, we went to the little private area behind the, cause he had a house behind his house. Like he had a backyard with a fat bed, and then it had like a miniature little whatever. And then me and Lemmy go upstairs. They tell him that he can't bring his security. He went in like a little bitch with no security, so it's just me and Lemmy. We go up in there. Hold on. We go up in there. We go upstairs. He's like, "What's up, Diddy? You met Krishan. You gave her kisses on the cheek. Early on in the party or whatever. We just wanted to follow up. I'm glad that you Krishan." And then he grabbed Lenny by his neck. It was like, "But do you fuck with her? Like, don't play with her. All she needs is love. Don't play with her. Don't play with her." And I didn't understand that till my checks start coming back short from the subscriptions of Crazy in Love, till he started putting people, like personally putting people that doesn't for me that I have like street beef with on the show. Where's the security at when all them people thought at, like, it was just like, come on, yo, you playing, you the And I'm so happy I ain't like you got jacked up for that shit already. So fuck you.
Tell me that Diddy fighting for Krazian, like, that doesn't sound weird to you. From what we know, a man like Diddy would not have done that unless he had some agenda or ulterior motive. Now, Lemuel called BS on Krazian's claims of being jacked up by Diddy. He responded in a now-deleted Instagram post with a clapback where he called cap on the incident. And in another interview on the Morning Hustle show, he was asked the question again, and somehow, he managed to dodge it without giving a definite yes or no answer.
We did hear certain things where people come out, like you had Krishan come out. She did say that Diddy, y'all had a moment, right? That he actually roughed you up a little bit, I guess, on the behalf of her. Was that true?
Listen, I plead the fifth. No,
Do you know him? Did that situation happen?
I don't know Diddy. I don't know Diddy. I don't know him like that. No, we've met, we've sponsored some parties, but I've never had any type of personal relationship. We never hung out and had, conversations about life and doing any real business together. I mean, we've talked about some things when I've met him in public around people, but no, not to that extent.
Now y'all know Krazian's supposed mother-in-law, Carissa Saffold, loves for drama. About a year ago, she started rumors that Krazian was being recruited as a candidate for Diddy's freak-off.
They was trying to recruit Krishan. That's what Diddy and what's the girl Carisha was trying to recruit Rock. Remember that when they was heavily trying to get Rock to hang out with them? I think they was trying to recruit her. She got a lot going on. We're gonna talk about it on this podcast. We're gonna get to the nitty gritty of all the gritty of the nitty. Because it's necessary. I think them was trying to recruit her. Because they just had her pulling up to everything. Yeah, remember? See what I'm saying? This podcast gonna be, because y'all know the mama know everything and everybody's business. So we gonna find out on this podcast. We ain't gonna talk no shit about nobody. We ain't gonna mock nobody, but we definitely gonna explore the possibilities that were going on. Because they kept calling her, remember, pull up to the birthday party. Come over here and dance on Carisha. Remember that? I feel like they were trying to recruit.
She sounded bitter and delulu at the time, but it turns out she was right. Back then, people were coming for her, like this person who said, she stays trying to implicate that girl in some BS. Old lady, hush. She's jealous of Krazian, and it shows. I know misery when I see it. But again, turns out she was right. Young Miami, whose real name is Carrie Shaw, dated Diddy from June 2022 to sometime in 2023. And during that time, she was allegedly recruiting girls for his freak-offs. Former Diddy producer Lil Rod mentioned these parties in his lawsuit. He described a particular night when he was with Diddy, Carrie Shaw, and her female cousins. According to him, one of Carisha's cousins burst into the bathroom while he was inside, allegedly grabbed him, and began performing oral sex without consent. He says he pushed her away and left the restroom, only to be followed by her. The woman allegedly undressed and tried to straddle him and hook up with him in front of Diddy, Carrie Shaw, and others. Jones also claimed he was sexually assaulted by a cousin or assistant of Young Miami. He further alleged that Diddy was involved with Oscar winner Cuba Gooding Jr. and had obtained footage of a rapper and an R&B singer whose names were redacted from the complaint, consorting with underage girls and sex workers. Rod also claimed Carrie Shaw transported pink nose candy, known as Tussie, for Diddy and was on a monthly payroll for being one of his freak-off girls. In fact, in the amended lawsuit, he detailed a specific incident where he and the Combs Enterprise team were rehearsing for the Something in the Water festival. He said he personally witnessed Diddy snorting lines of Tussie in his dressing room. That same day, Diddy reportedly wanted more Tussie, but his friend, a well-known mule named Brendan Paul, forgot to bring it. So Diddy's chief of staff, Kristen Crum, allegedly called Carrie Shaw, who then flew it in on a private jet from Miami. Of course, Carrie Shaw strongly denied all of these allegations. She insisted she wasn't receiving any payments from Diddy for any shady business, particularly the $250,000 monthly allowance mentioned in the case. So far, so good. Young Miami hasn't been charged with any crimes or named in official allegations.
Yeah, no, but we got a joint coming out. We got the Act Bad joint.
It's an Act Bad summer.
Yeah.
Why you call it the City Girl? So let's talk about that.
Y'all the world's biggest female rap group.
So we acting bad.
Yeah, and y'all with the shits.
So all the
y'all with the smoke, y'all with
Listen.
acting bad. And acting bad is just having fun. Like, we have a good time. We act bad all the time.
So you heard him. If you a city girl, go get you a bad boy so you can act bad, because we acting bad. So you heard.
It's a joint life. Living out the best lives.
Best life.
Your best.
Me, you wanna know what I do when I act bad? I do the fuck I want.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do what the fuck I want, say what I want. That's acting bad. Like,
that's why I fuck with you too.
yeah, I'm hanging out the window.
Yeah, you with
I'm twerking.
That's what the fuck
I'm doing the fuck I want.
Yeah, you living life.
Yeah, acting bad.
Yeah, acting bad. That's what's up.
So how many rounds you be going?
You know.
The people don't.
You know though.
I know, but the people don't.
Okay, so
So
what's
I'm
the answer?
asking for.
What's the answer? What's the answer?
Baby, let me tell y'all something. On which yard? This nigga don't go to sleep.
So when Homeland Security raided his homes, they found evidence that his freak-offs lasted for days. From this clip, Carisha knew, and she was down with all the freak-offs. She was down for not going to sleep.
But people are starting to put two and two together. And their conclusion? She wasn't a victim of Diddy's mess like Cassie. Instead, she was into whatever nasty things Diddy was doing, including scouting and prepping girls for his freak-offs.
You can pee on me in the shower. You can pee on me like once you come in. Like, it just depends. It just depends on how the night flows.
I gotta try this out. Golden shower. We gonna take one more, because that golden shower, that's lit.
I mean, she was literally on a live interview where she said she loved golden showers. And it looks like one of the girls Carrie Shaw recruited was Krazian. According to reports flying around, Krazian did, in fact, mess with the group. But Diddy allegedly thought she was too unstable and would run her mouth too much. So they dropped her after one party and never invited her back. Now the internet is on her case. Recruiting Rock might have been a mistake because she wouldn't keep a secret. All these people are going down together. They're in it together. Chow, it's really getting nasty out here. A lot of people believe Krazian was being groomed for Diddy's freak-off. As a matter of fact, word is she participated in at least one of them. But others are calling cap on that. So, we want to know what you think. Leave your thoughts in the comments down below, and don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button for more content like this.
Within maybe now they've been filed already. Nothing that I've seen posted in reference to sanctioning individuals that went in there and were in the courtroom and came out and revealed the identity of Mia. There could be apparently some repercussions on that. I don't know what would happen. Banned from court for life, maybe contempt of court for violating the court's order. I don't know. This goes for the people that actually, when you go into a courtroom, there's a decorum, there's rules and everything like that. So if you go in the courtroom and they say, you know, being in here, do not film or reveal who the victims is, and you go do that, you could be subjected to being in trouble. I don't know if anyone will get in trouble, but there could be some names dropped very, very soon. Yesterday, someone got kicked out for sharing support of Diddy. So, you know, there is some things going on in the courtrooms. It's interesting. It seems like the overflow room has sides clicking up, pro Diddy, anti Diddy in this overflow room, and they're all sitting there in different corners, different teams, different areas of the overflow room, watching this trial in real time, just like we are watching and listening on what's going on. We'll see what comes out of that. Welcome aboard. So today, it appears the way the media is putting out that the next witness could be Brianna Bungolin, aka Banna. And you know, she's filed a lawsuit. She's filed a lawsuit against Diddy, claiming that she was dangled off of a 17-story high balcony, and then Diddy slammed her onto patio furniture in Cassie Ventura's apartment. She might be next, or it could be the digital forensic video expert, Mr. Piazza. We don't know either or, but both of them are expected to testify before Jane Doe. Jane Doe is a big, big mystery. Everyone wants to know, who is Jane Doe? Do you know who Jane Doe is? Because I sure don't. I sat around last night, honestly, just thinking, is Jane Doe KK? And give me reasons why. I said to myself, why I think KK and Jane Doe are the same. Oh, Brian Steele. Here he is, Brian Steele. Brian Steele has a smile to him. One thing I notice about Brian Steele is each day he comes with a smile. Like he doesn't look like he's a arrogant guy in a sense of a mean guy and stuff. It seems like he does walk. I've seen some clips of him interacting with some YouTubers and streamers out there, you know, that ask him questions while he's walking, but he seems like he keeps a smile. He appears to be polite. You know, some lawyers are very arrogant. Some are very, you know, won't say nothing, looking mean, tough, whatever, or we have no comment. But he's, you know, he seems like he's very a likable guy, right? Steele, smiling. I don't know if it's fake or he's just putting on an image, but it appears he's a nice guy on the surface. I'll say that with Mark too, another lead attorney, the head attorney. He a lot of people have been interacting with him outside the courthouse, and he's kind of talked with people a little bit, smiling and talk. He doesn't reveal much. None of them really reveal much. Everyone expected them to come out and give press conferences every day. That it doesn't appear to happen, but they seem like they do talk and interact a little bit. Not the lawyers like, get away from me. We have nothing to say. No comment. And just storm off. But yeah, she's going to be testifying most likely, Jane Doe. And I've been saying overnight, who is Jane Doe? Is Jane Doe KK? The times just seem like it's so very, very close. You know, she's the closest to Diddy. The way she left the company apparently in 2023 kind of jives with me about, you know, Jane Doe's time of events in 2020 on about things that were happening to Jane Doe. Makes me wonder, like, how could it be not KK? Considering KK has been name dropped all over the place as doing things for Diddy. Now, is this Garagos? A lot of people say if this is Garagos, one of his other attorneys, Tenny Garagos, it appears. You know, one thing interesting, a lot of people have been saying that Garagos and KK look alike. They have this similar look. Jane Doe apparently is coming from overseas. Now, I went on KK's. I'm not going to lie. I started digging in on KK last night, finding out like where she's from, what's her bio, a little bit, because reason being is we're going to know pretty quickly. I assume we're going to know, all of you and listening to some of the stuff that comes out. I feel that we're going to identify Jane ourselves, and we have that right to do that. We're not bound under any court order ourselves. We're not in that courthouse. It doesn't apply to us. If we find out who these people are, we have every right to share. I just want to make that clear. But all of you are probably going to be sleuthing and trying to figure out, who Jane is. Now, I went on to her bio. Apparently, there's not much information on her. It talks about her job projects in the past with Diddy, but I wanted to know like where she was born, where she grew up, and everything like that. And the only thing I've really seen was Los Angeles on KK. Where is she from? Like, where's she from? Now, one thing I noticed is one thing they said she could be in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And she's got a degree from a university in North Carolina. Don't know where she would be, but whoever Jane Doe is, she's most likely going to share on the stand where she's from. And that's why I was going to cross-reference it with KK so we can eliminate her or say, hey, is it KK? Is it KK? Is it KK? Now, I think it's important, like for us, for instance, Mia, we shared who Mia is, right? But we didn't hone in on Mia as calling her consistently her real name. We shared who Mia is. We shared her photo, stuff on her, but then we kept it moving and just referred to her as Mia. Because to me, Mia is Mia, not. And, if KK is Jane Doe, I think we're still going to kind of just say Jane Doe, Jane Doe, Jane Doe, Jane Doe. We don't really want to hone in and start calling them by their real names, if you get what I mean. But who is Jane Doe? Like, literally, who is Jane Doe? Who could it be? Because if it's not KK, what's going on? Like, who was in this inner circle? Because I haven't heard any other female names on any of these testimony from any of these other victims. I heard maybe some of these human resource people, but I don't think the human resource people names, the female names, some of them are Jane. People have opinion. You can share in the chat. You're more than welcome. So good morning. Good morning. So Diddy's team, legal team, just like clockwork, they are coming in. They're coming in. Yesterday, we heard from Eddie Garcia, very first person to talk in the morning, security guard, the brown paper bag of $100,000, the money counter, KK, the bodyguard, Diddy, trying to get that tape. They want the tape. Eddie, under immunity, testifies that he had to consult with his boss. Boss said, go ahead, we want $50K. Then the arrangement to get the tape. A lot of criminal element to that. Diddy's even telling Eddie, watch what you spend on the money, not to trigger the IRS, more or less my speculation, IRS or law enforcement about big purchases. Then we heard from Ferguson, Derek Ferguson, former CFO. I think one of the most important things and only reasons why Ferguson got on there is to corroborate the $20,000 Cassie Ventora's parents' transaction made to Diddy in that blackmail. You're going to pay or I'm going to release these sex tapes type of deal. That whole craziness. He was more like the finance guy that was responsible for the inflows and outflows of all the money in Bad Boy Enterprises, all the business ventures. And, he testified about the wire transfer that came in from Cassie's dad. So 2 key two key people I think is important for the whole piece of the the whole putting the pieces of the puzzle together for the RICO. And that was their role. I think they established, and I think they both did well. I don't think none of them got stopped. The defense, I think, wanted with Ferguson just to point a picture that Diddy is not necessarily solely responsible for all the financial aspects. There's others, and also a lot of business and good things over the years, and got him to admit. Plus, he also got him to admit that he has not personally seen any workplace violence, essays, freak-offs, that sort of deal, while Ferguson worked for the company. And Ferguson worked there for 2 decades. 2 decades. Come on in. More and more people are piling in. The United States of America versus Sean P. Diddy Combs outside the federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. It looks like it is a sunny day there. Weather right now, it's cloudy, partly cloudy, 69 degrees. Oh my God, it's pretty beautiful. Look, somebody walking there without even a jacket. Do you know that today in New York City, the temperature is going up to 82? Oh my goodness, it's almost like picture perfect weather. Sunshine, 82, humidity 55%, light winds. Oh, that's a great day to walk around New York City, for sure. Now, outside that courthouse, some days it's a circus, some days it's not. There are people that come out. I think the days that it wasn't maybe had a lot to do with the weather, as for the last few weeks, it at least rained a few days per week. So I think that kind of like dampened the party out there, the party atmosphere. But if you get days like this, which I'm looking at the weather forecast, the rest of the week is pretty sunny until late Friday when court is over. But when you get days like this, might start bringing out people. And I also think a lot of people are going to start congregating outside this courthouse around the time the defense starts. The defense, after the prosecution rests and the defense starts. But for us, I think we're going to be busy, big time, for the next week on Jane Doe. It appears Jane Doe, when she hits that stand, it's all going to be about Jane Doe for days, because the prosecution has indicated that they intend to keep Jane Doe on the stand to Monday. So if that's the case, we got 2 more days to talk about Jane Doe all day, every day, at the edge of our seats, listening to what she has to say. I think she's going to reveal more than any other of these victims, even more than Cassie. And then the defense will cross her into next week, possibly into the mid next week. So I think for the week, it's all about Jane Doe. So it will be interesting. Oh, I don't know what they're zooming in on. Who do we got? They all got these cameras on this individual here. You know, is that the individual that got kicked out of the courtroom yesterday? Because there was some photographs, sketches of somebody got kicked out. Are they interviewing the person that got kicked out of the courtroom yesterday? That is interesting, because I want to know who got kicked out of the courtroom. Somebody was told not to come back in the courtroom and got kicked out for yelling. Some people in the chat are saying, yes, it looks like the person that got kicked out, because you see all the cameras there. Somebody did something. Somebody hears something centered around the case.
How's it going?
And it could be possibly they're interviewing someone.
Okay, I was wondering.
People are saying, yeah, it could be her. I don't know. That's interesting, because we want to know who got kicked out. Reason for that, too.
And I was just like, we don't shoot crazy.
AUSA said at her opening, you will see text messages by Jane saying she did not want to do freak-offs. We're going to be seeing a lot of text messages, apparently, from Jane. And also nudity is going to be talked about. So what is she saying? From AUSA opening statement, you will see photos of damage to 4 doors in Jane's home. Not even a year ago. So right before or after Diddy's home got raided, around that raid time. before the indictment.
10 crazy people a day.
Now, who is this individual? What's going on here? Because they are all interviewing this individual. Or unless she's like a commentator. I don't recognize this individual here. Does anyone know who this is and why they're all surrounding her? AUSA opening. You will see text messages by Jane saying she did not want to do the free call. We're also going to see text messages and also the jurors, not us, I don't believe the public, is going to be seeing nudity photos. Photos of nudity in these text messages. It has been discussed yesterday. Also, folks, Diddy is complaining and his attorneys are complaining they're not getting enough time to access him as trial goes on, and they're asking the judge for more time. Apparently, the judge allowed Diddy to stay in the courtroom yesterday to 6 p.m. with U.S. Marshals and watching while he speaks to his attorney and goes over the text between him, apparently him, and Jane Doe. So lawyers want access. They want more time. They've already said that they want to be able to reach their client regularly to 10 p.m. every night. They want to continue to meet Diddy in the courtroom after court is over. So the judge leaves, prosecutors leave, courtroom, everyone leaves. Oh, children.
Guys, please don't block the pool.
Children. Yep.
You're totally blocking
children. There's people affiliated with Diddy. Looks like the children are arriving. They're arriving early. Or no, this could be Janice. Could be Janice. Janice and the children. Janice usually seems like she's been coming first. And a couple days in a row now, I believe that Janice has been coming before court starts. The children be coming in after. So we got here. Yep, it should be Janice. Janice coming out. Should be Janice. Yep, it looks like Janice, somebody with a purse. And here she is, Janice Combs.
How are you?
Janice Combs. She's not wearing the hat. Here she comes. She's holding hands. Janice is coming out. Janice is going in to listen to testimony. Janice got name dropped yesterday by the chief financial officer. Janice Combs Music, INC, part of the bank account set up to the company.
Good.
A lot of people have a lot of opinions about Janice Combs, her role in all of this.
No, the kids might come.
Okay, so Janice has arrived. So we can say the mother has been there. The mother is there. Now the question is the children going to arrive today? So here we are. Good morning, everyone. Pile in. Key testimony. We are going to chat, talk in real time, share what we do. You know the routine. You know how we do it on JLR Investigates on this trial. Yeah, it's more or less a routine that we got, unless things go crazy. It was crazy for me yesterday because as we were ending yesterday, some thunderstorms were coming through my area in Florida. We got a lot of storms coming through Florida for the next couple of days, like these crazy storms that come in for a couple minutes, and then it's sunny, and then it rains heavy for about 10 minutes, thunder, and then it goes away. Sometimes hail. But I had a storm come in yesterday right when we were ending, and I'm like, oh my gosh, goodness, I hope it doesn't take my electric out or take the heat out. I hope we don't lose power. But we're good. God works good for us. Judge is on the bench right now. CNN is reporting already. Judge is on the bench.
Tony.
We got another report. It says,
Good morning.
Judge rules that exhibits used during Jane's testimony won't be shown on video to protect her identity. The exhibits admitted into evidence during Jane's testimony will not be shown on the video feeds for the public. Jane, one of Diddy's accusers, who's using a pseudonym during his trial, is expected to take the stand today, this afternoon. The judge granted the request yesterday from prosecutor Comey, who said it would help avoid the risk of Jane's identity being revealed.
The wonderful Caesar.
Comey said there's going to be a significant amount of exhibits, including text messages, threads, shown to the jury for Jane Doe's testimony.
Darling,
all right, so we got that.
And I praised him.
We got that.
So we over there, right? You guys are doing that.
Exhibits,
yeah,
texts.
Right. So Fred is taking his baby to school. Right. Fred's the guy we're working with today. Who's Fred? Fred Sofa.
Exhibits and texts. Jane Doe. Where are the children? We're waiting for the children to come on in. And we're waiting to get this party started. In the meantime, I'm going through the chat. I'm going through the news feeds to see what's going on. Georgia, thank you for being a member. Green Eye Sparkle, good morning to you. And nice to see you again. Welcome back. Thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate it. Thank you. Very, very grateful for all of you. Chris RD44. You do have a very good point. They're not children. And I do want to emphasize that. They're adults. The children are adults. So as we say, the children, and that's a great point. I want to address that. That's a great point. These are adults. They're his children, but they're adults. I want to make that clear. They're adults. Some of them are in their 30s, right? At least one in their 30s. Adults. His children are adults. Children are adults. But we're going to say his kids because, you know, even though some of you adults, you have kids, your kids are older than 18. They are his kids, his children.
Well, we still wait.
Thank you. JLR said Jane graduated college in North Carolina. I'm reading the comments. I would say the kids. Lisa says, I would say the kids. I mean, we could call them by first name basis if you want to do that. I'll go by his kids. His kids. His kids. His kids. I see a lot of people starting to come in. Thank you. Welcome. Grateful for all of you to be here today. Trial testimony continues today. Day 16. Rihanna. Now, I want to know about that before Jane Doe. I want to know about this balcony incident in Cassie. I want to know about what's going on with the balcony inside Cassie's apartment. What's all that about? We're going to get more details. Adult children here, Carrie Lynn. Yeah, this is going to be interesting about the balcony. 17th floor balcony, they say. That's pretty high out. It's almost like Diddy wanted to be like his rival, Suge Knight. Remember Suge Knight supposedly hung Vanilla Ice from a balcony? Well, I think Diddy tried to emulate his style and did that to this poor victim here, Rihanna, who's going to be testifying. She goes by Banna. So this will be interesting what she has to say about that. I think she's next. Either it's Piazza, the video guy. Maybe they might not bring Piazza. I don't know. They're saying that one guy is coming in from Florida to testify. He could be next. Judge is on the bench, by the way. So we're getting everything up and running. Probably go through some housekeeping matters, addressing issues. Before the jury comes in, Judge, what about the witnesses' conflicts with other romantic partners? What about the witnesses' conflicts with other romantic partners? The judge asked. What does that mean? AUSA. The last one was with a colleague, not a girlfriend. AUSA. The last one was with a colleague, not a girlfriend. Holmes and Shapiro goes on to say, this is impeachment material. So they're looking to impeach someone already. Judge says, these are assaults under Rule 708B. Is that fair? Shapiro says it's not 608B. We're happy to provide the proffer ex parte. It's difficult to explain the fact. Judge, ex parte proffer is irregular. So Shapiro has already said there's some sort of impeachment material on a witness. Who? Who are they talking about? Who are we talking about here? So they're already going on right off the rip discussing these matters. So I'll try to find out a little bit more. She's the one that they were talking to today. I don't know what's going on with her. She's the one that they were all surrounding her. JLR investigates. Yeah, apparently she is the one, I believe, that got kicked out because I'm showing another photo. I'm seeing another photo. So we kind of identified, in a sense, the one that apparently got kicked out. 2 minutes ago, spectators and reporters are filling into the courthouse for the 16th. Oh, look at that limo. Whoa. Look at that limo. You see that limo? I just looked up. I saw this long stretched limo. Spectators and reporters are filing into the courthouse for the 16th day of the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial. It says we are approaching the halfway mark in a trial expected to last 2 months. And local public interest remains strong. It goes on to say, drivers slow down when passing the courthouse, craning their necks out the windows of the car to catch a glimpse at what's going on and maybe try to see if they can find a celebrity. So it's interesting. I read that report as cars were going by, very, very slow. So it's kind of just showing the atmosphere out there of what's going on. Drivers go past the courthouse very, very slowly. They want to see what's up. So what about the witnesses' conflicts with other romantic partners? And it says the last one was with a colleague, not a girlfriend. So when the AUSA says the last one was with a colleague, not a girlfriend, and he's replying to romantic partners, are we talking about Ferguson, the last witness? Because are we talking about a male witness here with romantic partners with a female? And Combs is like, this is impeachment material. So I don't know if they're going to be trying to impeach possibly Derek Ferguson. Oh, there's Aaron Kontersky. Justice reporter, ABC News. He just walked out. That's one guy I always recognize. All right, so court is in session. They're talking about different matters before the jury comes in already. Combs and Shapiro is talking about impeachment. Combs and Shapiro says, we want to put in album art for Miss Ventura's Love a Loser video. It shows she is engaged in business independent of Mr. Combs. You're going to ask, why do you need photos? The judge says, I was going to ask that. Shapiro, AUSAs have done it too. So Shapiro wants to omit into the record album art for Miss Ventura's Love a Loser video. And they want to prove that it shows she is engaged independently of Mr. Combs with this work. I might be to show that, you know, she's not in full control, under full control of Diddy. That has been debated by the defense, saying that she had opportunities and worked with other artists at the time, wasn't in that full control of Diddy. I think the defense wants to present this album art as an exhibit. Maybe they're trying to impeach Miss Ventura's testimony, and maybe that's what they're talking about. This is impeachment material. I don't know. We'll see where this goes. Get a clue. But they're discussing on the bench right now. Diddy trial, day 16. Come on in. We're about to get started. And big testimony today. Could be the worst testimony yet for Diddy. It really could with Jane, because Jane is going to be there for a long time. Longer than what Cassie was on. Longer than what Capricorn Clark was on. Longer than what Mia was on. Longer than any other victim here. So we'll see. We put the tweet here on the screen. This was just discussed. I think the defense wants to paint the picture that Cassie was working. She worked independent from Diddy at times. We'll see what that is about. During the course of the trial in the morning time, also the defense and prosecution have been submitting exhibits and records and different things. Sometimes both parties complain they haven't received it in time, or they're just receiving it for the first time, or they need more time. I saw a comment. It seems they re-asked to omit pieces that were previously excluded further into the trial every week. Kind of agree with that assessment there. Yeah, here we are, folks. Sean Diddy Combs trial. Let's get this party started. 8:57. They are starting, I believe, at 9 a.m. this morning. By the way, just so everyone knows, heads up, tomorrow, the 5th, it appears court will be starting later than 8:15. It is believed that the court starts actually at 11. For whatever reason, it's unclear. They're starting at 11 to 4 tomorrow. So with that being said, there is a possibility we come on at 8:15 if there's things going on. But it probably seems more logical for us to come on maybe about 10-ish, so we can see the people coming in and see what's going on. So, we'll be flexible on that. We don't know what time we'll come on, but we'll definitely come on before court starts at 11 so we can do recaps and share what's going on. So I figure at the latest 10 a.m. we'll come on for that 11 a.m. start, just to see who arrives and everything and who's out there and what's being said. I don't know why they're delaying, and I've really never heard that before, where one day they choose to start way later. Now, we know a lot of times they end up early. They end early for the day. They've done that here on Memorial Day weekend. They actually ended at like 2:30 to give everyone a long Memorial Day weekend, but we don't know what that's about. Hi, JLR from Northern Ireland, SG1007. Hi, Northern Ireland. How are you? How is Ireland? Hello, international friends out there, everyone out there. Hello, hello. A lot of people in the chat are from pretty much every state and country. I mean, we got pretty much the whole world representing in this chat. We're all in this together. We're all in this. And SG107 became a YouTube member of JLR Investigates. Thank you very much. Good morning. But all of you are from all over the place. Carol, thank you. Carol, good morning. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. And if I missed anyone, I apologize. A lot of things are breaking through, and I'm reading multiple screens. So I'm setting up the screens so we're ready. We're ready to get the real-time stuff. There's Diddy. We like to use this photo here. Him in the high heels. In a high-profile trial, nearly every piece of evidence and testimony is hashed out by the judge and lawyers before the jury sees it. That's what's going on right now. And that's what's happening Wednesday before testimony kicks off. Combs's lawyers want to send a letter to judge that the prosecution won't be able to read. The defense wants to communicate with him directly about evidence that the prosecutors could use to undermine Combs, but the judge won't allow it. That's interesting. Combs's lawyer team attempted to give a judge a letter that the prosecution was not allowed to read. But the judge didn't allow it. Isn't that like ex parte communications? So that has just been reported. So the defense is cooking here. The defense is trying to scheme up something here. Shapiro has already indicated for someone they're trying to look for impeachment on someone's testimony. I don't know who they're talking about. It could be the CFO yesterday, due to the fact that they were saying some lines beforehand about spouses and things like that, indicating that the person might be male. Could be also the money man. It could also be talking about Eddie Garcia. Eddie Garcia testifies about the money. They're looking to impeach someone. So I don't know who that is. As soon as we get more indication of that, we'll share that. 9:01. Let's see. Are we started? Bring the jury in. What do we got? All right. So the judge says, I don't see any value of these defense exhibits. The defense is free to question the witness about them. What about the drugs? All right, so this might be somebody that's about to come on. Combs and Shapiro. It shows the witness was taking ketamine with Cassie. And Mr. Combs didn't like it. AOSA doesn't want it omitted. So apparently someone that is about to come on the stand, they have some sort of photograph, exhibit something of this witness taking ketamine with Cassie. And it's showing that Mr. Combs didn't like it. Interesting. Drug use. But ketamine has been mentioned all across the board in this trial by a lot of people who testified that Combs would have them get ketamine for Combs, or ketamine was used during the course of these freak-offs and all other matters. Ketamine, cocaine, MDMA, Molly, you've heard it. So they have something about one of these witnesses taking ketamine with Cassie, and Combs and Shapiro wants it omitted. The prosecution doesn't. So we'll see what the judge ultimately rules on that. They're ironing out what can be seen, and I'm thinking it's Jane Doe, possibly, or it's Balcony, or it's Brianna. Might be Brianna because she was in Cassie's apartment, right? She was in Cassie's apartment, so we might be talking about the victim that was hung from a balcony. That's who they might be talking about. I think. I don't think it's Jane, but I don't know. It's someone coming up. They have something the defense wants to share of this individual doing drugs, ketamine, with Cassie, and Diddy didn't want it. And I'm thinking it's Brianna. I think so. I think they're talking about her. I do. I think they're talking about her. So drug use. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We got a lot of people piling in. Keep on coming in. Share this video out. Oh, they're going to allow it. They're going to allow this It might be a video or something because the judge is saying, Mr. Combs is saying it's whack or whack. It goes to state of mind. It is admissible. Anything more. So whatever this is, whether it's I think it might be an auto recording or some sort of exhibit. It appears okay, so what's happening here is someone's going to be testifying today. It's either going to be the victim that was hung from a balcony or Jane Doe, where this witness was taking ketamine with Cassie. Must be a video because the judge is saying, Combs is saying it's whack, talking about them doing drugs. And the prosecution doesn't want this exhibit shared, but the judge is going to allow it. So, I'm thinking it might be over the balcony incident. We'll see. We'll see. Like, maybe I'm thinking here, Diddy trips and goes crazy because they're doing drugs and takes it out on him or something like that. We'll see what happens here with that. But whatever this clip is, whatever this tape is of Diddy getting mad at this witness and or Cassie there, I don't know if Cassie's there, but apparently Diddy does not like this witness taking ketamine with Cassie. It's going to be admitted. It's whack. Diddy's like, it's whack. It's whack. Whack means, yo, this is whack. Now they're addressing Dr. Hughes's letter. Sarah says Diddy had ketamine on him when he was arrested. Dude, he had a lot of drugs in that hotel, the Park Hyatt Hotel. He had a lot of drugs in there. Prescription stuff. Give me a break. He was mad because he didn't get any of it. That's what his problem was, Tanya said. Diddy's tripping because you didn't give me some of the ketamine. I wanted the ketamine. Not because y'all were doing ketamine, because Diddy does ketamine. So how's Diddy going to be the moral man to say, oh, no, you can't do drugs? Who's he to say that you can't do drugs when he does drugs all the time? He don't want them doing drugs on their own without him ordering it. How convenient. Well, whatever this tape is, the defense is going to use it against the victim that's going to testify today. I'm thinking it's not Jane Doe. It's Brianna. That's what I'm thinking, because it's due to the fact that if this person was doing drugs with Cassie, we might be talking about the apartment, Cassie's apartment. So we'll see where this comes from. I'm just speculating here, but we'll see. And then we'll see. All right, so the defense has, they're still going over issues with Dr. Hughes's testimony. The defense does not want Dr. Hughes's testimony. They want it struck from the record. Judge has not ruled on that yet, and is giving parties time to respond by Monday on that issue. The judge says defense has Monday to respond and says it's Dr. Hughes's second testimony about coercive control, given what the Second Circuit said in U.S. versus Larry Ray. AUSA, yes, under the recent decision, U.S. versus Larry Ray trial. So they're still addressing Dr. Hughes stuff. Defense wants everything that she says stricken off the record, I believe, because they feel like she's biased and she's done some training of telling victims how to testify in the past. That's her. She already has like a biased perspective. And we're talking about that one of 40 certified psychologists that are in the state of New York that the prosecution used. The defense wants her stuff off the record. Judge has not ruled on that yet, but the judge is telling both parties to apparently respond by Monday on that matter. So we might know next week whether that gets stricken from the record or not on that. Dr. Hughes. What else are they addressing? We're just waiting to see, ironing things out. In the meantime, keep your comments coming. We are here in real time. Court has not started yet, and the children have not arrived. Now, yesterday, one son came to court, and he came 9:40 a.m. And the day before, he came about 9:35, 9:40 in the morning. It is now 9:10. We'll see if any of the children arrive once court gets started. We are here. But, yeah, this is fascinating. I'm ready. I'm just refreshing my screen. I'm ready. Let's do this. Let's get this over with. Let's get this party started. We want to know who is next, coming on the stand, who's going to share the beans, who's going to spill the beans, who's going to say what. Unclear what Diddy's wearing today, but if I could guess, Diddy is wearing his traditional sweater and slacks. He has not worn a suit at all during the course of his trial. It has been sweaters for Diddy. Also, Diddy, as some of you know, salt and pepper hair, looking older, right? He's 55 years old, on the hot seat wearing a sweater. We believe that the reason why he's wearing a sweater is to make himself kind of look like the grandpa kind of guy. Like, there's no way that this guy here could have participated in freak-offs. It's kind of like the Mr. Rogers of the neighborhood. I was almost going to refer him to as like Dr. Huxtable with Bill Cosby, but no. I don't think the defense wants Diddy to look like Bill Cosby or that Dr. Huxtable type of look. But who knows? There's a reason why he's wearing sweaters. Will that strategy work, or can it help him in any way? A lot of people have different opinions about attire and what type of attire people should wear when they go to court. No suits, though. No suits. Testimony continues today. 14 minutes ago, the Independent says Combs and his defense allowed to confer in court for hours after yesterday's hearing. The judge allowed Sean Combs and his defense to use the courtroom. Now, that's special treatment, by the way. I've never really ever heard of that, where they allow the defendant to, stay in court after court is done. AUSA, we are working on a different instruction before the testimony of Jane. Different instruction before the testimony on Jane. So they're all prepping everything before Jane talks today. But going back to yesterday, under the supervision of the U.S. Marshals, Combs and his lead attorney, Mark, used the courtroom for several hours after court adjourned for the day. It came after attorney Mark complained that the Brooklyn jail housing Combs is not fit for trial preparation. He argued it violates Combs' constitutional right to a quick and fair trial. They wanted to go over the texts, the Jane Doe text. Judge, just hand it up. If you agree, and I will read it. Does witness Brianna need a Fifth Amendment immunity order? Oh, yes. Boom. 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 She's getting immunity, folks. Breaking news. Breaking news. Brianna is getting immunity. That means it appears drugs, probably doing criminal acts. Probably she's going to be testifying about drugs and criminal activity. You know, I know, when someone is seeking immunity, they are prepared to testify that they themselves have done criminal acts. And that's what's happening right now. The judge is going to sign this immunity order. She's going to plead the fifth, or she pled the fifth, or implies that she's pleading the fifth. Therefore, swear her in. She's going to say that she's going to plead the fifth, and she's going to get immunity. She's going to get immunity. So here's another one. She's the fourth, isn't she, Magnolia? Fourth person to get immunity that I know of. Could be more. This is big, folks, because she is going to talk about crimes. She's going to talk about crimes. Crimes that Diddy did. She's going to talk about the balcony terror, dog skinning, maybe dog skinning. It's going to share a lot. I think this goes with what was just said a little bit ago about the ketamine use with the witness. So apparently she's going to talk about drugs. Now, I got this document here from the Diddy document, or the Diddy docket, which is on Twitter. Fantastic account. But this is kind of like the complaint that she filed against Diddy. Now, a lot of things that you see here will probably be testified today. On or about September 26, 2016, Sean Combs sexually battered Brianna Bana Bungolin, dangled her off of a 17-story high balcony, and then slammed her onto the patio furniture on the balcony. His outrageous conduct violated her fundamental dignity, body, and sense of safety. This has been, this event is with a series of threats, intimidation, and violence that colored many of Bungolin's interactions with Combs from the day she met him. Mr. Combs is an international superstar, a music mogul, and a record company executive. He is also known for a history of violence, links to criminal conduct, and throwing drug and alcohol-fueled parties. But most notoriously, Mr. Combs is known for his proven and now admitted violence against women, namely Cassie, among others, as well as accusations of SA, sexual harassment, and intentional infliction of emotional distress, assault, battery, and sex trafficking in incidents that stretch back to 1990. By contrast, when Miss Bungolin met Mr. Combs, she was young, inspiring fashion designer. Interactions born of her friendship with Miss Ventura led to what Miss Bungolin thought was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to collaborate with Mr. Combs. A lot of the witnesses said the same thing. And his prolific business empire, but ultimately it only led to terror and abuse at his hands. As a result of Mr. Combs' conduct, in addition to physical wounds he inflicted on her, Miss Bungolin has suffered psychological distress. But Miss Bungolin refuses to allow this fear to control the rest of her life and brings this action to demand that Mr. Combs take responsibility for the trauma he intentionally and maliciously inflicted on her in robbing her not only physical wellness, but a basic feeling of safety, body, and dignity. Hard to read at the bottom because it's small. Here she is. She is signing an immunity order right now in the federal courthouse. She's speaking and she's going to testify with absolute immunity, folks. This is huge. Jury entering. All right. I'll ask our courtroom deputy to check in on our jury. AUSA. First, we wish to enter some exhibits into evidence before the jury. A search of a two-star island by HSI found this cell phone. Now, paragraph 14, the exhibits are excerpts of the data. Okay. So now the prosecution saying during the search of his property, Star Island, HSI found a cell phone on this property. On the property. They got searched last year. And on the property, folks, they found a cell phone that the government is now planning to introduce exhibits. So what's happening here? What could this be? Part of what's going to be said about the series of texts. AUSA goes on to say the data shows Twitter exhibits and texts to D-Rock, who says, "We in the security room." Owner, what does Shorty say? D-Rock, Cass is calling studios looking for you. Owner, and I guess owner would be the owner of the phone. What did she say on the other thing? Act like I said I'm not effing with her. D-Rock, okay. Okay. So they're sharing right now some texts where Diddy and D-Rock are communicating in this text about Cass. And Diddy's telling, apparently, D-Rock what to tell her. Now, we'll learn more about this, but the prosecution wants this into evidence. Where's D-Rock, by the way? And how come D-Rock is not listed as a defendant in this case? I say that, like, what in the heck is going on? D-Rock keeps getting mentioned over and over and over, and it's clear that we all know that D-Rock is in this up to his eyeballs. Yet he's not a defendant. Has he flipped and he's working with the government? That remains to be seen. I haven't seen any indications of that. So we got some things going on right now, and also some Twitter exhibits. So this phone, there's some damaging stuff against Diddy in this phone that was seized from his Star Island property by HSI, human smuggling investigators. Human smuggling investigators, right? HSI. They have already said about the phones, the heels, the baby oils, the Astroglides, drugs, guns, or gun parts, AR-15 parts, bullets, all that stuff that has been seized from his property. But apparently, there's also a phone. Oh, Frank Piazza's on. All right. Okay, so going on, let me just say here, look at this. Look at this. Owner asks, owner of the phone, and you could safe to say that the owner is Diddy Combs. How is her eye? Cassie's eye. D-Rock, I told everyone a fight broke out in the club. She ain't tripping. She ain't telling nobody. I'm about to call you. Oh. Did you just see that, folks? They're going to share that the owner of the phone, and we'll say the owner of the phone is Diddy, is telling D-Rock, how is her eye? How's Cassie's eye? And D-Rock's concocting a story. I told everyone a fight broke out in the club. Not that Diddy did the eye. So that stuff's going to be omitted, by the way. In the meantime, government calls its next witness. Frank Piazza. Frank Piazza. All right, so we got Frank Piazza on the stand. Come on in. He is a forensic video expert, and I believe he's going to be testifying about the 216 Intercontinental Hotel video, the assault on Cassie. Frank Piazza, come on in. Yo, D-Rock just got caught up in a lie. He's covering. He's trying to cover Cassie's, black eye that Diddy did. We know Diddy did it. And trying to say, well, I told Diddy, or D-Rock's like, I told everyone it happened at the club. You didn't do it. He's covering. That's what D-Rock's job is to do, right? Not a good look. Not a good look at all. All right. Frank Piazza's on the stand, so we're going to get this party started. And then it looks like Brianna's next. Frank Piazza, what do we got on the video? Come on in, come on in. This is big stuff. Big, big day today. NBC News also put out that Brianna Bongolan, Cassie Ventura's friend, to testify with immunity. Brianna, a friend of Combs' former girlfriend and a key government witness, invoked her Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination. The witness has been told she won't be prosecuted as long as she tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on the stand. And it wasn't immediately clear what she could say that would put her in any legal jeopardy. Well, ketamine. Bungland has alleged that Diddy dangled her over an apartment balcony during a previous altercation. Earlier in the week, hotel guard Eddie Garcia also invoked his rights to self-incrimination. So did George Kaplan. There was somebody else. I believe there's 4, but I know there's 3 right there. I know right off the rip. Kaplan, Eddie Garcia, and now Brianna. But Eddie Garcia, when he testified under immunity, he literally is destroying evidence or getting rid of evidence, giving Diddy the evidence in exchange for $100,000 in an envelope is 100% crime. So you know why he got immunity on that, because he's admitting that he committed a crime. What I think with Brianna is the drugs. I think the drugs. I got drugs for Diddy. I got drugs for them. I bought drugs because if you say you buy drugs, you are committing a crime. If you buy drugs, especially on the federal level, especially over interstate lines. So that's probably why she got immunity. She's going to testify that she was part of a crime, cover up, something going on. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, Frank Piazza. This man appears to come from Florida. He was discussed. Where do you work? Piazza says, legal audio and video. And he gives a site, legalaudiovideo.com. I'm actually going to go to the site. Legalaudiovideo.com. He's a video expert. Couldn't get to that site. Said not available. All right. So here we go. Where do you work? Prosecution's expert video witness. .com.press. This man here has testified in cases. He's a legal video expert. He's also spoke on CNN numerous times. He gives his expertise on video work. So he's on the stand right now. He's going to be talking about this video that you see. This photo here speaks for itself yesterday, by the way. This is Diddy watching yesterday in court, watching the video that was played again of him kicking Cassie. And he had to watch it in court. So did the jurors. Again. And it might be played again today, which is not good for Diddy. I think it's a brilliant move by the prosecutors to start playing this video over and over again for witnesses and let the jurors see it at the same time, right? All right, so Washington Post says about the immunity that Brianna's getting in the meantime while we wait here on Piazza. This is at least the 3rd government witness to get immunity. Yeah, I said 3. We just said 3. I'm thinking 4, but 3. They're saying 3 got immunity. Kaplan was 1, Eddie Garcia, and now. And each one of them, Kaplan also testified how he got drugs for Diddy himself, which is a crime. Absolutely, anybody that commits a crime should ask for immunity if they're going to testify. Absolutely. Because you open yourself up to major legal ramifications if you don't. All right, so this individual right here, Frank, on the stand. Legal audio video is available for interviews, expert commentary, and speaking engagements. Frank Piazza has appeared on Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, WPIX, and CBS News. and has been interviewed by Anderson Cooper, Dan Abrams, Katie Couric, and Rita Cosby, and others. In recent years, he has made presentations to the U.S. Attorney's Office, FBI, Legal Aid Society, private law firms, New Jersey Bar Association, and other private investigative firms. So this is a legal expert right here. He is on the stand. Frank Piazza. All right, what are you going to say, Mr. Piazza? Frank Piazza. So we got a photograph of Piazza. We'll keep Piazza's photo up here. What's he going to say about the 216 video? That's what I believe that he's going to be talking about, the 216 Intercontinental Hotel video. I think he's going to be just talking about like it's legit. The authenticity is real. Maybe something about it being sped up that the defense is complaining about, that they think it's been altered. He's sworn in. He took the stand wearing a dark suit. Dark suit. All right, Frank Piazza. Not to be confused with Mike Piazza, the baseball player. Piazza, the name sticked out. Piazza. Remember the baseball player? Catcher for the Mets. Also the Marlins. At one point, didn't he play for the Marlins? In the meantime, while we wait for more information about Piazza, well, pretty much Washington Post pretty much said the same thing where he said, woman Combs allegedly dangled from a balcony will get immunity for her testimony. All right. So we know that already. She got her immunity. Well, I can't wait to hear what I can't wait to. This is a big day. Listen, this is a big, big day. First, we're going to hear this guy. Now, this is important, but the next two ones are like, whoa. Cassie's friend, Rihanna, balcony. She's going to testify next, it appears. Or soon, today. Definitely today. Piazza might be here for maybe an hour or something. I don't know. But we don't have any update yet on what is being said. Basically is most of the witnesses when they start out, where do you work? Who are you? Here we go. AUSA. Have you testified before? Piazza says, mostly criminal matters. I've done some civil and depositions. Have you been qualified as an expert? Piazza says 50 times. AUSA. We move to qualify Mr. Piazza as an expert. No objection from the defense. Judge, he's officially an expert. All right. So the defense can't say he's not an expert because if they had their opportunity to say, we don't feel like he's an expert. He's testified that he's testified multiple times in criminal matters, civil, and depositions. Said 50 times. 50 times, I guess. What qualifies someone to be an expert? You got to testify a couple times. What? But the defense had every opportunity to disqualify him, and they didn't. So he's in. He's in. He's admitted as the expert. Let's go. What is he going to say? We want to hear from your expertise, Mr. Piazza. What could you say about this video that we don't know about? What do you think the strategy here is to bring this guy on? We are about to find out. Continuous coverage of the Diddy trial. I see a lot of people piling in. Come on in. Frank Piazza on the stand in real time. Diddy trial. Frank Piazza. Forensic video expert testifies in Diddy's sex trial. Examines hotel attack footage. It's coming from Fox News. What they're saying is they're going to bring this guy in to talk about examining the hotel attack video. So Diddy and all the court is going to see, except probably not the gallery, but the parties involved here. They've been keeping some things from the gallery and the spectators. I'm not so sure about the video though. I think they've been playing the video though. It's going to be played again. He's going to review this video and give his expertise on it. He is an expert. All right. What do we got? Come on in, sir. How many times have you worked for SDNY, Southern District of New York? That's who's prosecuting Diddy right now, SDNY. He says 50 or 100 times. AUSA, does that impact your testimony? No. He says, I do 75% defense work. Are you being paid? What is your hourly rate? He makes $295 an hour being an expert. Dollars, yes. But one thing that's interesting here, folks, of all the work and all the testimony that he has done at trials, 75% is for the defense. He works as an expert for both the defense and the prosecution. So you can't necessarily, Diddy's defense can't necessarily undermine and say you're biased like they would on Hughes with this guy when 75% of this guy's testimony at trials is for the defense. I think that's a smart move by the prosecutors right here. Get an expert on this field, but get an expert that has testified a lot for a defense in cases, just in case the defense says you're a hired mercenary. You'll say anything because you're pro-prosecution, you know, that type of talk. And they do that, right? Because a lot of times, you know, in cases, experts are experts in a field that's favorable towards one side. Prosecutor will bring up a prosecutor expert. And you heard Dr. Hughes when Hughes was on. She's like, I don't. She said something like perpetrators or offenders. I don't speak on behalf of any offenders, which they claimed was like she's biased. She's biased. All right, so $295 an hour. That's pretty good, right? Even for an expert here, $295 an hour. Probably have to pay his travel expenses too, hotels, travel, meal ticket. Not bad, right? $300 an hour. It's not bad. How many hours has he worked on this case? Anyone the prosecution hires, taxpayers. Anyone the defense hires is really the defense. Less the public defender, but the defense, I believe that they have to foot all the bills on their people. Prosecution calls forensic video expert in Diddy's sex trafficking trial. The prosecution called forensic video expert Frank Piazza as their first witness on Wednesday. Piazza told the court he works as a forensic audio and video editor for legal auditing video. He has said he has been doing this since 1995 and is a certified video technician. Piazza explained he also does video enhancements and has spent thousands of hours analyzing videos for edits. He has testified in both criminal and civil cases. The jury in Diddy's trial has been shown the surveillance video of the rapper attacking Cassie on March 5th, 2016. That video, March 5th, 2016. That is a Fox News report. So that's what he's going to be talking about, the video. But can you say, I mean, can the defense, is the defense going to try to tell the jury or try to say the jury, like, this isn't true or this video is not true? I mean, how are you going to go and deny? I mean, it's on video here. How are you going to deny that that happened? Or are they trying to say that the way the video makes it look like it's much worse than it is? They've said something about speeding up the video to make it more faster than it is, maybe to make Diddy look like he's hitting her faster and more viciously. Fact is, he kicked Cassie. Fact is, she fell to the ground. Fact is, you saw what happened to Cassie at the hands of Diddy. Regardless if it's sped up, slowed down, whatever, he did it. He put his hands on her. So to me, if they sped it up, they sped it up a little bit. We'll see. We'll see. We shall see. A lot of people are coming in. Come on in. I see a lot of people piling in like normal every day. This is the go-to channel when it comes to this. So make sure you stay in. Get yourself some coffee. Sit back. And we are listening to the testimony of Frank Piazza, a forensic video expert. Waiting for the next bombshell to drop. Here we go. You analyzed cell phones and surveillance videos. Piazza says, yes. AUSA, let me show you. Here we go. Video of Tao Combs kicking Cassie on the ground is shown. The jury is now seeing the video again. What is the time frame? He goes frame per second. It can cause a video to have more info per second. All right, so he's going into the frames. The frames. I saw a comment, the speed doesn't matter. He kicked her. End of story. I concur with that. He kicked her. End of story. You can frame it and you can edit, or as far as make it slower or faster, whatever. It happened. To me, it happened. And the defense already clearly never said it didn't happen. Never said that this is fake. All right, where are we at? Come on in. See if we get anything, new information. 14 minutes ago, Washington Post talking about Brianna. Piazza's on the stand. We're going to get an understanding of what he's saying. Analyzing frames, speeds of this video. Jory seeing the assault video yet again focuses their mind back to hating Combs. 100% spot on. Whether you feel like this guy's relevant or not, the point is they were able to bring someone in just to talk about this video, but the jury sees this video again. So there's multiple days now that the jury has seen this video, and I think it's a very, very bad look for Diddy. When you have people that they keep honing in on this video, because this is all the jury's seeing. The jury's seeing this. The jury's seeing this. And it's hard to stomach it. It's hard for anyone, whether you're male, female, anyone, to see this video and be like, this is okay. Or this, this is bad. And they're reminding the jurors that. I think it's a brilliant move by the prosecution. This cell phone video of a video, was shot on an iPhone 6, 30 frames a second. It was not edited or tampered with, I found. Okay. So Piazza just dropped the nuke. He's saying the video was not edited or tampered with. And he's saying it was shot on 30 frames a second. AUSA, did you reach a conclusion? Piazza says they are accurate. Boom. And the surveillance videos, he goes, they were issues. I don't know what that means. They were issues. Issues. People are like, what are issues? What are issues? What does he mean by issues? All right, so video expert talking about it being taped on an iPhone 6, 30 frames a second. He's saying it was not edited or tampered with. Not edited or tampered with. All right, we have a comment here. Don't get caught up in the hourly rate. I am $295 an hour. But it's not like I get $295 an hour. There are so many costs involved. Not saying Diddy's any other than a POS. He's trash, and I never rep him. They love Charlie. Thank you. Congratulations on your $295 an hour. Wow. Whew. I wish I made that much. Thank you for the comment. And nice to see you every day here. They love Charlie. Every day you've been here. Awesome. Thanks for spending the time. You could be anywhere else in the world, and some of you are here every day. Appreciate that. I really do. I really appreciate that. All right, so the conclusion is the iPhone 6 video at 60 frames a second was not edited or tampered. So the edited and tampering narrative has just been shot down by the expert. Let's move on. But in the meantime, the jury sees the video again. They might be showing it over and over right now. The jury might be seeing this video because Diddy has to see it there when he's sitting in a chair. And you know, how does Diddy feel now? He thought $100,000 was going to make this all go away with the video. He thought that he could cozy up to Eddie Garcia and his crew. Hey, Eddie, my love, you got something I want. You look like a nice guy. Here. Money and accounting machine. Here's for you and your friends. But you got to sign an NDA. But Diddy thought this tape would be gone. He thought this incident would never come to light. And now he's sitting in a chair as a defendant, most likely going to get the rest of his life in prison. If convicted, most certainly, probably. And he has to watch it while it's being played. The tape he thought was gone, that no one would ever see. And here he is, watching it. He thought he was free, home free, and then ghosted Eddie My Angel. Yeah, by the way, Eddie My Angel reached out to him a little bit later and was like, hey, I'm looking for some work. And Diddy just no rap for Diddy. Diddy didn't even respond. Diddy ghosted him. And now here we are. Diddy's watching it on the screen in the court. An expert just testified that the video that was taken on the iPhone 6 was not edited. And it is legit. Diddy thought he was smart. He's stupid. Drop the mic. Mic drop. Mic drop. He probably thought he would never get caught. The feds. The feds. The feds will come in there and swoop you up. And when the feds got you, they got you. He paid $100,000 just to get exposed. How cool was that? He paid $100,000 just to get exposed. Frank Piazza analyzed the intercontinental assault video for the government, as well as videos of Sean Combs' freak-offs. Obtained by federal investigators. He said in his testimony Wednesday morning. So Washington Post is also reporting that he's analyzed some of the freak-off videos, the authenticity of the freak-off videos. Piazza is an expert in video forensics and is being paid $295 an hour for his testimony. That's much less than the $600 an hour. Another expert, forensic psychologist Dawn Hughes, was paid for her time on the stand. Hughes is getting double than him. A forensic audio and video editor named Frank Piazza is on the stand, expected to testify to the validity of security camera footage that shows Combs attacking Cassie in the Intercontinental Hotel hallway in 216. The parties have debated the scope and format of the video evidence, which is key to the prosecution's case. See, the defense is trying to say it was altered or that it was sped up to make him look worse than it was. That's what the defense was claiming. He just debunked that. He just debunked it. What else are you saying? All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, so he's talking about these frames. The clock was sent to play 30 frames a second, but this was 22 frames, so it played faster. We had to account for that. How? We counted the frames and used software to correct the timing. Were the surveillance videos altered? No. Expert has now just testified that the surveillance videos were not altered. So now the iPhone 6, because remember, there was two different recordings here. One from an iPhone 6 and the surveillance videos, right? There was that. He's just testified the iPhone 6 version was not edited or tampered with, and now he just testified the surveillance videos were not altered. Prosecution just got what they wanted. That's it. I think that's it. I think in a second, he's going to be done talking. He's the video expert. He analyzed the videos. He's saying that they're legit, pretty much. In a nutshell, they're legit. And this is a guy that has testified 75% of the time for the defense on video stuff. So what are you going to get him on? Who's going to cross him? I think we're going to get crossed any second. I think that's it, pretty much. Soon. Piazza says with the video surveillance, maybe the surveillance videos, not the iPhone 6. He says here, the video stream was corrupted. This has caused a distortion. AUSA, the whole file or just these small pieces? He goes on to say the corruption exists in the video stream. There is a structure called a GOP, a group of pictures. We have predictive frames. I think he's going to be off the stand very, very shortly. What do we got? What does all this mean? Come on in and share your thoughts. Video. The video is being played again for the jurors to see. Day 16 of the P. Diddy Combs trial. Frank Piazza is on the stand. And Piazza is sharing about the video, saying it's legit. Yeah, Piazza. Diddy has, we like to use this photo here because Diddy is more or less watching it to himself. It's playing on the screen. They play it again, they say. Goes on to say, Piazza, you don't know this, but a static camera does not record a wall that doesn't move each second. It is repeated. Only what move is recorded. Thank you. Hey, USA, play 55 seconds. Video shown. Combs throws Cassie to the ground and kicks her. Oh my God, they're literally like trolling Diddy. I get what they're doing here. He's just explaining about the video and the different frames and whatnot, the stream of it and the movements of it. But at the same time, the AUSA is playing it again. And I think this is really strategically being done right now to rub this in Combs's face. So the jury continues to see it. They're playing it again. They played this video multiple. Think about this. Think about this. The video's bad. You know Diddy's people know that that it's legit. But the prosecution is bringing in this expert to doing like a play-by-play analysis of this video and describe the technicalities and the different sets in it. But at the same time, they keep playing it over and over and over again for someone to analyze this while the jury is watching the replay over and over. It's almost like a reason to keep it on the screen for the jury, you know, to keep seeing it and seeing it and seeing it. Brilliant move by the prosecutor there. Brilliant. Brilliant. Plus, to undercut just in case the defense tries to challenge it in any of these shades or different frames not right. We don't know we don't know if this thing has been doctored or altered. That's what he's also there for, to shoot that down. Unbelievable. This is bad for Diddy. Video shown. Play 55 seconds. Video. Combs throws Cassie to the ground and kicks her. That's what the jury's seeing right now. The video again of Diddy kicking her. And he's going through the analysis. Plus, he's already, Washington Post also said that apparently he's looked at some of the freak off videos too, and has challenged the authenticity of them too. The jury seeing this video repeatedly has to be great for the prosecution. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. This is a win for the man. This is going to be a brutal day for Diddy. Brutal. Brutal. Reason being is you have this being played to the jury, the tape. Then you're going to have Brianna testify about being hung out on a balcony in Cassie's apartment and some sort of criminal activity where she got immunity. Then you're going to have Jane Doe talk about the egregious things that was done to her. That's like bam, bam, bam on Diddy in one day. Bad day for Diddy. Because one, Diddy's defense is not going to be able to cross Jane at all. They'll cross Brianna, but Brianna also got this lawsuit against Diddy for $10 million. This is a bad day for Diddy. Bad day. Just optic-wise, the way they're seeing these things. Bad, bad day. Oh, man. All right, so let's see what's happening here and see if he's sharing the video again. If they're sharing the video, what does he have to say? All right, we're still on the video. They're showing the video. AUSA, again, getting this violent attack in front of the jurors' eyes. Jurors see this. They're seeing the video. They're seeing him in a towel. He's already testified. That has not been altered. Hasn't been edited. Hasn't been tampered with. Man. Crazy for Diddy. Straight up crazy. All right, here we go. NBC News, no update there. Let's see the Fox feeds. I'm looking at the Fox also has reporters apparently in there too. Forensic video expert testifies footage of Diddy attacking Cassie was not manually altered. Goes on to say, Frank Piazza, a forensic video expert, testified that cell phone footage capturing the surveillance video of Sean Diddy Combs attacking Cassie was not manually altered. Piazza analyzed a total of 5 phone videos for the prosecution, 2 cell phone videos, and 3 surveillance videos. According to the expert, the cell phone videos are videos cell phone recorded off a computer screen or a video of a video. The surveillance videos he analyzed were videos taken by a security system with 3 different digital camera angles. Piazza claimed the cell phone that did the recording was an iPhone 6. He said there could be distortion issues, shaking issues, color lighting, and reflection issues. He explained they can be common with cell phone videos. Piazza said the cell phone videos were recorded on March 5th, 2015. That day, Diddy was seen on surveillance footage. Why did I say March 5th, 2015? I think they mean 16. That's a typo. That day, Diddy was seen on surveillance footage attacking Cassie at Intercontinental Hotel. The jury was shown a cell phone recording of the surveillance video. In the video, Diddy is seen kicking Cassie. Piazza said he determined the cell phone videos were not manually altered. Goes on to say, according to the forensic video expert, the cell phone recorded the surveillance off the system and captured a clean version. So there's your updates there on that aspect. It lays it out. Oh boy. So again, they were showing him a video of Combs who threw Cassie to the ground and starts kicking her. AUSA says, did you see pixelation in this one version? He says, yes. AUSA goes on, does it represent manipulation? No. He said, you can choose motion activity. The camera only turns on when there is a motion, but it causes timestamp issues. Go back frame by frame. I want to point something out. Again, this is bad for Diddy because they're watching it again. They're watching it frame by frame, and yikes. This just is in the jury's mind right now. Ingenious move by the prosecution. Pure genius right here. Piazza goes on to say, this seems to be a collision of 2 issues. He goes, look at the male sitting down. There appears to be a ghost of a person. He goes, the motion activity begins to sense that we have motion. Now there's a full figure in the frame. That file was corrupted, he said. Oh, man, Diddy. Diddy, you're caught. You got an expert that's sticking it to you right now. An expert that normally testifies for the defense in criminal trials around the country, civil, criminal, and deposition. 75% of his cases is for defense. Video shown of Combs beating Ventura not altered, witness says. The primary task of this video expert appears to be authenticity about the video footage of Combs beating Ventura in a Los Angeles hotel room, and that it has not been altered. The authenticity of the video, and also that it has not been altered. Believe that they're getting ahead just in case the defense wants to say when it's time for them to present their case, any future attempts possibly to say that this thing is saying it was edited or whatnot. Defense is in big trouble here. big trouble here. So what is the defense going to do? Get their own expert in and say that it has been edited, doctored, altered? Because this one is saying that it isn't. And he's an expert. And he's been all over the networks. He speaks expertise. Even the defense didn't even dispute him being an expert. So they didn't question his. Now, they might on cross start questioning his credentials. We'll see that. Try to discredit him. We'll see if that route works. But, man, crazy look right now. In simple terms, RICO, Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organization Act is a federal law that allows the government to prosecute people for a pattern of criminal activity that's part of an ongoing criminal enterprise. It's like a tool to break up organized crime groups by targeting their leadership, heads of the snake, and the overall structure of their illegal activities. Charles House, thank you for the comment. And we point out a lot about the RICO over and over and over, just to get people to understand what RICO is. It's a continuing criminal enterprise. You need a head of the organization. Government says that is Sean P. Diddy Combs. Government is saying Bad Boy Enterprises is a front, and criminal activity comes from Bad Boy Enterprises, Combs and his inner circle, listing a rack of crimes. We've already shared so many crimes I can't even remember. Forced labor, sex trafficking, extortion, arson, bribery, just to name a few offhand. Read the law, Mickey says. Mikey, yes, read the law. Diddy won't walk. I don't think he walks. I don't think he walks at all. I don't even think that he gets exonerated on any of the charges. I think he's going to be convicted all across the board here. But even if some of the smaller, like, he's facing decades on any conviction here. Did you make a compilation? Yes, Piazza says. Your office requested it. They are edited to track the movement of individuals inside the event. AUSA, does it have different camera angles on it? Piazza says yes. How did you show the changes? Black screen. So this is all like technical stuff he's going through right now. Just talking about the video, him and the prosecutor going back. Prosecutors asking questions about the videos and how he came up with his analysis. I just think the most important key here is he basically saying that these videos have not been edited or tampered with. And he's also saying that the surveillance videos have not been altered. I mean, he already pretty much laid it down that these videos are legit. Prosecutor now is just asking for specifics and things like that. I don't think he's going to be on much longer. We'll see. We shall see. He did his job, I think. But we'll see what the defense has to say on cross. We'll see if they trip him up, what angle the defense can do on this, if at all. I believe there has been like a witness or two that the defense either asked one question or cross or said no further questions or no questions at all. "47 seconds ago, Fox News reports surveillance footage of Diddy's 2016 hotel attack was not tampered with. Testimony. According to a forensic video expert, the original surveillance video from the Intercontinental Hotel showing Diddy beating his then-girlfriend Cassie was not tampered with. Frank Piazza, who analyzed 3 surveillance videos and 2 cell phone videos of the same footage, explained there was a speed playback issue and there were distortions throughout. He said the timestamps of the surveillance footage behaved the same way the video behaved. Piazza noted that he was able to correct the speed issue. However, the expert testified the motion activity was embedded into the file itself and cannot be changed. The jury was shown the corrected surveillance footage videos. Piazza said they watched and counted the frames to see the surveillance was faster and slowed them down. And he said at a reduced speed, the cell phone video and surveillance videos are in sync. Piazza explained there is a process where the original system records in a native format and then transcodes the file. In that process is where the errors take place. It does not mean there is a human alteration or tampering with the file, he testified. Piazza determined the surveillance videos were not manually altered because after identifying the speed issue and fixing it, the cell phone videos and surveillance videos play exactly in sync. He also determined the videos accurately play back as the underlying footage. Boom. That's it. Game over. Game over. He just testified that it's all legit. So what are they going to do? What is the defense going to do? Not a good look for Diddy. I think the defense is just going to basically, like on the cross, might say, well, it's corrupted. How do you know for sure? How do you know for sure? Brianna is next. B as in B. Brianna. With a B. Balcony incident. She's coming up next. But in the meantime, he's still on the stand. And we're listening in to see exactly if he says anything interesting. In the meantime, I'm scouring around, looking around to see some updates. Nothing new on NBC News. See if we got anything new on Fox News. Also have to look at it. Yeah, it was not tampered with. So there you go. I think they're still ironing out. He's not done yet. Forensic, this is the CNN report. Oh, look at this. All right, so this is interesting. The ending here. Forensic video expert testifies intercontinental surveillance footage was not manually altered. Forensic expert Frank Piazza testified that the surveillance footage March 5th, 2016 incident recovered from the Intercontinental Hotel system was not manually altered. He said he slowed the footage to real time because of a technical file conversion process had inadvertently sped up the video. Piazza testified that the timestamps in the surveillance video do not always accurately reflect the actual time of day. It goes on to say the jury is viewing the video for at least the 8th time since the trial has begun. That is a key word right there, the 8th time. That means the jury, it's not like the jury saw this one time and that's it. Christina Sanders, thank you very much. Very, very grateful for that. Whoa. The 8th time. All right, we got more testimony here by Piazza, so I'm going to read it through. Magnolia has it up on the screen. Is this a compilation? Yes. Play the first 30 seconds. What is happening? Piazza goes on. The male is running down the hallway. He throws her down. Now dragged her on screen. What did the man just do? Piazza says is dragging the woman, holding the bag. Yo, they're going. This is why this is bad for Diddy. He's literally going frame by frame, describing what Diddy's doing to Cassie in the video. And the jurors are all watching. This is bad for Diddy. Now he describes what we all saw on the video and what the jurors are seeing. He's describing it, and they keep playing it. Repeat, 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 repeat. It's almost the fact that by the jurors' leave time, the jurors leave today, they'll know every frame of this video. They'll know every little nook and cranny. They're watching it. It's bad. Having him state what's in the video is a smart legal strategy here. You can't get around that. Brilliant. This is a masterpiece right now. What is he holding? Piazza. It appears to be a cell phone. Glowing. So again, showing, analyzing. That would be like us having the video up here on our screen and just playing it over and over and saying, hey, what do you all think? What about this part? What about this part? What is this about? But we're just like, what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to say is they're rubbing it in. They're rubbing it in right now in his face, Diddy's face. They're rubbing the video in. The video that he paid $100,000 to try to make it go away. Eddie, my guy. And here we are. It didn't go away. And as Eddie testified to KK, it's bad. It's really bad. What is he holding? It appears to be a cell phone glowing. Now, let's focus on what happens in the mirror. Play it. What happened? They're playing it again. Playing it again. Missy, thank you. Just heard on the radio a woman de-dangled over the hotel balcony will be on today. Yes. On today. Missy, we've talked about her. Brianna, she'll be on today. Christina Sanders, welcome to JLR Investigates. Welcome. Welcome aboard. Thank you for being a member of our great channel. We are a big growing family. We have all types of members from all walks of life, from every nook and cranny of this great earth. We're a really good chat because we have a chat. We're a big family. Share. You know, we are pro victims on this channel. We're not going to sugarcoat it. We support victims on this channel, and we're always where the action is at. Always on this channel. We go to the scene, report from the studio like we're doing here. This job assignment for Diddy for us, I think, was good for us to do it this way instead of me being up there outside the courthouse. I think it would have been harder to relay the information. And we're hearing in real time what's going on. I think it's great. There's somebody taking a selfie. There's one thing that we've noticed out there is people out there come out there and they film. And all right, so here we go. What was it? How was he holding? It appears to be a cell phone. Let's focus what happens in the mirror. Play it. What happened? The male picked up a small object, what appears to be a vase, and threw it across the room at the woman. Oh, the children have arrived. Oh, an hour after testimony begins, someone from, we'll see who this is. The van has pulled up. They're late today. They're even later than yesterday. Yesterday, they came about 9:40. The van has come late. Why does his children, how many are coming out? It's only going to be 1, 2, 3. Who's coming out? Make your predictions. How many children or how many of his kids? I gotta stop saying children because they're not children. How many are coming out? How many? You think all of them? 1, 2. I would say 3. I would say 3. 3 sons. We'll see. His 3 sons. I say 3. I say 3. Here we go. Who's coming out? We're all sitting here on standby. And then we'll go back into the testimony. But this is one thing we do every day when peeps come out. We'll listen in. Oh, here comes the doorman. The doorman, here it comes. Here we go. Boom. That's it. Where are the rest? Any more? Following one. What's going on here? Look, yesterday his shirt was untucked. Justin, do we got anybody else though? I haven't seen King Combs. I haven't seen Christian. Not what's going on here? Somebody said Christian is in Spain on vacation. A vacation in the middle of someone going to trial? Vacation in the middle of their family going on trial? You know, the girls, they haven't came back since the first week. Ever since their graduation. They haven't been back. All right, so we're going to put this back up on the screen. Oh, they're doing a different angle here for the same feed. They're looping it again. That's it. Door closes. Look, he had a camera guy in the van. Did you see the camera?
Where young DQ, I said happy birthday, bro.
No, he's been smiling a little bit too. He's been smiling. All right. So maybe you could say that he's been the most loyal of all his kids coming in. All right, let's get back to what's going on. We'll continue to monitor to see if any other kids come as kids. Who else shows in support of him? Who gets in that van? Who gets out of the van? In the meantime, we have Frank Piazza still on the stand. He's talking about the video being played. And they're showing the part where Diddy gets a vase and throws it across the room at Cassie. This is probably about the 50th time now the jury has seen this video today. Over and over and over. So media is emphasizing that the jury has seen this video today alone over and over and over. While Frank Piazza shares the frames. Checking the other feeds right now to see what is being said. A lot of the media outlets are already jumping ahead to Brianna and her expected testimony. Could be a break before he gets crossed, possibly, as we're approaching 10:23 a.m. in the morning. Video shown of Combs beating Ventura, not altered. So we know that. What else are you going to say, Piazza? In the meantime, they're continuing playing. This is the man that's testifying. Frank Piazza, he's seeing the video. They're playing the video still right now. Another update goes on to say, continue playing. The prosecutor's like, continue playing. Who is emerging now? Piazza says, a female with a duffel, her luggage. AUSA, now who? Piazza says, the security person. AUSA, now the man, Combs, walks away. Holding what? Piazza says, it appears to be a cell phone. He puts it in his ear. Now, we saw the video. We saw what transpired and all that. So, again, playing the video. That's what they're doing right here, folks. Playing the video over and over and over again. Frame by frame. Ingenious. I don't think it gets any better than that for the prosecution at all. By continuing to play this video. This does nothing but hurt. They know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing here. And here's the thing about it is, Will the defense really cross him like that? Because if the defense crosses him, that means the defense has to play this video in order to cross him. Or do you think they'll cross him without showing the video? Like if they say, well, if you say the video here, that's why I feel like the defense really doesn't want this to be talked about. And I feel like when they cross, they're going to say very limited stuff. They want to get this out of the jury's mind. They want to divert people elsewhere. The defense does, unless the defense wants the jury to see this over and over to make the jury feel like this is just domestic violence. Like they've said from the beginning, this is nothing but DV. No RICO here. This is it. DV. He's not proud of what he did, but this is DV. Maybe the defense strategy at this point is like, hey, bring the video in, man. So cross will be interesting on this. But what I'm saying is you would think the defense doesn't want this played, no matter if they feel like it's DV or not. In their mind, you don't want the jury to see this. You don't want this is a perpetrator's worst nightmare right now, being exposed on video for doing violence towards a female. That is bad. That's just it doesn't get any better than that, than a man, a prominent man, a famous man assaulting a female on video. They don't want that out there. The AUSA, the prosecution wants to make sure jurors know exactly what took place. Magnolia put on, it was just DV, according to what the defense says, until he bribed and paid off hotel employees $100,000 in cash to get rid of the video. But it's just DV, right, folks? No crime was committed when he's bringing a hotel security to a warehouse where they called him on his personal number where he was nervous, he testified. Went over there and got all this money, counted it up in a money maker machine, money counting machine. Kind of like mafia style. Package it all into an envelope. Here you go. You don't disclose this to anyone ever again, do you? In the meantime, sign this NDA. If you share, you're subjected to $1 million in penalties. Got him in a contract to make sure he doesn't say or testify and all that cover up. And here we are today, still being played. The video didn't go nowhere. All right, AUSA, you find these accurate? Yes. And this was all the footage I had. Uh-oh. All right. Here we go. Here we go, folks. AUSA. So this video is over. AUSA. Let's now turn to the sex videos. Oh, boy. PX 201 to 210. Let me clarify. These are under seal. They were recovered from the Frank Black user on a device provided by the U.S. by Miss Ventura. Oh, boy, folks. Oh, my goodness. Now they're playing sex tapes. And Piazza is going to analyze the authenticity of these sex tapes. But key words here. They were recovered from the Frank Black user on a device provided to the U.S. by Ventura. Does that take us back to that device? Remember the agent testified about Ventura's devices and the username Frank Black on the devices? Is that what we're getting into now? What exactly were on those devices? Magnolia put it right up on the top of the screen. Remember, the IT agent who testified about extracting data from Cassie's devices, the Frank Black profile specifically. That agent did not get into that time about what was on the devices, but testified that Frank Black was a username. I think that's what they're talking about here. Now we're getting into what was inside those devices. What was in that device? The Frank user device. AUSA goes on to say, Magnolia, it says here, I pointed this out at the time and said we would see an analyst discuss the extraction. Now we're getting what is in that device. AUSA, these are enhanced versions of original videos created in 212 to 214. Mr. Piazza, what were you asked to do with the sexually explicit video? The prosecution asked him a question. Mr. Piazza, what were you asked to do with the sexually explicit video? Piazza, enhance the audio component. We admit these videos into evidence. No further questions. Boom. Boom. Sexually explicit videos that now have been emitted onto the right. We're not going to see them. But Piazza, what he did was enhance the audio component to those videos because that's his expertise. I can only imagine what are on those videos from 212 to 214 now that it has been admitted into evidence. Whoa. Break. Have you had yourself a break? We are on break, ladies and gentlemen. Little earlier. Usually the breaks are about 11 o'clock. We are on break. And you know what? Another brilliant move by the prosecutor. On these breaks, or have the jury remember that last thing that's said on the stand before they all usher out of the courtroom. The sexually explicit videos emitted into evidence that the jury's going to see from the Frank Black. We're not going to see because she said that they were under seal. Under seal. Under seal. We're not going to ever see them. We haven't seen the free calls. Personally, I don't even want to see them. It has already been established that they exist. They're legit. They're real. I don't want to see them. I don't want to see them. If they were there, I wouldn't watch. I wouldn't watch. I'd be like, this is gross. I wouldn't want to see it. I don't know if you would all want to see it. I don't want to see the video. I don't want to see the videos. I'm not into that. So this is bad. This is very, very bad for Sean P. Diddy Combs right now. Piazza just stuck that knife in him. He did. He did. Now, I don't know who's going to cross him. After the break is done, he gets crossed. They're done. They have no further questions. They left it at that. Frank user device provided to the U.S. by Miss Ventura. So Miss Ventura is giving evidence too. Not a good look for Diddy. Not at all. All right, so while we're on break, welcome aboard, folks. Come on in. Come on in. This is the channel to be. We're listening in real time. We're learning new stuff about what's going on. Magnolia says CNN is charging for their Diddy trial updates now. Yes, that is another breaking news. If you click on the CNN site, they're now making you pay a monthly fee. But there's a way around it. Just click off and click back on, and you can get on there. But yeah, they're making people pay to get their trial updates. Forensic video expert testifies video compilation reliability depicts hotel surveillance. He confirmed that none of the videos show signs of tampering. He explained the whole concept about these videos. The point is, they're legit. Too legit to quit. Hey, yo, videos are real. Jury has now have in their possession to see 2012 to 2014 sex tapes handed over by Cassie to the government under the username Frank Black. Frank Black, numerous people have testified. Diddy is Frank Black. Diddy is Frank Black. Prescription bottles, hotel check-ins, the alias Frank Black. Cassie herself, Frank Black, said Diddy's Frank Black. No one can say that Frank Black is not Diddy. I mean, you could say it, but you're going to look like an idiot if you say that Frank Black is not Diddy. It's been corroborated on all these levels by both victims, hotel people, agents, even all the way up to his arrest in his hotel room in New York at the Park Hyatt, prescription bottles of Frank Black. Diddy is Frank Black. Period. Will his defense have any reasoning or say or try to say Frank Black is not him when it's their turn? Remains to be seen. I think they won't even address that issue. This is very bad for Diddy. Literally. All right, so let's see what's going on. NBC report. We are here in real time watching while we are on a break. Expert taking jurors through the step-by-step of the video. He was confirming the authenticity of the video and walking the court through versions of the video, showing events as they happen in chronological order. Frank Piazza confirmed that none of the videos showed signs of tampering and that they were all reliable. Whoa. Folks, what is Diddy's defense going to do here? Will Diddy's defense even have the audacity or the courage to bring the video back up on the screen and have Frank review it? Forensic video expert Frank Piazza testified that he enhanced 10 sex videos that were recovered from a laptop. Prosecutor said that Cassie Ventura turned the laptop over to the government. Oh boy, oh boy. Strategy-wise, and we're talking about the defense's cross. What are they going to do? Will they even cross them? Will they even cross them? Because at this point, you got to be very careful if you're Diddy's defense. You don't want these videos played again on cross. You're trying to get these videos out of sight, out of mind. Are they going to undermine his credibility? Are they going to try to say that he's a prosecutor mercenary and he has bias like they did to Dr. Hughes? Is that the route they're going to go? Are they going to say that his expertise is not reliable, subject to error? CNN goes on to say, forensic video testifies that he enhanced sexually explicit videos recovered from the laptop. 10 of them. 10 of them. The videos originally recorded in 2012 and 2014 were recovered from the Frank Black user profile on the laptop. Piazza also enhanced the audio and another sexually explicit video. Schmeizer's direct examination of Piazza is complete. Oh, Garagos will cross. So Schmeizer's direct examination is complete. The cross will be by Garagos in about 5 minutes. So please stand by. 5 minutes. What do you think is going to be said? What can they do here? I'm just trying to think, like, in the position of the defense, what do you do here? I doubt that they will put the video back up on the screen and question him about it. Plus, it might insult the jury's intelligence too. If you bring this guy back up on the stand, or, you know, while he's on the stand, you bring the video back up and you try to say that it's not legit or not, it might tick the jurors off. Or like, yo, we're not dumb here. Imagine paying $100,000 for a video to disappear, only for the video to go viral instead. Don't forget, folks, next after this is Brianna, the victim that claims that she got hung from Cassie's balcony by Diddy, 17th floor. She's going to be testifying with immunity. When most people testify with immunity, they are going to say that they've done criminal acts in the course of testimony. Drugs, violence, who knows what else remains to be seen. All right, come on in, come on in. Break is not done yet. AUSA got some real confidence in this case. And I will say, if you are pro-prosecution or you're studying what the AUSA and the prosecution is doing here, I would say you're probably thinking they're doing a great job. Matter of fact, I think they're feeling overly confident where, like they discussed last week, they might wrap up earlier, bring less people on because they don't feel like they need these people anymore. Who? Could be Chef Jordan. Definitely Gina, as Gina's not going to be here. And anyone that would corroborate Gina's story, they're shortening it for a week. Wow. Diddy, can't you see? What's he going to see? Because he's blind, baby. He's blind from the facts. He might be singing some Heavy D. You can't see what I can't see, or you can't see what I can see. I don't know what he's thinking or what he's seeing. Should have took the plea, Diddy. Whatever that plea was, should have took the pragmatic approach here, because this is a difference between possibly getting out of prison and never getting out of prison. And you really think, folks, ladies and gentlemen, if we got a conviction here and that judge is on the bench and the judge is the one that decides the sentence, you really think, after hearing everything that we've heard thus far, that if he gets convicted, that the judge is going to go easy on Diddy based off all these people testifying, some crying, some emotional, the graphic details, the years of what Cassie herself was subjected to? You think the judge is going to be like, well, you're convicted of all this, but there's hope for you, Mr. Diddy? No. You are in a position of trust. You are in a position that you were influential to millions of people that looked up to him. And he did this and conned people behind the scenes. And it was a monster behind the scenes, and it wasn't who he was or portrayed to be to the public. I think the judge is absolutely going to hammer him. And I honestly think when he gets hammered, literally that judge might say life. Like, this is worse than R. Kelly. This is worse, and R. Kelly's bad. This is just as bad as murder. You know, and I suspect the government thinks Diddy's involved with some murders. They just can't prove it. But these charges are so bad, even if he gets convicted, it's as if he did commit murder. You get what I'm saying? They know that. They know the numbers. You get convicted of all this, you're spending life. But it's very possible, considering what we've been hearing about Diddy, that he is involved with murderers out there. Who? You know the big name that people always say. Tupac. Some even say he orchestrated the murder of his own guy, Biggie. Some people say that, right? Other people say Kim Porter. There are others. Now, maybe he's not a murderer. But, man, he's charged with all these crimes, just short of murder. Have there ever been anyone, like, missing that's in the... Has the police ever contemplated going to the bottom of the East River? Scanning the bottom of the East River, looking for bodies down there? I mean, it's already been testified that he was threatening to put Capricorn Clark at the bottom of the East River if she didn't pass a lie detector test. Actually, if she didn't complete a lie detector test, not only if she failed it, but if she didn't complete it. She was so stressed she couldn't stay, and they were she couldn't take it, and they kept telling her to come back and come back, implying that if she doesn't take it, she's being thrown in the East River. Who else is at the bottom of the East River? If you're telling someone you're going to throw them in the East River, you possibly already probably put a body in the East River. Any missing people that never vanished in that clique back then? But Tupac, Tupac's a big name, guy out there, Keefe. He's blaming Diddy, right? Yeah. A lot of people say Diddy has his fingerprints all over that. Also Biggie, his own guy. So, I don't know. Where are all Diddy's supporters? Where is that bad boy family? Why haven't we seen anyone within bad boy family publicly standing out here? Anyone from that bad boy era back then? The beginning, or even the time where all these incidents happened. How come none of them are out there supporting them? How come none of them are standing out there going on the media at all, like regularly, and supporting him? Saying he's innocent. Has there been anybody? Maybe they're all hiding. Maybe they all made deals with the prosecutor too. The prosecution has reached out to almost everyone centered around Diddy over the last 15 years. Oh, they're doing their investigation. Feds going door to door. Anyone that had ties with Diddy back then, rounding up. They know the picture. They know more than what we know. And they know more than what will probably be revealed. There's a lot more to this. There is a lot more to this. They know. There's people within his inner circle that are probably saving their own skin. Where is the family? Where's P. Diddy and the fam? Where's P. Diddy and the fam, right? Album, P. Diddy and the fam, right? Where are they? Where are they all at? Where are they? Ray J is Diddy's biggest cheerleader. I saw Ray J. I think Ray J's supporting him. There's some people out there who will just go contrarian just to make a name for themselves and say, oh, yeah, he's innocent. Come on, man. You can't defend this. You can't defend this at all. You can't defend this at all. You can't defend Diddy kicking Cassie on the ground, throwing a vase, the way this all went down just on this incident. There would probably have been people that would forgive Diddy. Let's be real. If this was the only thing that Diddy did wrong and it was all centered around the 216 Intercontinental, hotel video. And it was about an assault. If this was what this case was, and only. And that's it. As bad as the video was, there would probably be people that would say they forgive Diddy, or, that was years back and he's moved on. And if he was living a good life, and let me just say this. If that was the only it, yes, it's bad. He needs to be held accountable. But I think he'd get much more support if it was only that video and that's it. And he never done no blemishes or nothing else since. And he was given a charity, and he was actually a good guy, not doing the RICO and everything like that. 'Cause some people forgive Chris Brown for what happened to Rihanna, right? Over the years. But we're talking about the tip of the iceberg. That only scratches the surface of the evil that has happened here. Going back over a decade, incident after incident after incident after incident after incident after incident. Threats, essays, freak-offs, coercive control, kidnappings, guns, drugs, RICO. This case is nothing to do with DV. Nothing. It's part the violence, but it's not domestic violence of just a simple domestic violence. It's RICO. We're not back from the break yet. We're waiting. They're still on breaks. He's going to be crossed. Garagos. She's going to be crossing. I don't know how much, and I don't know what she can do. I don't know what she can do here. Challenge his credentials. They're back. All right, we're back. We're back. Garagos, what is your understanding of the source of those surveillance videos? Piazza, the native system. Garagos, how did they come in your possession? Piazza says they were exported and transcoded. All right. So is she going to be challenging chain of command? Is that the route she's going? Chain of command. Appears that she's going the chain of command. Well, how do you know? How did you obtain these videos? Here we go, though. We'll listen in here and see what we got here. The native system. How did you get these videos? They were exported and transcoded. Transcoded. All right. Combs says Garagos. Who gave the surveillance videos to you? The prosecution office, he said. Who gave it to them? Piazza was like, I don't know. Did you say it was from a cheap system? Piazza says, I don't think I said that. Garagos, let me show you some notes. 3,500. All right. So apparently Piazza said something somewhere. So Combs' attorney's like, who gave you the surveillance? The prosecution. But where did the prosecution get him from? I don't know. Remember, he's hired to analyze videos and to test the authenticity, everything about these videos. Prosecution has the evidence. They reach out to an expert. They tell the expert to review this stuff and come up with your analysis. I don't think it's the experts has to know where the prosecution obtained it. He's saying he don't know. I guess they could tell him. I don't think that's important. Let me show you some notes. AUSA. This is only for the witness. All right, so yes. Judge says. All right, only for the witness. I guess these notes, they're not going to show the gallery. What's on these notes? 3,500. Combs is Garagos. So you called it cheap. Piazza says, I don't know when this document was created. Garagos, but you thought the system was cheap. In a way, Garagos, let me play you 10C103. All right. Some sort of video. 10C103. I think they're trying to get this guy to admit that at one point, the system that was used for these videos was cheap, to get him to admit that it's cheap. A cheap system. Go like a piece of junk system. Now they're going through some audio recordings that he said something at one point. 10C103. So we'll wait to see what happens there. I don't know if this is going to work, Miss Garagos. Where are you going with this? Washington Post 14 minutes ago. Sean Combs' mother, Janice Combs, is there today. We know that. They just put that out there. And one child. Come on in, folks. Come on in. On the stand. Does the cost of the source change the behavior in the video? Great point. I saw that comment come through. Does the cost of the source change the behavior in the video? Because no matter what, you can't change the behavior in that video. Do you really think the defense has the audacity to say that Diddy did not kick Cassie in that video? Because the point is, through all this talk about, oh, well, chain of custody, how did you get the video, how to get this, the speed up and everything like that. The point is, unless the defense flat out puts out on the record that this is a fake tape, this is AI, they haven't said that, the event happened. So what I think their strategy is to mitigate this and try to say, well, it's not as bad as it seems. That's, I feel like, their only strategy. Because you can't deny it. Just own up to it. Maybe you even win some hearts of some drawers if you just own it. Now, they've said on their opening, he's involved with domestic violence. Him and Cassie, mutual toxic, violent relationship kind of deal. Frank Piazza being crossed. Now they're playing an audio recording of him talking about cheap equipment. Cheap equipment. Let me play you 10C103. People say this is reaching on the defense part. They're reaching. Hey, somebody had a service dog going in there. That's a dog. Or is that a canine? They got a lot of canines around the courthouse. Don't think you're going to go to the courthouse and do some funny stuff. They got dogs and they got sophisticated bomb sniffers and all kinds of stuff. I think at the beginning, one person reported that they had people up on the roof, like marshals up on the roof monitoring the car. They didn't know what to expect. I don't know if they're still up there now. I think it's been super chill out there. There was one dude threatening to hit somebody with a lock if Diddy walks, or if Diddy walks out, they're going to hit someone with a lock. Some crazies come out there sometimes. I haven't seen videos of the crazies lately. All right, so stand by, folks. Stand by. Combs is Garagos. There are 2 minutes not shown. Talking about the video. She's saying there's 2 minutes not shown. This is my corrected version. But there are a few issues that we cannot correct. The system is buffering some of that time, and some portions were motion activated. So what it appears is Garagos is showing another version, or showing a version where there's 2 minutes missing in the video. Piazza is trying to say it's my corrected version on why 2 minutes is missing. So are they going to go around the fact that they're honing in that a couple minutes were missing from the video as to discredit the entire video, saying that this video shouldn't be trusted? I don't know if this could be reaching, but you know how defense does things. Sometimes prosecutions reach crazy too. I haven't seen really any reaching by the prosecution, by the way. All right, so they're discussing a video. Four minutes ago, Fox News said forensic video expert enhanced sexually explicit videos for Diddy trial. Goes on to say forensic expert Frank Piazza enhanced some sex videos for Sean Diddy Combs' trial. According to his testimony, the jury was shown a stipulation between the parties regarding the enhanced sex videos given to the government. Only the jury saw the sex video as it was entered into evidence under seal. Videos, plural. Video. Piazza confirmed he was asked to enhance the sound of one sexually explicit video. So we got some information about those sexually explicit videos. They have been shown to the jury under seal. Only the jury. Gallery could not see these. That goes bad for Diddy on top of this video right here. Garagos is trying to stomp Piazza right now, saying you left out 2 minutes of this video in your analysis. I'll see where this goes. It appears the tape has been the authenticity of it has been confirmed by the expert. So I don't know why the defense continues on this. Plus, don't forget about Diddy's apology video. So Diddy can't dispute that this is fake, or you can't just say that this is fake. He gave an apology video, right? He gave an apology video afterward. So, yeah. He gave an apology video. So how is he going to get around this? So I don't know where Garagos is going with this, but we'll wait and see. He's going to try to say, you messed the video up. Where's the 2 minutes? If the 2 minutes, missing 2 minutes doesn't fit, you must acquit. Is that the route we're going on? Because there's 2 minutes missing? That everything should be discredited? There are 2 minutes not shown. That's what Garagos says. Two minutes not shown. All right. Washington Post, no new update there. Let's see if the Independent has anything. They keep focusing on Brianna. Garagos is questioning Piazza about how he obtained the surveillance footage from how he obtained it and its quality and the missing 2 minutes from it. That's what's happening in a nutshell. So we'll go. No new update on that aspect yet. Check out the Fox screen. Nothing there. We'll go to CNN. CNN, just 13 minutes ago, jury is back from a short break. We know that. Let's go. Come on. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing yet. Still in the 2 minutes. Eddie Garcia, a former security officer at the Intercontinental Hotel, testified about how Combs allegedly tried to cover up the video, saying he accepted $100,000 from Combs in exchange for the footage. A lot of money, which Eddie Garcia said he got $30,000, $20,000 went to the other gentleman, and $50,000 went to the boss who gave the go-ahead to buy the video or sell the video. Buy it. Sell it. Sell it. Diddy buys, they sell. Now, will Garcia be name dropped by the defense here? I don't think so. We'll see. We shall see. A security workers, this comes out 2 minutes ago by the Washington Post. It ties into what's going on here. A security worker's straightforward story of Combs' $100,000 payoff. There has not been much about this case that's unambiguous. Witnesses have testified that they idolized Sean Combs even as he repeatedly abused them. Cassie, who accounts of being coerced to have sex with prostitutes are the central to the government's sex trafficking case against Combs, sent texts appearing to express enthusiasm for the freak-offs. That's why Eddie Garcia's straightforward and largely uncontested testimony Tuesday stands out. Goes on to say, Garcia was working and this is why this guy's on the stand now. Garcia was working security at the Intercontinental Hotel in 2016 on the day Sean Combs attacked Ventura, his then girlfriend, at the elevator bank on the 6th floor. Garcia recounted being approached multiple times by Combs' chief of staff, KK. Then Combs himself, as they tried to obtain the security footage of the attack. Combs referred to him as Eddie, my angel. Garcia recounted on the stand. He kept repeating that I sounded like a good guy and he believed I could help. Garcia testified that after his supervisor agreed to give Combs the video in exchange for money, Garcia met with Combs and received $100,000 in cash from a brown paper bag. The jury viewed contracts Garcia signed for Combs, the NDAs, avowing that no other copies of the videos existed and that he wouldn't disclose their deal. Combs, now this is important. This goes yesterday. Combs' defense did not challenge this account during cross-examination, focusing instead on a paragraph from the contract that suggested that Garcia could go to law enforcement if he wanted to. Garcia said on the stand he didn't actually read the contract. Now, that's fair. A lot of people get contracts in front of them. Sign the line. You don't read through every word. You're supposed to, but most people don't. You don't read through every single word of a contract. So Garcia said on the stand he didn't actually read the contract. He just signed it. Boom. Because he sees money. That's another thing about a contract. When you got money there hanging with a contract, I recommend reading the fine print on everything. There could be a catch. Something in those lines. In their opening arguments, the defense acknowledged that Combs paid Garcia money, but argued that it was solely related to preventing bad publicity for both Combs and Cassie. Other government witnesses have testified they felt coerced or forced to do things Combs wanted under the threat of violence or threats to their careers and livelihoods. The defense has countered much of this testimony by claiming that the events didn't happen as witnesses described, or that witnesses had their own reasons for participating in potentially illegal behavior. Here we go. Garagos right here. Combs is Garagos. They're playing the tape again, by the way. Let's again play the male coming into the elevator bank at 11:02. And then the timestamps are jumping around. On the video, Cassie is being kicked on the ground. Piazza is constantly playing catch up. Garagos, play ahead. We're at 11:11:28. So right now, folks, Garagos has, I mean, that's pretty brave, sharing it again. As we just read in the report, on their opening, the defense is opening, they have admitted that they paid Garcia money for the tape, arguing that it was solely related to preventing bad publicity for both Combs and Cassie. So I don't get what Garagos is doing here on the stand here with this guy when they, on their opening, they're basically admitting that this event happened and they paid because it was bad. It would be bad publicity. So what is Garagos doing here by taking you back to a tape where it happened? The event happened. They have acknowledged the event. So where are you going here? I don't understand. Please explain to me the logic here. The event happened. So why is she going through frame by frame now with this guy? You're only letting the jury see the video again. This damaging video. The tape is a nightmare for the defense. On their opening, they admitted that they paid this Garcia guy. That Diddy paid the Garcia guy because of this. Why don't they play the apology video? Garagos, why don't you do that? Play the apology video. Play the apology. If you're going to play this and you're so gung-ho about playing this, which I feel is a dumb, bonehead strategy, but again, these are the experts. This is the dream team. I mean, I'm reading the comments. I'm watching your comments. I'm seeing your comments, and you're all like kind of like on the same page as me. A lot of you. Not everybody. But it's like, okay, yeah, great strategy here. Play the tape again for the jury. Mind renewal. Thank you. Be your transformed. BA. Thank you. Very great. Yeah, I don't understand what the hypocrisy is. The hypocrisy here. Video expert admits footage of Diddy hotel attack could have come from a cheap surveillance system. During cross-examination, a forensic video expert admitted the surveillance footage of Sean Diddy Combs attacking Cassie could have been recorded on a cheap system. Goes on to say, Diddy's lawyer, Garagos, asked Frank Piazza about the source of the surveillance videos. The expert claimed the source is a native system. He explained the videos were exported and transcoded at some point, according to Piazza. The cell phone video corroborates the surveillance video. Garagos asked if Piazza researched the system, which the defense attorney labeled cheap. She showed the forensic video expert a document to refresh his memory, and he replied, possibly. Okay, the system's cheap. So? Again, to me, it's like, yo, the event happened. Diddy's made an apology video about that. If the event didn't happen or the videos were fake, which has all been corroborated, different angles here, multiple videos about this, Diddy would have made a video saying that this is fake. Instead, he's admitting to this. The defense has admitted to this on their opening. that they paid the defense, that Diddy paid solely related to preventing bad publicity for both Cohen's and Cat. You'll pay someone for something that's fake, right? If that's the case, people can make fake AI videos or fake videos all over the place and blackmail celebrities. It happened. Yikes. All right, where's she going with this? Where are we at? Where are we at? Here we go. Garagos. The female picks up the house phone. There's some sort of cut. Can you explain? Piazza, can you back up and go frame by frame? Sure. But is the male separated from her? Question mark. Yes. The bag drop triggered it. Garagos, a 10-second difference? Crazy. They're reviewing the tape. They're reviewing the tape. And he said, can you play that again? That should be a definite response, what he should do constantly. Hey, play that again. I didn't see that right. Play it again. Washington Post actually did an article right here, a new update on Holly, his publicist. They did a whole photo of her. She arrived in a bright colored dress and black boots. So Garagos is trying to say within this video, there's some sort of cut. This is a weak argument. This is reaching, man. It is, to me, you're going to say something was cut on it, like a part in there. Therefore, none of this happened. Inner City Press might have to start up a new feed because his tweets are going funny again. All right, CNN's update says, video expert says he got surveillance footage from prosecutors, but he didn't know where they got it. So what is that? So Garagos might try to say that the prosecution altered this because Piazza's like, I got it from the prosecutors. I don't know where they got it from. Somebody tampered with this. Somebody altered this. Somebody tampered with it. Where are you going with this, Garagos? Where are you going with this? The video is still being played frame by frame. I think that's the dumbest move you can do. But if they want the juries to see it, hey. I wonder what the jurors are thinking here. When they're seeing this over and over, what do you think? What would you think? Well, how would you think? What would you think if we just sat there and played this video over and over and over and over again on the channel? The person that did it wouldn't want it out there like that. Over and over and over and over and over again. But their strategy is to let the jury see it. The defense. Defense is like, yo, let the jurors see this and let's analyze this from Piazza. Have Piazza analyze this thing and admit that there's times missing. That there's parts missing just a second or two away. Welcome aboard JLR Investigates. Piazza is still the video expert, is still on the stand this morning. We are 11:20 a.m. Eastern. How is everyone's day doing? Good afternoon, good morning. It is morning here, or good evening, because a lot of people watch from around the world. Defense is crossing Frank Piazza right now as we speak. Prosecution, while Piazza was on the stand, got him to talk about some of the sex tapes from 2012 to 2014, where he says he enhanced audio. That sex tapes, which were recovered from Cassie's devices that Cassie gave to the government, were under the name Frank Black, the alias that Diddy used. Norma, nice to see you, Norma. Thank you. Simply the best YouTube channel. We're not bad. We're pretty good here. Thank you. Flattered and I'm blushing. Appreciate all of that, everybody. We try our best here. We learn and we stay ahead of the curve. I don't know the strategy that she's doing by going on cross, but this is the strategy by saying certain parts of this video is cut out as if it's been tampered, but he's already said it hasn't been altered. The authenticity is legit. So I don't know. I don't know where we're going to go with this. We're continuing to wait. Is she just going to leave it the jury to use their imagination? Possibly, I don't know. All right, refreshing screens here. Trying to get some updates. Come on in. Footage of sex acts filed under seal. That is the last report by NBC News 14 minutes ago. The prosecution filed into evidence under seal 10 sex tape videos involving Ventura under seal. So the jury is now it's on the record. The jury has now seen 10 sex tape videos, or they will be reviewing them, but they're in the record for the jury to see. Donna, thank you for that, Donna. Taria, is that Taria? Lynn, thank you. Video killed the radio star. Video killed the radio star. Thank you for the comment. Video killed the radio star. We are waiting for an update. It looks like we're in a little lull right now. Ten-second difference. I saw some comments as like, Garagos, let this go. You're wasting time. Like, let this go. The defense is grasping at straws. This is how you make money off the diddler. Garagos is getting her money's worth right now, crossing somebody of nothing, because they're trying to discredit the prosecution. Yeah, I think they're trying to put the onus on the prosecution here, because he's already acknowledged, I got the tape from the prosecution. So are they trying to imply that the prosecution tampered with this video or whatever, or cut certain pieces out? But if the prosecution was going to cut pieces out, it just makes no sense. What little 10 seconds or 2 seconds in between could change the fact that Diddy was seen on video kicking Cassie, throwing the vase and all that stuff? What happened in that hallway? Every single thing in the vet. Holmes says Garagos. Let's watch it again. Did we just jump about 10 seconds on the timestamp? Piazza, yes. So they're getting him to admit about some sort of 10-second jump in the course of this video. A 10-second time jump. Again, the jurors are now seeing the tape again. They're seeing the tape again. Kokomis. Thank you, Kokomis. Kokomis. I like that. Kokomis. Kokomis. Love everyone's name. Everyone here is welcome. Come on in. Whatever opinion you have, share it. We'd love to see it. So what I think the reason why it's kind of a lull is they keep playing the tape. They keep playing the tape. Let's just keep watching the tape again, shall we, ladies and gentlemen, the jury? Let's watch the tape. A key piece of evidence in this whole trial, and it's just watch it over and over and over again. On cross, defense, cross. Brilliant move. Hey, Garagos, why don't you just put the tape in slow motion and slow the kicking and dragging frame by frame? Exactly. Just keep playing it, Garagos. You're doing a great job just letting the jury see this over and over. You really think the jury's going to think that this is not real or it's fake tape? Some people say you never want to tick off a juror or a jury or undermine their actual intelligence. Looking at all the updates here, we're still reviewing this video. I'm ready for Brianna, honestly. I've moved on from this one. But we're going to stay here. We're doing it in real time. Y'all keep watching the video over and over and over again. It really saves to everyone's memory how horrific Diddy is. Exactly. Exactly. Just keep reminding everyone what Diddy did. Great move, Garagos. You're doing a great job. Great legal strategy here. Unless they have another trick up their sleeve. Just keep playing the video over and over. Let the jurors see. Come on. At one point, I think maybe the judge would be like, you're repeating yourself. You're repeating yourself here. In the meantime, I'm scouring around to try to get some more updates, but I think we are pretty updated right now. Go hit that like for JLR and Magnolia's great coverage. Nina. Hello, Nina. Good morning. Nice to see you again. Yes, Nina, you've been around for a long time. How much stuff have we covered, Nina, in the last 18 months? My goodness. We've covered a lot, Nina. 18 months. Been all across the United States the last 18 months. How many places have we been? We've been all the way across the country. Oh, man, I don't even mean to jump. Oh, let me just share what Magnolia said here. Reminder, Garagos' father, Mark Garagos, you know Mark Garagos, Menendez brothers, Scott Peterson, defense attorney, CNN legal commentator. He's on News Nation a lot. He got in trouble by the judge for referring to the prosecutors as a six-pack of white women on a podcast with the TMZ guy, Harvey Levin, on the eve of the trial. I don't know if you all remember that. But Mark Garagos is also on the defense team. Now, I haven't seen him make any debut here yet. But apparently Garagos is on the defense team. And when he came on, he immediately went on, when he signed on to the defense team, he's going on Harvey Levin's TMZ's podcast, and he literally called the prosecution, the Diddy prosecution, a 6-pack of white women. And that judge was ticked. The judge is like, never, you can't do that, basically. And the judge went off to say that you got a new, I'll be watching what you say online, and you got a new subscriber. The judge told Mark Geragos, you got a new subscriber, meaning the judge. All right, here we go. Piazza, there is a 5-second offset between the two cameras. That's what you just showed. Combs is Geragos. Okay, the female picks up the phone and the male walks away. Starting the male. Why is she saying Geragos? Why is she saying the female picks up the phone and the male walks away? Start again, please. Why is she referring them by name? Is this him walking away? Yes. Play more. All Geragos is doing is really reinforcing what Piazza has already said. Like, I don't get this. I don't get what you're doing here, Geragos. They're playing the tape again. They keep playing the tape. All these different sets and frames. Notice Geragos says in the video, the female, and the male walks away. She don't want a name drop. Why? Huh. Yeah, I don't like the strategy that they're doing, but they're doing it right here. Play more. Geragos like, play more. I guess, hey, if it's out, let it out. Let all the air out. I know the prosecution's going to be like, huh? Where are they going here? Like, Nina gifted 1 membership. 1 lucky member. 1 lucky person is a member of JLR Investigates. 1 lucky new person. Welcome aboard. You won't regret being a member here. You really won't. You really don't. You never know what's going to happen in my neck of the woods. Something's going to pop off around here that always does. Florida's crazy. Hurricanes, shooters, weirdos, wackadoodles. But I will say that we are covering this trial extensively. Melissa, thank you. Thank you for the comment. Thank you, Melissa. Best channel. But I have said, we are going to be here every day just to remind everybody. And if anything else breaks off, unfortunately, we're not going to be covering anything else except this in this time. We would cover it later on in the day when court is over, or on the weekends for sure, anything breaking in real time. But during this, we are strictly focused on this. Like, I am glued to my seat because I want to know every single detail of this. And we now have it all like chronicle in order each day. Day 16. Because we can reference different days in the description of the video. We know who testifies, who's going to testify. We mark it. We know pretty much we can reference back to things if need be during the course of this trial. All right, Geragos is like, play more. Geragos, did you see this ghost-like figure in the cell phone video as in the surveillance video? Oh, my goodness. So they have the audacity to try to say a mystery person, a ghost-like figure is in the cell phone video as in the surveillance video. Piazza, the cell phone video was not high quality enough to capture it. But it's not there? Piazza, it's not. Mystery ghost-like figure. A mystery ghost-like figure. Dun, dun, dun. What is she trying to do here? Did you see a ghost-like figure in the cell phone video as in the surveillance video? She had the audacity to say a ghost-like figure. The only thing you should cross right now is your fingers and pray. I like that one. I saw that comment pop up. The only thing you should cross right now is your fingers and pray. That's the only cross that should be going on right now. Defense hates Diddy. There's no convincing me otherwise. Shooting himself in the foot. Self-sabotage here because, man, this is a ridiculous strategy that I'm seeing right now, unless you see otherwise. Right before our times, Sweet Jenna, thank you. Thank you, Sweet Jenna. Right before our eyes, we're literally two things are happening. Garagos is just basically saying, play the tape over and over. She's honing in on these, like, little gaps that have nothing to do with nothing. And now I'm talking about a ghost-like figure seen in the cell phone footage. Like, come on, man. That is crazy. Susan Cook, welcome aboard. Saw you pop up. New member. We love our new members, all of you. Yeah, man. NBC News is like lacking, man. They're like, where are they? What's going on? I'm looking at the media outlets, the other ones, to see what's up. See if anything. All right. So Fox News gave a little update about what is going on right now. Kind of like, let's listen in here. It says, Diddy's defense highlights missing time in 216 hotel attack surveillance video. Sean Combs' defense team spent time during cross-examination highlighting missing time frame in the 216 surveillance footage from the Intercontinental Hotel. On March 5th, 216, Diddy can be seen on the video attacking Cassie in the elevator lobby of the hotel. Cassie previously testified that she was attempting to escape a freak-off after Combs had become violent. During Frank Piazza's testimony, the defense played the surveillance footage showing the timestamps jumping around. The video expert claimed the frames were counted in every second. Some only have a couple of frames, but the system corrects itself and catches up. The jury was shown the video from 11:11:57 to 11:12:08, frame by frame, to observe the timestamp. In the video, Cassie is on the phone attached to the wall in the elevator lobby. There are 10 seconds of missing time at that point, they're saying. The defense. Piazza explained that it is not uncommon for security systems to have sensitivity of motion activation guide, whether it's triggered or not. He said if there is motion, the timestamp will change. According to Piazza, Cassie in the corner and Diddy just standing is not considered moving. He claimed the timestamp didn't change until there was distinct motion. So he's explaining. Christina says, riding this out to lunch. They have nothing. Maybe they're trying to buy more time so they know they can stall on Jane. Inconvenience Jane. Also, maybe they're trying not to get Jane on the stand today because, like I said, triple whammy. Him is very, very damaging because he corroborates the prosecution and validates that the video is legit. 2, Brianna, who's going to testify that she has been hung from a balcony and whatever else under immunity that she testifies. 3, Jane. And I said, if all 3 testify today, it is a bad day for Diddy. Bad day. So maybe, possibly at this point, they know that and they have to try to stall this guy as long as they can. So possibly Jane doesn't hit the stand today, so you mitigate it by only having 2 people on the stand. That's damaging because Jane is going to be absolutely brutal. They're talking about texts and all types of things with Jane. And Jane's going to be testifying for like literally a week. She has all the way up to Thursday of next week. until she flies out internationally. She'll be longer than anyone if they take up the whole week, which I believe they are. And they might end on Jane. Hey, defense, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters, the hallway, New York. Ghostbusters in the hallway? Is that the ghost? Is she trying to imply that ghosts are in the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles? I said New York City. Los Angeles, Ghostbusters. Woo-hoo. X-Files. Can someone hum the X-Files music? Ghosts. That's what the defense is trying to say. There's ghosts. There's ghosts in the hallway of the Intercontinental. Did you see a ghost-like figure in the cell phone video, Mr. Piazza? Ghosts. Ooh. Paranormal activity in the Intercontinental. Look, all the Ghost Adventures people are probably on their way to Intercontinental. Do you got ghosts here? Can we go in? Can we stay overnight? Diddy's attorneys claim there's a ghost-like figure in the hallway. when Diddy assaulted Cassie, there was ghosts in the hallway. That's pretty much what they're saying, a ghost-like figure. Did you see this ghost? Garagos literally said there was a ghost-like figure there. Oh my goodness, like ghosts are witnessing the assault. My goodness, we could go on and on about that, man. Yeah, the chat is funny. We're not even at Halloween yet. We got months away from Halloween. What horror defense for the defense here to do this. But we'll see. We'll see where they're going here. I mean, they're honing in on a couple seconds off. He's explaining how that works. Here we go. This is NBC News. And again, I think the strategy is the most ridiculous strategy by the defense. Security video getting an extended look by jurors. Enter Shaggy. It wasn't me. Shaggy. Security video getting an extended look by jurors. This is on the defense is doing. Piazza's testimony might be coming across as highly technical and as lawyers go moment by moment through security footage of Combs and Ventura. The rather dry testimony, though, has led to an impact of jurors having to sit through an extended look at Combs's brutal beating of his then-girlfriend, March 5th, 2016. While Combs's defense in opening statements conceded he's prone to out-of-control temper tantrums, this kind of reminder might not be helpful to his cause. Boom! NBC must be watching JLR Investigates in your tape, because that's exactly what we've been saying for the last 20, 25 minutes. You are letting the jurors continue to see Diddy do this to Cassie. You think that's a good strategy? Dumb. I think that's a suicidal strategy, man. Maybe his defense is trying to get him hemmed up and convicted, because who in their right mind, you would want that to be as far away from the jurors' minds as possible. Let this guy go. Bad strategy here, my take. And NBC seems like they called that out too, that strategy. You call out that strategy too. This kind of reminder might not be helpful to his cause. Boom. Scooby and Shaggy on the way. Now I remember Ghostbusters, the movie. Didn't they like make the call and they would like find all these like ghosts running around the hotel hallways, and they spray them with green slime, or they spray them with their little thing to put the ghost in the little ghost compartment. They electrocute like right by Diddy. There's a ghost. What are they trying to say? Ghostbusters need to come and get the ghosts out of the Intercontinental. We got the ghost. post. We got a witness. We got a witness. Got a witness to the assault. Ridiculous, man. We'll put a little humor today. Keep them coming. Keep the comments coming. We're still like, the reason why, like, I'm still waiting to see. Here's the thing about it is, he's testifying right now, Piazza. We're not getting much information because they're reviewing the audio, or they're reviewing the surveillance tape. And Garagos, for some reason, keeps saying, play more, play more, play more. Oh, okay, she's done. She's done. They probably heard us and were like, yo, we got to get this guy off the stand. Combs is Garagos. Mr. Piazza, thank you so much for coming. We have no more questions for you. She thanked him for coming. We have no more questions for you. Ms. Schmeiser, redirect. AUSA. So there are 5 minutes off. Question mark. Piazza said, my notes told me there was a 5-minute, 55-second difference. Another offset of 5 seconds. Do these videos reliable? Are these videos reliable and accurate and show what happened? Yes. You may go. He's done. He's done. That's it. Just a couple questions. That's it. Man, AUSA should have said, let's watch the video one more time, shall we? That's what she should have done. She should have rubbed it right in the face of the defense and should have said, Mr. Piazza, let's take a look at the video again on the reday. She should have done that. Just to rub it in. All right. He's gone. Piazza's done. He's out of here. Now, we're getting into some interesting testimony coming forward now. I believe the next witness is going to be Brianna. Brianna with a B. A.K.A. Banna. And, you know, it's all going to be centered around this dangling over the 17th story of balcony. I believe she's next. So we'll get confirmation here shortly. We're on a sidebar. Let's see what Banna has to say. What are the sidebars about? All right. I'll be back in 1 minute. I'm just going to get some more coffee because this testimony is going to be lit and fire. So I'm going to get some coffee and I'll be right back. All right. Welcome back. JLR Investigates. Had to go get myself some coffee. Thank you for being patient. So we are at a sidebar. The sidebar is still going on. So sidebar has not ended. Did the camera move while I was gone at all? Because usually the camera moves when one of these, after the people testify, they usually pile out. Did we have a camera moving? Kathy, thank you for being a member for 15 months. 15 months. No, what do we got? Camera moving, camera moving, camera moving. Sometimes when the camera moves, the individual that spoke will be coming out. I haven't laughed so hard in a trial like this. Thank you for the comment. We shouldn't be laughing, but we're gonna have some humor out of this. Unfortunately, I mean, that's just, we're humans, right? We're gonna have humans. It's a bad situation. It is. It really is. It really is. We're not making light about this at any way, shape, or form. I mean, these are serious. This is a serious matter. There is lots of victims here, but we will let out occasional laugh, humor on certain things. We're not laughing at any of the victims at all. I think what we're laughing at is the ridiculous defense of Diddy and just this, ways he's justifying here. Like, okay, we're back. We're back. Oh, okay. So Bana, I'm going to refer to her as Bana, B-A-N-A. She's on the stand. Bana, and she likes to be called Bana, she said. All right, Bana is on the stand. All right, we're back. We're back. She's on the stand. Get ready, folks. All right. All right, here she is. She is on the stand right now. What do you do? What do you work in? Fashion. Fashion. What did Mr. Combs do to you? He held me over the 17th story balcony, right off the rip. Here we go. Oh, boy. It goes from the second question right into, he hung me on the 17th story balcony. She went right into it. All right. So she's the one that is suing Diddy, involved with litigation. The woman who says that Sean Diddy Combs dangled her over the 17th-story balcony is now on the witness stand. A fashion designer, Bana, is among 3 witnesses prosecutors are expected to call to testify today. She filed a lawsuit against Combs in December of last year. She filed a lawsuit against Combs. We've read this lawsuit. She's on the stand now, alleging that in 2016, so around the same time Cassie got beat, right, by Diddy, 2016, the media mogul assaulted her and dangled her over a 17th-story balcony at a Los Angeles apartment of Cassie's apartment. Mouse, thank you for being a member. Welcome. Prosecutor said that a third and final witness, Jane, is going to testify after her. So what we're getting out of here is she's going to explain what happened here in Cassie's apartment. She's also testifying now with 100% immunity. Any after effects? She says she has night terrors. I wake up in my sleep. Who is this? She's shown a photo. I'm just seeing who that guy was. If that was the expert that testified, it didn't look like him. Who is this? Shows a photo. It's Cassie, my friend. I met her in 2016 at Young and Reckless, the streetwear company, then at Diamond Designs. But she's already said the after effects of her being dangled from the 17th floor balcony at the hands of Sean P. Diddy Combs says that she has night terrors from this. And I don't blame her. Imagine being hung from a 17th floor balcony. Imagine someone hanging you outside of a balcony. Diddy alone doing it. The mood swings of Diddy, as Cassie has testified, you know, you look at him the wrong way and you get punched in the face. He hung her from a balcony, 17 stories. Not like it's one story where if you fall, you will probably just sprain an ankle, you might get injured, but 17. If he would have dropped her, she would be dead. You're not living. No one is living from a 17-foot drop from a balcony. No. She says she has suffered night terrors. How would you describe Cassie's relationship with Mr. Combs? Volatile, she says. I did not want to meet him right away. I had seen a black eye, but she begged me to meet him. So before she even met Diddy, she saw Cassie with a black eye by Diddy. Cassie's insisting that she meets him. But she didn't really want to meet him after seeing the black eye on Cassie. Did you design work for Mr. Combs? She goes, a little. So apparently she did some work. Little work for him. Little work. What type of work? What type of work? Yeah, hanging somebody from a balcony is 100% attempted murder. Yes, attempted murder. You hang somebody from the balcony and they press charges at that time, in that moment, you are most likely, and they can prove it, you are most likely getting an attempted murder charge. Yes, it's attempted murder. Good point. That's a crime right there. She just testified about a crime. Attempted murder. Alone. It's also false imprisonment too, right? Holding someone over a balcony sounds to me like it's false imprisonment. You could probably name a bunch of other crimes. Assault. It's assault. It's assault. I don't think she pressed charges at the time, though. She was scared, right? Like most of the people at the time didn't press charges. But she just testified about another crime. I mean, in order to have RICO, you have to have like 2 or more crimes, right, being done. I mean, here's another one that's been testified. This is probably about the 100th crime that Diddy has been accused of doing that has been testified. That's a crime. RICO. So she goes on to say that she did a little design work for Combs, a little. AUSA goes, where did Mr. Combs live? She goes, I think in like Beverly Hills. Combs is Westmoreland. Objection. Speculation. Judge is like, ask another question. So it looks like Westmoreland will be the one that will be crossing her because she objected. Westmoreland's on her. Westmoreland for Diddy is probably the cross. Did you know the name of the street? Mapleton. 200 South Mapleton. So prosecutors like, or Holmes is Westmoreland is like objection, speculation, where she says, I think he lived in LA. So she had to ask another question. Prosecutor says, name the street. 200 South Mapleton. All right. So that's his address at the time. Been around since Murdoch, Bonnie. Alec Murdoch. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, we were outside Alec Murdoch's trial. I went down to his house, did all types of videos there. Alec Murdoch. What a trial. Whew. South Carolina. Walterboro. All right, so she's on this address. So we're just getting into it. I don't know how long she's going to be on the stand, but it appears like she'll be on at least through lunch, probably the break. I think Jane will probably get on about 2 p.m. if I could predict here. All right, so we got Bana, the one that got hung by from the balcony in 216. Going back to the Washington Post is, I just want to, before we go, because we're on a stall on her, Washington Post kind of echoes what we've been saying too in NBC News about the video, about the cross, about the video. Garagos kept having that video played. Washington Post put a report about that. And it said, on the cross, the video has been played multiple times in front of the jury. It goes on to say the intended effect could be that jurors wind up desensitized from it, or this could backfire and sear the images of Combs attacking Ventura into their collective memories. So even the Washington Post was kind of like what we're saying, like, why are you sharing the video over and over again on cross? Defense shouldn't do that. That's like shooting yourself in the foot. So maybe the strategy is to desensitize the jurors on the video, or it could backfire and stay in their collective memories. I say it stays in the memories. I think it was a stupid strategy to do that. What did you do with Cassie? Oh, here we go. Immunity right here. What did you do with Cassie? Drugs. She flat out said drugs. I did drugs with Cassie. And we go shopping. We would hang out with Deontay, Nash, and others. So she flat out said, yo, they'd say like, yo, she said, like, of all the things you said you do with somebody, she flat out said first, drugs. What'd you do with Cassie? Drugs. In this photo of you and Cassie shopping, is this a photo of you and Cassie shopping? Yes. April of 2016. Now we're in April 2016. Puff texted Cassie. Asked where she was. Sent a list where we've been. What? Wait a second. Puff's texting Cassie, asked where she was, sent a list where we'd been. Is that like implying that Diddy's stalking them and stalking their movements? But it goes into the common theme when Cassie would go and leave out of Diddy's grip and he would go away. She'd go out, hang out with friends. Diddy would track her down, berate her, demand that she comes back. How dare you go out with friends? It seems like that's what we're getting into now. An April 2016 incident. Had you or Mr. Cassie told Mr. Combs where you were? No. How did it make you feel? Objection by Westmoreland. Overruled. Oh my God. Like, he knows where we've been. So what she testified was that in April 2016, Puff texted Cassie, asked where she was, but at the same time, sending them a list of where they've been, as if he's stalking them when they're going out together. In April 2016, they're out. Diddy knows exactly where they've been. And she said that they didn't tell Combs where they were at. He knew, though. AUSA, how did that make you feel? Objection. Overruled. Like, oh my God, he knows where we've been. Stalking. Where would you sleep at Cassie's? She goes, a couch or the balcony? Okay, we're getting into the balcony incident. The balcony. Remember, folks, Diddy's Westmoreland might have to be very careful crossing her because she got litigation against him right now. And can open up for exposure. Or maybe they're going to use what she has to say against her in the litigation. There's litigation going on. There's litigation going on right now between her and Diddy in the course of $10 million she's seeking. All right, so she's saying that when she slept at Cassie's, she would sleep on the couch or balcony. Who sleeps on a balcony? I wouldn't sleep on a balcony. Would you sleep on a balcony? I guess if there's high up a rail, I don't know. Would you sleep on a balcony? Little bed on the balcony? I don't know, man. I don't know if that's safe sleeping on a balcony. Maybe some people just like the breeze when they sleep. I know sometimes I've slept on beach hotels and I leave the door open with the balcony so I can hear the water. Sounds nice. therapeutic, makes you sleep. Maybe some people like to sleep on the balcony because they like to hear it. Great work, guys. Let's hit up the like button. Is that Mishi got game? M-I-C-H-Y. Thank you. Thank you for that comment. All right, so we're into now 216. We're taking into the time about the balcony. I think we're going to have some drugs here. We're going to have some assaults here. We're going to have some craziness. She goes on. The AUSA says, did Mr. Combs come over? Yes. He banged on the door and came in. Do you know how? I don't know. He was upset. He threw a knife in her direction. And she threw it back. He left swiftly. Whoa. Diddy came into her apartment. She doesn't know how he got in. I think it's been testified before, though, that Diddy would go down to the hotel manager and get a key. Right? He has a key. Go up in there. He goes into the apartment, and he throws a knife at Cassie. And she throws it back. And he left swiftly. Were you doing drugs? She says, I don't remember. Uh-oh. I wonder if it's the same knife that we heard about being wedged in her front door. Remember that one? Remember knives? Diddy with his knives. He threw a knife at, man, throw a knife at somebody and hit him. Do that knife and go right through you. If you throw a knife at somebody, there's another crime. There's another crime right there. That's another crime. Check. He going in her apartment and throwing a knife. Now, she has every right to throw the... Well, does she have a right to throw back a knife? I don't know if that would be self-defense. Mutual combat. He's not welcome there. That's the point. He's not welcome there. He gets into her apartment. He immediately throws a knife. Then he left. Probably because he saw her there. Maybe. Like, yo. We're throwing knives. What type of person throws a knife? What type of man? We'll just go with the gender. What type of man throws a knife at a woman? Or either way, what type of woman throws a knife at a man? Well, what type of man throws a knife at a woman? That could have killed her. Knife could have went in her throat. Could have went in her heart. Could have went in her artery. You don't throw a knife at somebody. Who's he think he is? A ninja? Who's he think he is? Ginzu? What type of knife was it? Dude, I get paranoid when I see a knife. Even when I'm cutting things, I'm always worried about cutting my own finger. Like, knives scare me, man. Knives scare me, man. Knives scare me. K-bar knives, Brian Kohlberger trial, K-bar knives. He literally busted into her apartment, Cassie's apartment, with her there as a witness, and she testified that Diddy threw a knife at her. Doesn't remember anything about drugs. Says, I don't remember about drugs. AUSA, did you call police? No, didn't call police. Why? I was scared. Did you see injuries on Cassie? She showed me on FaceTime before makeup for the perfect match. So I guess at one point, she did see injuries on Cassie at one time in the past. She's saying on FaceTime. What did she say? She was quiet. So I guess she's saying that she saw injuries on Cassie before, but Cassie wouldn't talk about it. But she's a witness. She's saying injuries. She was quiet. You know, Cassie's not going to tell anybody like that, right? Remember, folks, coercive control. Female victims have testified they didn't call the police in the past on Diddy's violent outbursts because they were scared of him. He's the power, or Cassie said he's above the police. above the police. Other people said he's a god amongst gods. Can't call the police on Diddy. He runs the police. He controls the police. He's above the police. All right, Bana is on the stand here. We'll see what the updates are on the feeds to see if we can get any additional context to what was just said so far. 10 minutes ago, NBC News. Bana says she had night terrors after Combs allegedly dangled her from a balcony. She testified that Combs held her over a 17-story balcony in 2016 before throwing her onto the balcony's furniture. The mental effects of the assault left her with night terrors, she told the court. She added that there were times she would scream in her sleep. Cassie Ventura mentioned the balcony incident without naming her in her 2023 lawsuit with Combs against Combs. Ventura also testified about the incident while on the witness stand last month. Who are these people? This is a courthouse, so there's other things going on, so it doesn't necessarily mean the people that we see coming out of the courthouse here. This is a live feed outside the courthouse. All right, so what do we got? Bana says, one time we were at a party at the Blind Dragon, a karaoke bar in West Hollywood. Then we went to Cassie's house to help her pack. Deontay was there. Puff came. AUSA says, then goes, "Are you under subpoena?" She goes, "Yes. I won't get in trouble if I'm truthful." So as she's describing a time where Puff came to Cassie's apartment after the Blind Dragon and Deontay was there, then the prosecution just reminds her, asks her on the stand, maybe she forgot to ask her at the beginning. She should have asked that question at the beginning. Are you under subpoena? Yes. I won't get in trouble if I'm truthful. Here we go. I think we're about to hear some criminal activity. Criminal activity incoming. Possibly some sort of crime, because she got the immunity and she got the subpoena too. She got the immunity. So, all right. Blind Dragon. Bana is testifying that she became friends with Cassie around 2014 when they designed clothes together at an LA streetwear company. She said that she had avoided meeting Ventura's boyfriend, Sean Combs, for over a year because she considered the couple's relationship volatile. At one point, Ventura showed up with a black eye, she testified. Earlier Wednesday, while the jury was out of the courtroom, prosecutors introduced evidence that included text messages between Combs and his bodyguard D-Rock discussing a black eye and ice pack. And a prosecutor suggested it could be the same incident. Oh, corroboration. So it goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning when they were talking about the text messages being introduced where Diddy is talking about the injury to Cassie, well, the owner of the phone that was seized from Diddy's home, Miami home, Star Island home. Remember that? The phone? Well, this all goes into play about the black eye Cassie got. And the owner of the phone, or D-Rock, saying, well, I told everyone this happened at the party. So it all starting to tie in here. Here we go. Criminal activity. Boom, right here. Look on the screen. As we predicted, Bana, or the AUSA, did Mr. Combs provide you drugs? Yes. One was called G. I am not an avid user. Ketamine. Boom, ketamine. Marijuana. Cocaine. How often did you get drugs for Cassie? Often. Those oxy pills. Did she pay you? Yes. Boom. Did you get drugs for Mr. Combs? Drugs for Mr. Combs. Yes. Cocaine. Once. Did you sell drugs to others? Yes. Sometimes. Did you try with Cassie to stop drugs? Yes. We tried to cook, but there were a lot of drugs around. She just testified about drug dealing. This is why she got her immunity, just like the others. Drugs, getting drugs, buying drugs for Diddy. Cassie, drugs, lots of drugs, cocaine, ketamine, oxy pills. One called G. I don't even know what G is. What is G? What is G? Rico! Folks, this is part of the Rico. Rico Suave. We got more Rico. It is against the law to do this. Crimes. Rico. Here's another one. Has Mr. Combs ever threatened you? Yes. Let me show you a photo from April of 2016. Who is in it? She goes on to say, this photographer who goes by the name Bad Boy, B-O-I with an I, we thought it was cool that was in his name. We thought we'd make some art. All right, something's going on with this photographer named Bad Boy, spelled with an I instead of a Y. But she's already testified, folks. She got drugs for Diddy, selling drugs. She sold drugs. Cassie got drugs for Cassie herself. They even tried to stop doing drugs together by cooking, but there were a lot of drugs around. That's in the, what are you cooking in the kitchen? Rico. This is Rico right here, folks. Rico before our eyes in real time. And then also, she also says she's been threatened. And then as you see on the screen here, as we discussed, there's an incident, something in April 16th regarding a photographer named Bad Boy. We're going to get into what this is about. Oh my goodness, folks. This is huge. She just dropped a nuclear bomb here. This is bad, really bad. I can't emphasize how bad this is right here. Another, just on top of it. It just doesn't get any better for Diddy. It's not getting any better for Diddy here, folks. She testified. She got drugs. The direction of Sean P. Diddy Combs. I told you it's going to be a bad day for him. Bad day. Immunity. This is why she got immunity. She's saying on the stand about illegal drugs, buying and selling. Drug dealer. She technically, she could go to prison herself for this. Technically, she could be technically wrapped in this entire RICO herself because of these incidents. And that's what the feds can do. But of course, they're going to get cooperating witnesses because they don't want her. They don't want her. Oh! Whoa! We got some crazy things here about the devil. Puff came up close to my face and said, I am the devil, and I could kill you. And she's crying on the stand now. Were you taking drugs that day? Probably cocaine. Did you continue to see Mr. Combs after that? Yes. Why? I don't know. Did you tell the government about this threat in your first meeting? No. Why? Westmoreland, objection. Sustained. We could break here. AUSA. Oh my goodness. Diddy said to her, I am the devil and I could kill you. The devil. Burning Man. The devil. Yo, this is crazy, folks. And we have it on we're probably on break now, lunch break. This is bad. Now we got threats to kill her. Drugs, threats. We haven't even got into the balcony hanging incident yet. This is going really, really bad for Diddy. I don't know. It can't get no worse than this. It really can't, folks. I don't see how it can get like it. We're at like the worst of the worst. I don't know where this is going to go. Stand by. We're going to sit here and wait. Lunch break. Apparently, there's going to be a lunch break, so we'll probably be here to the 1:15, the 1 o'clock 1:15. I think people are coming out now. Hello, hello, hello. What's going on? Reporters. What's going on? We'll see the family members go out, probably Janice and the one son. Combs called himself the devil and that he could kill her. Witness testifies. One interaction Bana recalled while on the witness stand was a moment in which Combs allegedly told her something along the lines of, I am the devil and I can kill you. She told the court that she was terrified. She testified that he had taken cocaine at the time of that incident. He's possessed. He is the devil. Bana, Puff came up close to my face and said, I am the devil. I could kill you. I'm the devil. What does that all mean? He's possessed. Break. Lunch break. All right. So, yeah, that has been put out. We're on lunch break. Get your devil memes. Get your devil memes. Boom. Testified. Crimes. Devil. This is bad. I can't emphasize how bad this is. It's another one. It's another dagger. Diddy devil. People are already posting memes as Diddy, as the devil. Who's coming out? We got movement. Movement, family members. Who is this? Reporter. What's going on? Bana said Sean Diddy Combs gave her drugs a few times. She said she has seen Combs use marijuana, ketamine, and cocaine, and also told Diddy to get drugs for him. That has also been testified. So that goes into the pattern. The same thing as David James. Other employees have testified under oath. Bana testified she and her friend Cassie would do drugs together weekly. She said she and Ventura would try at times to get sober because we wanted to do better. They wanted to be better, but Diddy would just wrap them back in, reel them back in. The two friends would try to cook together instead of using drugs. But those periods would never last, she testified. Yo, ketamine. That is probably the fourth or fifth person that has now testified about ketamine. When jurors return, they'll hear more from Ventura's friend and her description of the alleged threats made by Combs. So more threats. That's going to be discussed afterward, and also the balcony incident. She recalls an incident where Combs threw a knife at Ventura, who threw it back. She testified that she frequently stayed at Cassie Ventura's apartment. She said Sean Diddy Combs would regularly come over in the middle of the night, banging on the door. This is not good. Sometimes Ventura seemed surprised by his late night visits. She said, while other times it just seemed like it was normal. Late night visits. Diddy would just make his, it feels like he's entitled. He can just go there whenever he wants. No questions asked. One incident stood out to her, though she could not recall when it happened. She was asleep at Ventura's apartment when she was awakened by banging at the door. Puff was banging on the door. Open up. We had a key. Ventura was in her bedroom, came out into the main room in response. She recalled that Combs was then inside the apartment. I just remember seeing a knife getting thrown in her direction. Just think about this. He comes storming to her apartment and comes in there and starts throwing a knife at her. Combs was standing by the entry door when he threw the knife at Ventura, who was standing pretty close to him, she testified. Ventura threw the knife back at Combs, but did not try to hit him, like him trying to hit her. Combs left. After that, she does not remember if she and Ventura used drugs that night. She did not call the police about the incident, saying, I was just scared of Puff. We're laying down what has been said so far in the trial of Sean P. Diddy Combs. JLR investigates. Come on in. Come on in. This is crazy. Absolute insane here. Oh, she's going to be dropping more after lunch. Bad day for Diddy. Really bad day. Bana said Cassie called her on FaceTime while she was getting ready for the Perfect Match movie premiere. She said Ventura panned the camera across her face, showing a black eye. So now she also is testifying she saw Cassie with a black eye. A female with a black eye at the hands of Diddy. The movie premiere was just after the 216 hotel assault. After the 216 hotel assault, which was captured on video surveillance. After the assault on video. Black eye. During Ventura's testimony earlier in the trial, prosecutors showed the jury a photo of Ventura dressed in a gown and wearing large black sunglasses. Ventura said were to hide her black eye. The concealment of the black eye, the text Diddy had with D-Rock regarding this, all going to be part of the evidence. The hiding, the concealment. Bana testified that both she and Ventura were quite quiet on the FaceTime call. I remember saying, I'm sorry, she said, She said she saw bruises on Ventura at other times. So not just the black eye, folks, but she also said she saw bruises on Cassie. So it looks like more and more injuries on Cassie at the hands of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Corroboration. Rico. Bad day for Diddy. But he's bad boy for life, right? He's bad boy for life. Who do we got coming out? Oh! Who do we have? Who we have coming out? I think that's the CNN legal analyst Laura Coates. I think that was Coates. We're waiting for the mom, the child to come out, somebody to come out. Continuous coverage of the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial. We are on lunch break, folks. Damaging bombshell testimony by another victim who herself is suing Diddy. This is crazy. Every bunch. It just gets more and more shocking, man. I mean, we've known about this incident, but while they're describing it, they share a little bit more nuggets and information that I previously did not know. And Fox News has reported Diddy judge grants third witness immunity. So it's 3 in sex trafficking and racketeering trial. The judge granted a third witness, which is testifying right now. She's already described herself committing criminal acts. She got immunity. She planned to invoke her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. The judge granted her immunity before her testimony. She is the third government witness to oh, there's Aaron Katursky. Right there. ABC Justice reporter. We're going to remember every face that comes in. Look at this. The memes are already coming out. Devil Diddy. I am the devil. I am the devil. That's what he told Bana. I am the devil, and I could kill you. Dark eyes. I am the devil. Horns. That meme is already circulating all over the internet already. It's not a good look for Diddy at all. Not a good look. In the meantime, we're at a lunch break for another about an hour, for about 45 minutes. Or maybe it might start at, I didn't see 1:15, either 1 or 1:15. So we're either a half an hour or we got about 45 minutes. Back on the bench. She'll be back on the bench. I suspect she'll be on about 2 o'clock. And then we got Jane. Boom, boom, boom. Crazy. I took my break when I got some coffee, so I'm just going to stay on. Okay, so the court is now on break until 1. So we're going to get back earlier, not the 1:15. So we only got about 25 more minutes. They don't give much time. Go in there and scarf down a sandwich, drink a mocha, have some coffee, stretch your legs. We're not going anywhere. We're not going nowhere. We're covering the Diddy trial for life. Yeah, this is, folks. I will say this cross, it appears like Westmoreland's going to be doing the cross, by the way. Westmoreland will be doing the cross when we get back because she's been doing all the objections. Some have been sustained. Some have been overruled. In the meantime, I'm seeing what's being talked about. Cassie Ventura's friend claims she was held over a 17th floor balcony. Bana, she claims that he held her over a 17-story balcony in late September of 2016, which he's been testifying. It appears that like April of 2016 so far. So we're going to get into 2016. Bad year for Bana in 2016. Seems like she's personally witnessed all types of craziness in 2016. Same time when the month after the video, month after the hotel incident. And he's already assaulting her and doing crazy stuff again. Diddy just does not learn his lesson. Crazy. Drug use, buying drugs. She testified. She witnessed Cassie with a black eye. She actually testified she was scared to meet Diddy because of injuries on Cassie. She didn't even want to meet Diddy. She wasn't even the type that said, oh, let me meet him. Let me meet the biggest star in the United States, the biggest hip-hop star. She wanted nothing to do with him. Nothing. She didn't want nothing because of what she saw, the injuries. Oh, what do we got? We got a basketball with him. He came out of court with a basketball. Wow. Yeah, so we're here, folks. Come on in. Come on in. We're going to wait and wait this through. There haven't been many days when the court didn't have side issues to discuss before the lunch recess. Wednesday was one of those days. The court is now on break until 1 p.m. So Washington Post puts out, one of these days is the first time in a long time where there wasn't sidebar issues before the lunch break. It's usually the jury leaves and then the defense and prosecution iron out their differences or what can be discussed or what could be omitted as evidence and that sort of deal. Not today, though. Wednesday, halfway the week. And they say we're about halfway over the trial. Halfway over. So we're about the halfway point. We've been here already halfway. Could it end sooner? I don't know. Bana said she and Cassie often did drugs together, primarily marijuana, cocaine, and ketamine. Combs also gave her drugs 3 or 4 times. She said Combs also gave her drugs 3 or 4 times, she said, including GHB and ketamine. Bana admitted she sold drugs to others, but not often. She sold drugs to others, but not often. The witness has had a flat effect on the stand, speaking in a low, monotone voice and giving short answers. She has smiled once when she explained her and Ventura's failed attempts to quit using We Would Try to Cook. They Love Charlie. Welcome back. They Love Charlie says, I'm back. Sorry to ask again, J. Lark, but can you please give us a brief recap? Make America Diddyless. Hashtag Make American Diddyless. Well, we're discussing that now. They Love Charlie. And right now, the recap is Bana has testified that she was hung out of the 17th floor balcony by Diddy. She says that Diddy told her he's the devil and he could kill her. She's testified that Diddy one time came to Cassie's apartment with her while she was there, and Diddy threw a knife at Cassie. And then she's describing injuries Cassie had, including a black eye and other bruises. And she's describing the times about all these drugs, buying drugs, getting drugs for Diddy himself, selling drugs to others, doing drugs themselves. It's just the drug fest. And she described multiple drugs. Ketamine, GHB, and others. She admitted she sold drugs to others, but not often. The witness she's saying that she's speaking low. Also, at one time, saying that they tried to quit, both of them, by cooking. She said, but it's hard to get sober if there's a lot of drugs around. Yeah, it'd be pretty hard, right? You can't just sit there and say, I'm going to be sober, and you have bottles of liquor all around you, you know? Or you can't. It's kind of hard. Temptations, resisting. But that's pretty much a summary of what has been discussed so far. It looks like the marshal's standing out, so it appears there's a possibility that family members leave the courthouse now to go on a brief break. We'll see. When the marshal steps forward like that, they might be preparing for a transport pickup. Right now, we shall see. I hadn't seen anyone come out yet on this. Powerful, powerful testimony. I am the devil and I can kill you. That's what Combs said to Bana, who's on the stand. Bana's testimony is off to a running start as she described witnessing violent moments between Ventura and Combs and experiencing Combs' anger firsthand. She told the jurors one time Combs threatened her life, saying something to the effect of, I am the devil, I can kill you. She goes on to say, I was just scared of him. I am the devil. Didn't Kanye West rap about being the devil and Monster? The Monster song? Devil eyes, devil eyes, devil eyes. Okay, who's coming out? Looks like we might have some people coming out. We'll see what's going on. We have about 15 more minutes until the lunch break is over. They're starting at 1. So if you plan to get something, go use the restroom, stretch your legs a little bit, grab yourself some something to eat, something to drink. Or if not, welcome aboard. We'll sit here. It appears court will go on to about 3 p.m. We haven't even got into Jane yet because Jane is going to be, who is Jane? Everyone's going to want to know, who is Jane? Jane is coming on today. It appears. Unless this goes on throughout the day, maybe during tomorrow. They have said yesterday that she could come on Thursday morning. So there's a possibility she could stay on here. Bana. But I think we're going to run through the... I think everything that happened with Bana was from in the 216 era. And then maybe they'll talk about subsequent text or something or some sort of correspondent, and then that's it. But it's part of the picture. It's part of this 216. And this is after the hotel incident. The kicking in the hotel. I think that was a bump. Look at this. Oh, look at that. Look at the meme already out with the ghosts. We heard testimony about the ghosts in the possible hallway that the defense was suggesting. Did you see a ghost-like figure? Hey, okay, family members coming out of the court. Here we go. Son and mom. Son and mom are coming out of the courtroom right now. Here they come. Son and mom are holding hands tight. Look at that. Look how tight they're holding their hands. Oh boy. I wonder what they're thinking. What do you think? Look at this ghost picture, though. That's funny because they were saying ghosts, hallway. Somebody's even out there dancing. Look, dancing. It's like a street party out there. Dancing. Personalities, characters, people coming out, checking out the Diddy trial. Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. Magnolia just informed me that she made this. The ghosts. The ghost. I thought this was circulating on the internet. Magnolia made this. Great work, Magnolia. Ghost. Ooh, Ghostbusters. Thriller. Thriller night. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, there goes Aaron Katursky going back in. He got his lunch break, maybe. Jory breaks for lunch, still on lunch break, so war almost done. We got probably about 12 minutes left until we're back. So in the meantime, I'm just scouring around, seeing what's being said. What's the talk? What's the talk of the town? I'm reading the comments as they come through. I ain't scared of no ghosts, right? I ain't scared of no ghost. I have a feeling somebody's watching me in Diddy's solitary cell. So, yeah, waiting to see any updates here. Anything that could share during the break. Going back to the sex tapes, prosecutors had, this is also another damaging day for Diddy. On top of the surveillance video of him beating Cassie in the Intercontinental Hotel, 10 tapes have been admitted into evidence today for the first time. 10 tapes, sex tapes, under seal. So that's really bad for Diddy too. We can't watch them. It's all under seal. The jurors will, and maybe they have already watched them, but the jurors will see these videos. 10 tapes. The prosecution admitted 10 videos that show sexually explicit content. The videos were shot in October 2012, October 2014, and December 2014. While the jurors will see the videos, reporters in the courtroom will not be allowed to see the footage. Nosy by Nature confirms, nosy by nature, I like that. Naughty by nature, nosy by nature, confirms the MDC sells baby oil on commissary for skincare. Yo, we need that commissary list. That's crazy. All the irony. So Diddy's getting baby oil in the MDC. Now, I'm sure there's a limit, but he's getting some baby oil, apparently. That's crazy. Thanks for the information. Baby oil. Baby oil. Is it Johnson & Johnson baby oil? Matter of fact, let me just Google, because usually the commissary list for the Federal Bureau of Prisons, which includes the detention centers and the FDCs and MDCs, they're usually a standard list, and they do the same product in every prison. I know some other places that might give extra things that they don't have, but usually it's the same list. BOP commissary list. See if I can find the commissary list. Okay. Hair products, OTC medications, hair products. Let me see. You can get styling gel, pink oil moisturizer, Suave shampoo, Murray's Pantene conditioner, African Pride grease, Suave conditioner, 3 Flowers sulfurate conditioner. Let's see. Okay, I'm in. Okay, so I'm looking for baby oil. I'm looking for this. There's so much stuff here. Body powder, Ambi skin cream, Gucci body wash, hairbrush, Afro pick, balm brush, baby bun, body sponge, chapstick. A lot of things you can get. I'm looking for baby oil. See if it's on there. St. Ives lotion, skincare lotion, lotions, Neutrogena, Vaseline lotion, toothbrush, dental brushes, sunblock, shaving cream, liquid bump stopper, AIM mouthwash, speed stick, cotton swabs. I don't see baby oil unless I'm not seeing it right. I'm sure it's there somewhere. Baby oil, baby oil, baby oil, baby oil. But different places have different, again, they can add on different things. But I'm reading a standard list. And also different levels of security have it. Would not be shocking that the borough of prisons allows baby oil. And I'm trying to think about my own time when I was in the borough of prisons. Now, keep in mind, last time I've been in federal prison was over a decade ago. Things have significantly changed. I could tell you crazy stories about the borough of prisons. You know, when I first got into the borough of prisons in 2003, so I first went to the borough of prisons 22 years ago, literally. And it was crazy at the time because when you went to federal prison, no matter what federal prison you're in, they had salad bars, man. Salad bars with all types of fruits and vegetables and fruity pebbles and all types of cereal selections and eggs and biscuits and gravy and bacon and sausage. And they had all types of things there as far as food. But over the course of the time when I was there, because of the explosion, so many people coming in federal prison, that's around 2000 to 2005. I mean, the numbers just went through the roof. Just people piling in. They got rid of all that. And they also got rid of a lot of the weights in the jails or in the prisons. The weights. You used to have weights. Only are weights. Borough prisons started removing weights from certain prisons. In some of the prisons, they could keep weights, but if you break a weight, they're not replacing it. So a lot of inmates pump the weights, but a lot of things they had back then, they don't have now. They also didn't have true links with the phones, with the email system. You can only email back and forth with people. They didn't have MP3 players that you can have now. A lot of stuff back then. Not a place you want to be. So it wouldn't shock me to have baby oil. And I'm sure it's there. I didn't see it on the list there, unless I have to review it. I'll find it on the list on another one. There's different lists. There's so many commissary lists out there. Back in the day, used to give all types of foods on the commissary too. They don't do that now. Inmates make hooch wine, all types of. They get rid of a lot of sugar stuff or limit what you can buy. They don't want you bagging you can buy like one bag of Jolly Ranchers or stuff with fruit. Because the inmates make wine and mix it all up in a trash bag and make hooch, pass it around, and inmates are all drunk all over the place. Diddy's going to get used to that. He's going to know what's up. He's going to be in a maximum security prison. They're not putting this dude in general population on just regular compound. No way. Not the influence that he has, because he would literally live like a king when he's in prison. He will be fine, I believe, when he goes to federal prison. He's gonna hire goons. He's gonna hire these bodyguards in prison. He's gonna be untouchable. Though the borough of prison's not gonna take that risk because someone might also want to take a swipe at him to make a name for themselves. I'm the one that took Diddy out. There's people like that. Because with him, there are a lot of people where he's going that's never getting out. And I'm going ahead on the conviction because I feel like an incoming conviction is here. I mean, I haven't seen the defense make any inroads whatsoever on discredit not one witness here. Not one out of the 23 now that has testified. Not one. So the defense is going to counter their case by presenting what? What is the defense going to present? What are they going to show on their side when they have significantly less time? Prosecution there might be 30 plus witnesses by the time this is over. 30, getting close to 30. We're at 23, 24, 25, 26. I do think after Jane, there will be a few more. Jane could end, though. What is the defense going to do? But another thing I am really, really looking for today, even though we're in this moment right now with Bana, is Jane Doe. Like, Jane Doe is ready to drop some nukes here. And all our curiosity is, who's Jane Doe? Who is Jane Doe? Puff came close to my face and said, I'm the devil. She also cried when she said that on the stand, by the way. Bana. She likes to be called Bana. Anybody know the status of her lawsuit? What's going on with the lawsuit? Or they'll kill him for cred, street cred. Or you might get some. Here's the thing that people don't understand. There are probably people upset at Diddy for what happened to Tupac. And if the Bureau of Prisons sends Diddy to a maximum security prison on the West Coast, oh man, somebody in there. And a lot of people in the federal prisons really are from the 90s era because they got swooped up in the crack cocaine laws and are serving 20, 30 years, if not longer. They really started in the 90s, but in the early 2000s, they really started pounding people in crazy sentences. But there could be people out there in those prisons, wherever he's at, that love Tupac or even love Biggie. Might even love Cassie. Look at this today. Look at Diddy's face right here. This is a new photo that came out, Sketch Artist. Oh my goodness. So this was Piazza on the stand today. And Piazza is talking about the video. And for some reason, Diddy's defense wants to play the video over and over and over on cross. They didn't need to do that. We question that. Even some of the media outlets have questioned if that tactic was worth it. What's Diddy holding his hand up here on his head? What's all that about? He has to watch it over and over and over while the jury hears play-by-play about a video you don't want the jurors to see. But for some reason, they feel like, what? I'll never understand that. We question that. Here you go. But also he's forced to see it too on direct with prosecution anyway. So the prosecution was playing this on direct too. So in the direct, Diddy has no choice. But in the cross, why would his defense say, play again, play again? Like Garagos like, play again, play again, play again. You think the jurors want to see this? You think that this way, by saying because 3 seconds is because they don't move in the course of that video for some second, the video is designed to be taken. If they don't move, it stops. And there was a little gap, not a gap in between the assault and everything. This is, Diddy's already admitted to this in a sense of his apology. He didn't deny it. They admitted it to it in their opening that they paid off the other guy because it was bad publicity. It's true. The incident happened, yet Garagos wants this played. She wants to go with this like ridiculous semantics. Oh, well, 3 seconds is cut off. Just a little time's cut off. Explain that. And what's with the ghost shadowy figure in the hallway? Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing with that kind of defense? It's ridiculous. You don't, as a defense attorney, you don't want the jury to see this. Better off just explain it without watching it. At least explain it, but not watch it. It's bad. 1 o'clock. Welcome back. We should be getting this party started very shortly. 1 minute. So we got 1 o'clock, so we should be back in a second. I'm going to take a 1 minute break. I'm just going to heat up this coffee. I'll be right back, and we should get this party started between now and 1:15. Big day coming. Big day coming for the next 2 hours of testimony. Bana and then Jane Doe. Get ready. I'll be right back. Welcome back. What did we miss? Any activity? It doesn't appear. All right, so we should be getting this party started very shortly. They say 1 p.m. Court will go back in session. So we are at 1:02. Let's see if they're ironing out anything on the bench before they get the jurors back in. Bana will retake the stand. I am setting up all the live feeds again, refreshing to see if anything has been said that we can add to. We're ahead of the curve. Three minutes ago, the Washington Post puts out a story. A look at Sean Combs's jail and its infamous residents. Sean Combs' attorneys have repeatedly referenced the Metropolitan Detention Center, the federal jail where he lives between trial sessions, saying the conditions there are hindering their ability to prepare his defense. Combs is hardly the first high-profile resident of the Brooklyn lockup. Last September, he was cellmates with Sam Bankman-Fried, the fallen crypto king, who was convicted in the same courthouse on fraud and money laundering charges. They say he was cellmates with him. The pharma bro was there. He's that guy that was convicted for jacking up the price of life-saving drugs by 500%. Also spent time at that jail. And he also violated the terms of his bail by threatening Hillary Clinton. Keith Rainier, leader of the sex cult, was held. Maxwell, who trafficked young women for the disgraced financier Epstein, was at the jail. R. Kelly at the jail. He sued the jail, R. Kelly, for $100 million, claiming they improperly held him in solitary confinement while he was on suicide watch. How did that lawsuit go? So a little bit about other high-profile. Wasn't Bernie Madoff there at one point after his conviction? Epstein. A lot of terrorists held at the same facility, top floor. A lot of the 9/11, a lot of the 9/11 terrorists that got rounded up over the years, they were held at the same place. I know they had issues at this Metropolitan Detention Center a few years back. The heat went out in the winter for an extended period of time. This photo here is very damaging. I mean, it speaks for itself. So that is one of the sketch artists that happened today. We're not back in court session yet, so I'm just reviewing different things, keeping people up to speed. Look at that. Security outside the courthouse. Marshals are all over the building. The U.S. Marshals run the show there. As they dragged somebody out of the courtroom yesterday, it was interrupting the court proceedings. Diddy allegedly threw a knife at Cassie Ventura during violent outbursts. This comes from Fox News 3 minutes ago. A lot of this we probably already heard, but there could be people coming back in the chat that aren't aware. Cassie's friend Vanna testified. Darlene, welcome. Welcome. Thank you, Darlene. Welcome, Darlene Williams. Vanna testified Wednesday. She told the jury about her perception of Diddy and Cassie's relationship and a time she witnessed the rapper throw a knife at the Me and You singer. The jury saw a photo of Cassie and her shopping together in 2016. According to her, Vanna, Diddy was communicating with Cassie that day, sending all the places they had been. Oh, we didn't even talk about that stalking incident there. How did Diddy know where they were? Because bad boy phones. Cassie was required to use a bad boy phone. At one point, they were talking about burner phones. Remember, Capricorn Clark talked about the burner phones, but Cassie had no freedom. Diddy would probably have tracking devices on the phone, knew everywhere, everyone she called, incoming and outgoing. And she was shocked. She testified. She's like, oh, wow, he knows knows where we're all at. Daphne Kirkpatrick, welcome. 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 We have another member. Welcome aboard. Thank you. Very grateful. Very grateful for all of you. Extremely grateful. But we're all in this together. We are. We're all in this together in real time. Vanna testified he came up really close to my face and said something around the lines of, I am the devil and I could kill you. That's what she's testified. That one stuck out the most, by the way. I am the devil and I could kill you. He didn't say he was going to kill her. He just said, I could kill you. We have another comment. They love Charlie. Nice to see you again. Where are Little Rod, Orlando Brown, Cat Williams, Gene Deal, and where is Allie Carter? Now, Gene Deal is around the courthouse, right? They said he's been hanging out outside the courthouse. Now, these other names, Little Rod, Orlando Brown, Cat Williams, Allie Carter. Where are they? Are they there? Have they been there? Have they been speaking out? I want to hear from more that knows what's going on here. I want people to come out that know firsthand knowledge and speak the truth. And some of you know names and know people that are key figures in this that haven't really been talked about. To me, RICO means, I've always had where RICO is multiple people involved in criminal activity. Well, who are the multiple people? Who are the multiple people? Who's the enablers here? Who's complicit with this? Who helped protect Diddy? Who's involved? Who's seen things and turned a blind eye? Who else out there? Paul Youngs, one gifted membership. Another person is a member of JLR Investigates, courtesy of Paul Youngs. Thank you for that. Very grateful. Another member. Our membership, our following is growing. Stick with us. You will not be disappointed. All right, so I am looking at all the updates. I think we are all up to speed on everything that has transpired thus far. The knife, the threats, the drugs, the hanging from the balcony. She's going to come back on, and she's going to share more. D-Rod, 5 gifted memberships. Oh, my goodness. Thank you again. Thank you again. Very, very grateful. 5 more members. More members. You all are great. Thank you so much. Very, very grateful. My goodness. Oh, my goodness. Thank you. You guys are the best. You all are awesome. Me and Magnolia talk about this all the time. We talk about all of you. We're like, yo, we got awesome chat. Like, it's just fun. It's just fun, like, kicking it and talking with you all and reading the comments. It's a little difficult for me, y'all, reading the screen and relaying what's going on and also seeing the chat, but I see it. I see it. I see the comments coming through. But I think all of us, we're just part of this whole, we want to see what happens here. You know, a lot of us, majority of us, we want justice for the victims. A lot of us want to see Diddy go down. But there is some people in the chat that feel Diddy is innocent or Diddy's getting railroaded or there's always two sides to stories. We appreciate everyone's perspective. All right. See, I'm one of those guys that like this, like just with trials or even breaking news with crime scenes and mass shootings and craziness. We don't never want them to happen. Don't get it twisted. I don't like talking about that. But we're like, we want to just see what's going on, who the response, what's going on, press conferences, missing people. We want to know what's going on. We're curious, curiosity, seekers. Now, I think we have a pretty good setup here based off the circumstances. Because of no cameras in the courtroom, we are relaying what is being put out there by the media outlets, the very few people that are in there. I'd rather know now on a case. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Court is back in session. All rise. All right. Anything before we bring the jury in? AUSA, no disputes, laughs. But we now think Jane will not get on the stand today. Told you. Given how long this is going. We would like to get Enrique Santos on the stand. Some exhibits for Jane and tech issues. Okay, reshuffling, folks. Reshuffling. Looks like we're going to be on our edge of our seats tomorrow. Okay, so what is going on, folks, is Jane is not getting on today because they feel like this is not going to adequate time. However, they're going to use the remaining time today to get Enrique Santos, the radio personality, on. NFT, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Very grateful for the 5 gifted memberships. 5 more people, members of JLR Investigates, courtesy of NFT. NFT's here almost every day, too. Thank you very much, NFT. What does NFT stand for, by the way? Is there like a meaning to that? It's almost like NFL, but NFT. NFT. All right, so Enrique Santos is coming on, but they will be sharing some exhibits about Jane. So this could help Diddy in a sense of, I don't think anything can help Diddy, but I mean, it actually slows it because this is a bad day for Diddy. Robert Molina, thank you for your dedication and truth. NFT, not for trade. Everyone's coming up with acronyms for NFT. Thank you, NFT. All right, so we're about to get this party started. We're about to get back in. She's going to get back on the stand. Then it's going to be Enrique Santos. I want to hear what Enrique Santos has to say. Don't get it twisted. Enrique Santos is bringing something to the table too. But Jane will not be on today. So Diddy survives another day. And they have said that she could be on for a week. She doesn't have to fly back out to next Thursday. So here we go. Let's get this party started. Where we at? Jane is not backing out. I just feel like they should just start out fresh in the morning with Jane right on the stand in the morning. Maybe the defense wanted this way because the defense is like keeping the video guy on longer because we were like, what is he trying to? What are they trying to do here? They're just some suggest it was a stall tactic. Magnolia says it's because the defense intentionally stalled on Piazza in the video for as long as possible. What do they think? Like the defense is like only 2 damaging people instead of 3, but the third person's eventually going to get on the stand. You can't avoid it, but it could also give them, the defense, time to review these texts. Remember, Diddy's defense is claiming they have to review text with Diddy. They'll probably tell the judge again today they need more time with Diddy after court, in the courtroom, to review this stuff. So got an extra day, got an extra 12 hours, 15 hours, extra night. Also, the defense is lawyers have extra time before this main victim gets on. All right, so we are waiting for this to officially start, and it should be any second here. Lynn Scott, welcome. Welcome. Lynn Scott, welcome aboard. Thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates. Appreciate you. I hear sirens outside my home. What's going on out there? Where's everyone from, by the way? Okay, so while we wait, we got a lot of people in the chat, so I know the chat's going to be live right now. Where is everyone from? Now, take a look at this. Oh, my. Lynn Ann, 1 gifted membership. Another person, a member. Lucky member. Courtesy of Lynn Ann, 5425. But look at this. Look at the right side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. If you got the chat open. Look at all these faces. Daphne, again, another gifted membership. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Very, very grateful. But I am looking on the right side of my screen right now, and I am seeing so many places. Jonathan Avery, and another gifted membership. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's like keep the train going. So many places, so many communities, so many all over the earth. Some of the places you're from, I've never been to, man. I personally think every single community everywhere in this world has something to offer to the table. Every place has a certain dish, certain culture, certain geographical spot, a famous landmark, something. Everywhere. Every place has some sort of history, something. Amera Pride 77. Amera Pride 777 XXX. 5 gifted memberships. 5 gifted memberships. 5 more members of JLR Investigates. Whoa. Whoa, we got memberships coming left and right. Look at that. Kelly _US. 1 gifted membership. Look at this. Magnolia in the chat. Magnolia's dropping gifted memberships. We're dropping gifted memberships. Thank you. 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 Welcome, everyone. We're just doing this before we get started here. I just want everyone to feel welcomed. Come on in. Have some fun talking. Share your thoughts. Interact with one another. Just be respectful, you know. Everyone has a different opinion about everything. Be respectful. Don't call anyone out by name or something crazy. We like opinions. We like thoughts. We like different perspectives. Okay, Jory comes out. Jory comes out. Jory comes out. Here we go. Oh, we have another comment before we go here. They love Charlie. They love Charlie. The defense is definitely doing their job by stalling and setting up for an appeal. Remember, Diddy still has several other cases. The defense has nothing, but they are doing their job. Kanaka Maoli, Native Hawaiian living in Florida. Is that Kanaka? Welcome to Florida. We love Florida. I'm from Florida. Mogvet, thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates. All right. Jurors come in. Jury comes in. Oh, then is told to go back to the jury room. Oh, look at this. Jurors, we have some tech issues. Have to go under the table. I'm going to ask you to retire to the jury room just for your comfort. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right. So we have some tech issues. Technical difficulties, folks. Tech issues. All right, so jury came out for a second. Jury's playing musical chairs here. In the meantime, I guess we get to talk with one another while we wait for the jury to come back in. Hello, everyone. I keep refreshing the screen. You know, I have like 4 or 5 screens in front of me. I keep refreshing. So fresh and so clean. I am refreshing the screens. We want to know what's going on. Just trying to add on to the song. Diddy trial. Diddy allegedly dangled woman over balcony, threw knife at Cassie. I am the devil. I could kill you. That's what he told Bana, a friend of his former girlfriend, Cassie. It appears Bana and Cassie might be still friends. You know, some things with this case has ruined some friendships. Case in point, Carrie Morgan, Cassie. What Diddy did to Carrie Morgan pretty much ruined the friendship between Cassie and Carrie. Others have also said, since these things happened, no one's speaking to anyone anymore. However, there's others that they are still friends through thick and thin, like Nash and Cassie, as one example. Some are still friends, some are not. Does anyone know if Bana and Cassie are still friends here? Because the media is referring them as friends. Diddy has split up. You know, Diddy has ruined some friends, relationships going on here with a lot of these people. There's also others that have testified. They don't got no ill will towards Diddy. Kid Cudi was one of an example, as he testified. Like, it looks like years later, they made peace. Now, I'm sure Diddy didn't want Cudi up there on the stand testifying against him, but he had no choice. Inner City Press puts out, break is going on right now. Appears to be some tech issues and seemingly no Jane as a witness today. So that's where we're at. A little bit of tech issues. We should be back. Crystal Simone with the gifted membership. One other person is a member of Gifted, or a member of JLR Investigates, courtesy of Crystal. Thank you, Crystal. Very grateful. Appreciate that. Got a lot of members. Woo! We're growing strong. But you'll see, you're not going to be disappointed because, this is what we're focused on today, and we'll stick with it. When we stick with the story, we stick with the story all the way to the end. So we're not going to leave anyone hanging. We're not just going to disappear tomorrow or the next day and say, we're done with the Diddy trial. No matter what, even if there was 10 people in here, we're going to stay on covering this every day. But once this trial was done, which it will be done eventually, July 4th, maybe a little bit before, maybe a little bit after, who knows what we do next? Who knows where we pop up? I personally like to get out of the house. As you know, we kind of do 50-50. If you could say how long you've been home at your home. Lately, I've been around a little bit more. But me and Magnolia in the last 2 years, it's been pretty like 50-50 as far as like 50% of the time, we're not even in Florida. We're all over the country covering things, boots on the ground, and 50% of the time here. I like to get out. I like to see different places. I like to bring a public awareness to things. Sharon Brown, new member. Another new member. Sharon Brown, welcome. Welcome. All right, so I know we're all here for Diddy. We're waiting. They're having technical issues. All right, Jory comes back in. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So we're going to put Bana back up on the screen since she's on. Bana. And AUSA Smizer. What happened on the balcony? All right. Balcony incident. Here we go. What happened on the balcony? She goes, I was there. Who else was there? Cassie and my ex-girlfriend at the time. What were you all doing? She goes, sleeping on the couch with my ex. Doing drugs. I don't recall. So she actually had a girlfriend. She actually had a girlfriend, it appears. So they're talking about a balcony incident. And apparently there was also someone else there besides Cassie and her and an ex-girlfriend at the time. I think we're getting into the balcony incident. Or they went off and said, what happened on the balcony? Balcony. Balcony time. The whole balcony. Balcony time. Crystal gives a membership. Crystal becomes a member and then gives some membership. JLR, you're almost at enough to need moderators. You're almost at enough to need moderators. Flex. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Balcony time, folks. I'm going to be focusing on this for now because this is going to be very, very important. Welcome aboard. Balcony time. We're going to get the details, the goods, the tea. Spill it. Bana, spill it. What's going on the balcony? What happened on the balcony? And we shall see. The balcony incident is happening right now before our eyes. All right. What did you do when Mr. Combs arrived? She goes, I took my ex-girlfriend to the bathroom. I went, shh. Shh. Why? Prosecutor's like, why? I didn't want to expose her to what I saw. Then I went to the balcony and lit a blunt, or was about to light a blunt. Here we go. She's saying that she put the ex-girlfriend in the bathroom and went shh. And she's saying she didn't want to expose her to what I saw. What did she see? Now, she's out on the balcony. She's saying that she lit a blunt or was about to light a blunt. She flat out said a blunt. I lit a blunt on the balcony. And I'm sure Diddy's going to come out here and do something. Robert Molina, new member, thank you. Michael Morse, new member, thank you. Nancy Treasure, thank you. Love to you, JLR. Did I miss anybody? Susanna, new member, thank you. Did I miss anybody? Sharon Brown. All right. I think we're up to speed. All right. Smoking blunt. It's about to smoke a blunt on the balcony. She's already testified drug use, right? Drug use. This is no secret, no shocking. Drugs all over the place here. They actually testified. She testified she didn't actually try to get away from drugs at one point by cooking. But there was just so many drugs around that they couldn't kick the habit. That they could not kick the habit. All right. So where are we at? Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. So where are we at? Where are we at, folks? Where are we at? Where are we at with this? What are you going to say, Bana? Spill it, please. All right. She goes on to say, Mr. Combs came up behind me on the balcony. He lifted me up and put me over the railing, on the railing. Can you show us how he held you? To myself. She asks, show us. How much did you weigh? I can't say because of the drugs, but I weigh about 115 at the time. She's just said that she went out on the balcony. Something happened beforehand, apparently between Diddy and Cassie, where she put her ex-girlfriend, Bana, in the bathroom. She didn't want to expose her to what was going on. She went out to the balcony. She was about to light a blunt or lit a blunt, she says, and then Combs came up behind her and literally lifted her up onto the railing. And the AUSA is saying telling her on the stand, describe how he held you. And she's going on to say right now that she weighs 100. She weighed at the time, because of the drugs, she says, 115 pounds. She's not that heavy. 115 pounds. What did Mr. Combs scream at you? He yelled, you know what the F you did? She said back, I don't know what I did. I don't know what the F I did. How long did he hold you there? How long it takes to say that multiple times, you know what the F you did. All right. So he's accusing her of doing something. And using F words. She is saying, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what the F I did. What did I do? What did I do? Claudette, thank you for being a member of JLR Investigates. Claudette, another member. Claudette, welcome. Clement. You know what the F you did. So Combs is mad at her for doing something. What is it? Trying to be in between the relationship between Cassie, trying to get Cassie away from Diddy. Diddy's all mad. Got her held up on a railing of a balcony. He's threatening her. Looks like, or accusing her of doing something. Spill it. Spill it, Bana, please. Spill it, please. All right, I'm looking on my screen here, see what she says. I mean, the way she just said, hey, Julie, thank you. JLR, is there a way we can give memberships directly to someone here who needs a little help? They love Charlie. I'm not so sure about that. I'll have to think if that's possible. I'm focusing right now on this, what's being said. What's next? Okay, so one thing I've noticed here is it seems like the balcony, as far as hanging from the balcony, really happened quickly, because the AUSA, like, how long? for him to say a few words like on the balcony, then like on the railing, and then what's next? He threw me on the balcony furniture. Were you injured? I didn't know at first. What did Cassie say? She goes along the lines, did you just hang her over the balcony? Then I heard, her girlfriend is in the house. Uh-oh. So Cassie's like, yo, why'd you hang her over the balcony? So apparently she was hung over the balcony. For a few sentences, then she brought off and then thrown into balcony furniture. It's turning into a horror movie. Horror movie here. Hung over the balcony. Cassie's like, her girlfriend is in the house. So Cassie's telling Diddy, you just hang her over the balcony? Her girlfriend's in the house. What are you thinking, dude? What are you thinking, yo? Like, basically, Cassie's letting Diddy know there's witnesses here. Like, Cassie's actually, in a sense, making the situation end where there's no more damage because, like, Cassie's telling Diddy, yo, her girlfriend's here, man. There's witnesses. You gotta throw her off the balcony? Stop. He threw me on balcony furniture after hanging from the balcony. But it again, how long it takes to say, how long did he hold you there? How long it takes to say that multiple times. You know what the F you did. So you know what the F you did. I don't know what the F I did. Maybe you don't know what the F you did. So hanging over the balcony maybe for 10 seconds. But no one should be held off any balcony, even if it was 1 second. 1 second. 1 millisecond. You don't play with somebody like that. You don't put a gun to someone's head for a fraction of a second. A second. You don't hold somebody over a balcony when you're mad, and he didn't do it out. Ha ha ha! Let's play. Ha ha ha! Look at this. Ha ha! Ha! Just playing. No, he was doing it because he was mad, and he's accusing her of doing something. She don't know what she did, but still, just hanging someone over the balcony, even if it's very short time, is bad. He could have dropped her. All it takes is one drop, 1 second over the balcony, over, boom. So I know some people might say, well, it wasn't that long time that she was hung over the balcony. You can't do that to anybody. You can't do that to nobody. Look what happened to Michael Jackson when he was hanging the kid off the balcony. Remember that thing? Like he did that, like the backlash he got for that. This is a whole different level because Diddy's violent. This is not playing. He's mad. Mad. What happened? He left and I left. I wanted to take a shower. I felt disgusted. I saw a huge bruise on my leg from her being thrown into furniture or from her leg going over the balcony with like a piercing in the middle. And back and neck pain, she says. Is this a photo, a fair and accurate representation of your leg? Yes. Okay, boom. Corroboration. There is photo evidence that she took at the time showing her leg. Corroboration. So this goes on than just he said, she said. Now we have corroboration, photo evidence. Hey, look who's coming back. Look who's back. We'll just see who's coming back here in the van. Lunch. Why does the family continue to come? I'm going to watch this for a second. You never know, anyone can make a scene or something crazy or do something. We're just witnessing this. But I ask all of you, why does Diddy's family continue to arrive late? Court is already in session. They're just taking lunch as long as they want and coming in late. I mean, they left out an hour ago. Why do they continue to come back late? And are they allowed to just walk into the middle of the court hearing? And is that a strategy? Because everyone else, once a courtroom is going on, I don't know if y'all are aware of this, but in most courtrooms, if court is in session, you have to wait until the next break in order to leave or come in. Now, you can leave at any time you want. You can walk out in the middle of the trial, but you can't come back in. But does that apply to Diddy's family? Imagine if court is in session and the doors are closed, and Diddy's family, who continues to arrive late when court is already in session. Imagine they are allowed to open the door and let them walk in. Just worth noting. I wonder. And I wonder if this is done strategically to show, hey, Diddy's family's walking in, all eyes on them. Are there any other JDs in here? JDs. In summation, they've proven at least 2. In summary, they've proven at least 2 in RICO. Why are they continuing? 18, Title 18 is all there. Any JDs with an idea why they aren't proving murder yet? Is that me wishing? Here comes the family.
Y'all wait for the upload. I don't care. Y'all can see it.
Justice degree. I'm assuming justice degree. Chaos forever. Money makes the rules, and justice is for the powerful. Shaking my head. The head. Look at this. What's he got? Water bottle? Okay, family is arriving in court, even though court has already been in session. One guy there wearing a free puff. Free puff. All right, so family's back in. Let's get back to Bana, but we wanted to see family returning. They are literally 40 minutes late. But I guess they can arrive anytime they want, right? Free will. You would think, though, they would be there. All right, so the prosecution has showed a photo of Bana's injuries to her leg. She goes on to say, I called one of my managers and they said, if you're scared of anything else, just go to a chiropractor. So apparently she went to a chiropractor afterward because of the back and neck pain. AUSA goes, did you tell the chiropractor who done it to you? She goes, no. They asked, but I just paid and took the neck brace. All right, so we got more corroboration, which means because of what Diddy did to her at the time, she took photos of her injuries, and she also went to a chiropractor about her neck because she said she has neck and back pain. So there's more. She got injuries because of Diddy. Is this the neck brace in this photo of you? Yes. Photograph evidence of a neck injury with her in a brace because of Diddy. Did you ever talk to Mr. Combs about this? She goes, I said, I don't want any problems with you. He didn't say anything. When did you last see them? January 2nd, 2018. So this incident happened in 16. She's saying she last saw them January 2nd, 2018. But she literally said, I don't want no problems with you. He didn't say anything. So Diddy's like, kind of like with Kid Cudi, I don't know what you're talking about. But he didn't even respond to that. He didn't even acknowledge whether he did anything wrong to her or not. She's just like, I told him I don't want no problems. AUSA, how do you remember? She goes, about this date, January 2nd, 2018. She goes, I tattooed the date on myself. Why? It's the day I decided to get sober. It was a New Year's thing in Miami at the one hotel. Puff, Cassie, and I did 8 hours of ketamine together. It's the day I decided to get sober. January 2nd, 2018. She got a tattoo. But she's saying it was a New Year's thing in Miami at the one hotel. Puff, Cassie, and I did 8 hours of ketamine together. Sobriety is a big deal for a lot of people that are struggling with addiction. Sobriety. And sometimes these days where people actually get sober, stop using for the very last time and they make the commitment to get sober. That's a big deal for a lot of people, particularly when they go through a lot of craziness because of addictions. And they say, enough is enough. I don't want this lifestyle. So, in the AA world, NA world, sobriety dates are big, big deals. They're big moments for people. So big for her, she got a tattoo on the date. January 2nd, 2018. I guess that was the last day she did drugs, apparently with Cassie, Puff, and her, 8 hours of ketamine, and she said enough is enough. It's a lot of ketamine. It's a lot of ketamine. Are you aware Cassie included the balcony incident in her complaint? She says yes. I told her she had facts wrong. It wasn't in a hotel. And Tiffany, I don't know where that goes. Have you talked with Cassie about your testimony or hers? No. I have nightmares, I scream. So she's saying right now she has not discussed this matter in reference to testimony or hers. No, I have nightmares, I scream. But she said she did originally contact Cassie about facts wrong in her complaint. Good for her for getting sober. Hopefully she's still sober, but a date, you're going to tattoo it. That's a forever mark. You got to honor that, right? When people do relapse, and it's horrible. I know a lot of people that are struggling. We've come to perhaps the most anticipated, this is the Washington Post report. We've come to perhaps the most anticipated part of Bonna's testimony. The day in 216 referenced in her lawsuit against Sean Combs when she says he dangled her over a high-rise balcony. She told the jury she and her girlfriend were staying at her close friend Cassie Ventura's 17th floor condo in LA, sleeping on Ventura's couch when she heard Combs banging on the door. She says she jumped up and instructed her girlfriend to hide in the bathroom, holding her fingers to her lips to indicate she should just keep quiet. When asked why she hit her girlfriend, she responded, "I didn't want to expose her to the things that I see." So she's just trying to protect her own girlfriend. So we got some more stuff about that incident. And that's when Diddy came irate, ambushed her out on the balcony, hung her over the balcony for saying, you did this. I know what the F you did. She's like, what did I do? What I do? What I do? What did she do? It's never even been talked about. What exactly is Diddy accusing her of doing to throw someone off a balcony or hang somebody on a balcony, throw someone over a balcony rail? Like, what's going on here? Dangle somebody over a balcony rail and then pull her back up and throw her into some furniture. She gets some injuries. Photograph evidence shown to the jurors, including photographs of her in a neck brace after she saw a chiropractor. But what did she even do? What does Diddy think she did in Diddy's mind? Or is he possessed and he's just seeing things and taking out on her because she's with Cassie? When was the last time you had nightmares? She goes, the other day. Have you hired a lawyer about the balcony incident? Yes. My first lawyer, hired in January of 2024. Did you mention everything in your first meeting with us? No. Did your first lawyer send demand letters to Mr. Combs? Multiple. And the demand was high. He picked it. So lawyer, she's saying her lawyer, I guess she had multiple lawyers, but her first lawyer sent Combs a demand letter. Multiple demand letters, she says. That demand was high, but he picked the number. The lawyer picked the numbers. Lawyers, the ones that know the stat, what the general idea of what a number is, a ballpark number, and they negotiate from there, right? Did you approve the letters? No. They were incorrect. I let them go. Who? Tyrone Blackburn. All right, so she's talking about a first lawyer she had to let go. Tyrone Blackburn. That was her first lawyer. She's saying they were incorrect. I wonder what the numbers were. Boy, don't tell me Tyrone Blackburn was trying to get $50 million or something crazy out of it. Tyrone Blackburn, Esquire, legal areas of practice, SA, harassment, employment law, medical malpractice. So he is advertised as a skilled plaintiff's attorney practicing in New York and New Jersey. She hired this guy at first. Did people reach out to you? She goes on to say, Tiffany, Cassie, the producer, Rob Holiday. Was he friends with Mr. Combs? Yes, she says. Westmoreland, can we have a sidebar? Judge is like, we may. Sidebar. All right, so we're getting into like legal stuff right now in reference to demand letters, settlement offers, threat of lawsuit. That's where she's getting into it now. I think the prosecution's getting this all out like they did with others that plan to sue Diddy, to get this out so it doesn't, get it out first before the defense. Is it true you hired a lawyer? They're pretty much going to probably say the same thing to her. Why did you not tell the prosecution at the time that this happened? Or why weren't you forthcoming to the prosecution? Things like that. Bridget. Thank you, Bridget. Bridget. Thank you for what you and Magnolia do. You guys make my day. Very grateful. Thank you. Thank you. Very, very thankful. Grateful. For sure. Yes. We're trying our best. Magnolia is doing a fantastic job. I mean, Magnolia is running the show here. Y'all are going to get to see Magnolia in 2 months running the streams like here, like in the screen where I'm at. Magnolia is going to be in a box. I'm going to be boots on the ground. We're going to be covering trials in Idaho. We'll do these little trips in Idaho. I can't wait. Scott Sears, thank you for being a YouTube member. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Welcome all of you. So, okay. So, what we're having here is a sidebar. And in the sidebar, Westmoreland wants to talk probably about lawsuits and things like that. We don't know what they're discussing, but we have a sidebar. It is now 1:56 p.m. She's still in the sedan. I figure she'll probably be on. We thought that Jane would be on at 2 o'clock. So she'll probably be on here for another 10 minutes or so, I think. Something like that. Crazy testimony so far, folks. But another one to corroborate the whole situation. Bana. And she has testified already some very damaging stuff against Diddy. If not drugs, selling drugs, buying drugs, getting drugs for Diddy, thrown out over a balcony, threatened to be dropped in a sense, over nothing of nothing, it seems like, because something's going on in Diddy's mind. He's probably possessed. The injuries she sustained, the nightmares she sustained, the violence that she saw inflicted on Cassie, including bruises and black eye. Vanessa, welcome. Welcome aboard. Another member of JLR Investigates. The memberships keep coming and coming and coming. You guys are great. You could be anywhere else out there, but you're spending time with Magnolia and JLR. All right. Sidebar is still going on. In the meantime, I'm going to read some of the reports, get some insight about what's going on. Just now, this is coming from the Washington Post. It says, after hiding her ex-girlfriend in the bathroom of Cassie Ventura's apartment, Bana testified she walked out to the 17th story balcony and tried to act casual as Sean Combs entered the unit. The witness said Combs grabbed her from behind. So this seems like this was just a total unprovoked attack. Like she's just minding her business. And Combs comes out, grabs her, lifts me up, and then puts me on top of the rail. She goes, I was trying not to slip. Asked how long Combs held her over the railing, she recalled the words he yelled at her. You know what the F you did, she said in a voice sounding each syllable out. If you repeat the words over and over, it was about 15 seconds. Linand, 5425. Thank you for the gifted membership. Another person, a member of JLR Investigates, the most growing army on the internet. 15 seconds. We got a number now. 15 seconds. So Washington Post said she was hung over the railing for 15 seconds. That's terror. You know, 15 seconds over a 17-story balcony could feel like forever. A madman. Think about this. Think about this, folks. Just think about this a minute. You're just minding your business in someone's apartment, and a madman rages into the apartment. Now, you know who he is. And you're on the balcony, and you get ambushed by behind, and some dude just picks you up out of the blue. You have no prior interactions with this individual. You have no beef with this individual. Nothing negative. Nothing as far as, you know, some sort of confrontation, yelling back and forth or whatever like that. You're just there, and you get ambushed, and you get picked up, and you got a dude, literally, you're looking down, and you see 17 floors below, and you know if you get dropped, you're done. What the F you do? What do you mean what I do? What are you talking about? Then, after 15 seconds of terror, you get picked up, you're 115 pounds, and you get thrown into furniture. Boom! You sustain injuries. to your neck and back, which require you to go see a chiropractor, and you take photos of the evidence. See what I mean? How terrifying. I don't blame her for having nightmares. I have nightmares. If anyone did that to me, I would never forget that. If I'm just chilling with my friends and somebody comes out and hangs me from a balcony even for a second. In a rage. In a rage. We got so many new members here. Anna, welcome. Monica, welcome. Welcome. More members, 2 more additional members. Welcome to the fam. JLR, Magnolia, and the fam. But man, this is crazy. We got the details of the circumstances here. This should be done to nobody. No ifs, ands, or buts. Let alone a man doing this to a female. Horrible. Horrible. And she should have every right to sue him for this. Particularly if you're traumatized from it. Every single right. Absolutely. He should be sued. Let the jury decide how much money she should get. This is bad. Somebody pointed out that Tyrone Blackburn, who was her first attorney, is involved in quite a few lawsuits against Diddy, including Rod Jones. Crazy. This is crazy stuff. So she's hung over the balcony for 15 seconds. Okay, so it says here, the jury is looking at graphic photos, bandages and a neck brace and a baseball-sized bruise with a punctured wound in the middle of it. Bana testified Sean Combs gave her these injuries when he dangled her over a high-rise balcony railing, then threw her into patio furniture. This has been testified by Cassie. This now has been testified by Bana, corroborating by photo evidence. Plus, there was a girlfriend in the room. Witnesses. You think she's lying? Does anyone think she's lying? She's literally, the jury is seeing photographs. Think she's going to hit herself and take photos to set them up? Are we going that route? I don't think so. Bandages and a neck brace and a baseball-sized bruise. That's what the jurors see. So she took pictures. She documented it. Corroborated by Cassie. Corroborated by herself. That's it. It happened. It happened. Changed my mind. This incident happened. Balcony incident left witness with nightmares and paranoia, she says. After Combs allegedly dangled her over the balcony, she said she left with a lasting psychological impact. She testified that she had nightmares and used to scream in her sleep. She added that she dealt with feelings of paranoia, sometimes peeking her head out at her own home just to make sure the area was clear. So she's really, really going through some stuff here. Eddie, thank you. Nice to see you, Eddie. Eddie Blackburn. One other member, now someone else is a member of JLR Investigates, a new member, courtesy of Eddie. Thank you, Eddie. Very, very grateful. I mean, folks, this is bad. All right. So let's get with this Holiday. They're back. Who did Mr. Holiday say he was calling for? Puff. AUSA. What offer was he authorized to offer? What offer was he authorized to offer? That's a weird way to say it. Objection. Sustained. How did you feel during the call? She goes, I declined the offer. Westmoreland, not responsive. Judge, sustained. Move on unless you are prepared to ask some of the foundational questions we discussed at sidebar. Did you talk with him again? No. So apparently, a Mr. Holiday contacted her and made an offer. But she declined that offer. Probably lowball. Lowball offer. Anyone know the offer? I'll give you 10K. Sometimes the defendants or would-be people that receive demand letters will fire back with some sort of ridiculous offer that almost insults the whole situation. I mean, she's literally testifying that she's been traumatized for years. And she has to look over her shoulder and look around, make sure the coast is clear from Diddy hanging her over a balcony and also throwing her into furniture. I think it's a good question here. All right. So that's where we're at. We're at current time talking about this lawsuit offer, settlement negotiations. All right. We got a Diddy description of Diddy's behavior while this is going on. Everybody wants to know how Diddy is, how he's acting in court during certain people's testimony. They're saying, according to the Washington Post, while photos of Bona's injuries were being shown to the court, Sean Combs leaned over to his attorney, Miss Garagos, and peered into a monitor displaying the images. Garagos' hands were steepled in front of her face as Combs spoke to her, basically like this. What do you say? They don't want anyone in the jury or anyone to see what they're discussing. One of those things. Steepled in front of her face as Combs spoke to her. They don't want to lip read. Combs, who had been leaning back in his chair and listening intently to her testimony, briefly motioned towards the monitor again when another image came up of her bandaged back. He spoke to his lawyer as she described her efforts to get sober and testified that certain details of the balcony incident in Cassie's lawsuit were incorrect. So Diddy's getting a little involved here, communicating with Garagos with these pictures and corresponding. What do you think? What do you think Diddy's saying? She's lying? This isn't true? Ask her this? Ask her this? Or what? What do you think Diddy's doing? Did Diddy not realize the extent of the injuries that he caused her? Does he think she's lying about injuries? What do you think Diddy's going through in his head right now? What's Diddy thinking here? What's he trying to say? When asked if she experiences lasting effects, Bona whispered, yes. Bona said she experiences nightmares, a lot of paranoia. And I used to scream a lot in my sleep, but it dissipated a little bit. She was 115 pounds at the time. She knows what Diddy did to Cassie by seeing the injuries on Cassie, the black eye and the bruises. Now she got it too, herself, at the hands of Diddy. But for her, it just seems like she got ambushed by Diddy, who raged into Cassie's apartment and just went right out to the balcony and literally lifted her up without even probably anything to say or nothing in between. Just went in there. Whoa, 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 whoa. You know what the F you did. What did I do? What the F did I do? What did I do? What did I do? 15 seconds. Lift her back up. Throws her into patio furniture, balcony, patio furniture. And she gets injured. She testified that she fired Blackburn when she realized Blackburn was the first lawyer she had, when she realized he had included incorrect information in the monetary demand paperwork. So she fired her own attorney. First attorney. First attorney. Who, by the way, is involved with other lawsuits. What do we got? What do we got going on here, ladies and gentlemen? Very, very interesting stuff as we continue to listen in. Sean P. Diddy Combs' trial. She's still on the stand. We'll see where this goes. Let's see what we got. What do we got? What do we got? We're still at that blank here. Bonna said the last time she hung out with Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie was around New Year's in 2018. Then she said she got a tattoo sober. The date. The sobriety date. And that was like an 8-hour ketamine fest. Bunch of ketamine. So after the balcony incident, she did get back with them as far as hung out with them. Drugs. And then no more. January 2nd. She tattooed January 2nd, 2018 on her neck as a commitment to get sober and not go back. She got damaged hard here. Would you testify a date, or would you tattoo a date on your neck? A date? The government attempted to ask Bonna about an alleged settlement between herself and Combs. The line of questioning went nowhere after the defense objected and the judge shut it down. Ardella Young. Welcome to JLR Investigates. Thank you for being a new member. Welcome aboard. Thank you. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Prosecution is now done with Bonna. Now cross. Westmoreland will be doing the cross. Yes, please. All right. Here we go. Cross. This is a chance for the defense to discredit her. This is a chance for the defense to get her in any discrepancies. Will they do it? Will they do it? What can they say? That you're just seeking money? You're on the part of... Are they going to go the same route as the other? This is just a Me Too movement, money grab type of thing, maybe? You're just trying to shake him down with money? I think they're going to hone in on the lawsuit. I have that hunch. We'll see. We'll see. Cross. Westmoreland will be doing the cross. As we discussed, she was doing the objections during the course of her testimony. All right. Well, I think she did a phenomenal job sharing the experience. I personally think she was truthful and honest and backed by photograph evidence. And she also got immunity because of the drug stuff, the drugs, the buying the drugs, using the drugs, around drugs, which is a federal crime. RICO drugs, lots of drugs, illegal drugs, selling and buying and wheeling and dealing. She got the immunity for that. 3 minutes ago, Fox News kind of summarizes what was said. I will read this while we wait for Westmoreland to cross her and what gets out on that. She's being crossed now. The information will be coming out shortly of what's being said. Bonna, Cassie's friend, wore a neck brace after Diddy allegedly held her off a balcony. She testified that after allegedly dangling her off the balcony, Diddy threw her on balcony furniture. She said she left Cassie's apartment and went home after the incident in 2016. She went to take a shower because she felt disgusting and noticed a bruise on her leg. She said that she had back and neck pain from that incident. The jury was shown the pictures, which were taken on the day of the incident, showing bruises on her legs. She claimed she went to a chiropractor the same day as the incident because she was freaked out. Neck pain. According to her, one of her managers said to go to the chiropractor. She claimed the chiropractor asked, "Who did this to you?" She did not tell the chiropractor. She said she was scared. The jury was then shown a photo of her back and neck. There were bandages where the pain was, according to her testimony. She was wearing a neck brace from the chiropractor. She explained she did not seek other medical attention right away because she was scared and had drugs in her system. She sought medical treatment when she decided to get sober. All right, so that's summarizing that. Westmoreland right now, as you see on the screen, Westmoreland is crossing her. Here we go. I need to ask you some questions. You have immunity as long as what you say today is true, right? She goes, yes. Who decides if you're lying? She goes, the prosecutors. She goes, Miss Bungolan. Oh, wow. She went hard with the way she said her last name. She goes, Inner City Press said, Miss Bon, B-O-N, Golan. Miss Bungolan, you were a graphic designer. She goes, yes. Oh, boy. She must be loudly pronouncing the witness's name wrong. Yeah, that's interesting. Why did she do that? Yo, that's crazy. LOL. Yo, that's crazy. Is badgering the witness red flag? Does she have something on her to indicate she lied? Because she's like, who decides if you lie? She says the prosecutor. So let's go. Let's see what we got. Magnolia put on there. Badgering the witness. Red flag. They're going to go this. With Mia, the prosecutor accused the defense of harassing her. Are we going down this route again? Are we going down this route? Badgering. Here we go. Combs is Westmoreland. You and Cassie would work on designs, including at the hour, on the hour. True, right? Yes. Combs is Westmoreland. All right. You were focused on a t-shirt design. She goes on to say there were a lot of things. She asked you to come over. Oh, you just ordered your hat. Dynamite. Thank you. Yes, JLR hat. Get yourself a JLR hat. See? JLR. The most trusted name in news. All right, so Westmoreland's saying thank you for purchasing a hat. She asked you to come over. Yes, okay. T-shirt design. She asked you to come over. So I think we're getting over to what she testified about being at Cassie's apartment. She asked you to come over, and she might be like, well, why did you bring your girlfriend over? I think that's where she's going to say, watch. She's probably going to be like, well, if you're coming over there for a T-shirt design, why are you bringing a girlfriend? We'll see. I think I know where we're. I'm kind of. Maybe she'll say this. Maybe she will not. We'll see. Just proves Cassie has the free will to be creative, or is she trying to say something about Cassie as independence, where Cassie's not forced by Diddy to do things, but Cassie can do things? T-shirt designs. What's going on here? Westmoreland goes on to say, you suggested Cassie do a photo shoot in the pool in just a T-shirt. Okay, I know where this is going. You suggested Cassie do a photo shoot in the pool in just a T-shirt. So just a T-shirt. She goes on to say, that wasn't the first idea, but yeah. You began to feel comfortable with her. And she goes, that sounds sounds around it. You spent the night. Yes. Where's she trying to go with this? Like as if she was trying to hit on Cassie? And this is about Diddy being jealous because she is trying to steal Diddy's girlfriend? Is that where she's going here? You're telling Cassie to wear just a T-shirt for a photo shoot. You feel comfortable around her. You spend the night. How about they're just friends, Westmoreland? How about they're just friends? Because how are you going to get around when she's testified that she had a girlfriend at that apartment? Her girlfriend. I think that's the route Westmoreland's going here. We shall see. You spent the night. What do you think? All right, so we're on pause on that. We'll wait for the response on that. I haven't even checked the CNN update. Let me check CNN's update. CNN Diddy. CNN. They're talking about the lawsuit. 10 million. She was seeking 10 million. She's seeking. Real time. All right, I want to know what this is going to be about. Where is Westmoreland going with this? Yeah, she just told us all that Diddy was jealous, Harper Day says. And wherever this is going justifies being dangled over a balcony. What? Chris, I agree. Like, where's this going? Like, doesn't justify anyone being dangled from a balcony at all. All right, stand by. I'll be back in 1 minute. Package came to the door. Sorry, folks. Or my gate. Got a little gate out there. All right, so where are we at? Okay. Here we go. You went to parties with Cassie, correct? She goes, no, not going to parties. We party. We party. Okay. You did a lot of drugs with Cassie. Yes. How did marijuana make you feel? She goes, sometimes hungry. Marijuana. Okay, so we didn't go to parties. We party. That's what she said. We party. So the party, the drugs. I mean, I guess they're trying to neutralize the situation by saying it was just a wild scene with all of them. Drug use, partying. Is that what we got going on here? Is that what the situation is here? With all this partying? What do we got? What do we got? Partying. Yo, I don't even know if we're going to even get to the other guy today. We're at 2:30. She should be done soon. I don't know. I don't know where Westmoreland's going here. We'll go. Marijuana. How did it make you feel? Sometimes hungry. Out of all the drugs, they ask about marijuana. What about the ketamine? Why she asking her about? You pick drugs, right? And she's already said all cocaine and ketamine and drugs. And of all the drugs, she wants to point out marijuana. Westwood, why? How does marijuana make you feel? Maybe she was trying to get her to say, my memory messes my memory up, or it makes me tired or whatever. Then she could be like, well, how do you remember if you're all on drugs about all this? You sure you weren't just making it up? I don't know where she's going here. I can only speculate. Where is she going? Where's she going with all this? Come on in. Again, she's suing Diddy for $10 million. Apparently, there was some sort of offer that she rejected. She had a lawyer, and then I guess she got somebody else, and then there was some sort of offer. At one point, it was rejected, and now they're going through that legal process now. Westmoreland. Okay, she jumps to ecstasy. How does ecstasy make you feel? Up-lighted. She says, up-lighted. L-I-G-H-T-E-D. What about G? Now, what is G? Like the negative parts of alcohol. What about perks? I threw up. What about Cocoa Puff? She goes, a blunt with weed and cocaine. A Cocoa Puff. Dude, Westmoreland asked her about a Cocoa Puff. She goes, cocoa for Cocoa Puffs. She responds, it's a blunt with weed and cocaine. A blunt with weed and cocaine, a Cocoa Puff. All right, where are we going here? So we're talking about Percocets, G, ecstasy, Cocoa Puffs, and marijuana. So she is going through all the drugs. She's going through all the drugs. She goes on to say, you would agree with me that you and Cassie had serious drug problems. She goes, yes. She asks, you sold drugs to Cassie a lot? She goes, yes. You got her hundreds of pills? Yes, they were hers. All right, you sold drugs to Cassie, got pills, hundreds of pills, drugs. It's all about the drugs right now. They're talking about drugs. All types of drugs. Let's talk about the drugs. Drugs. All types of drugs. What do we got? Drugs, drug-fueled friendship. No updates on CNN. Westmoreland's just going. She's still going. She's still going. Westmoreland seems a little bit familiar with these names of drugs, doesn't she? Is that why they used her as the cross? Westmoreland, I've never heard of Cocoa Puff in my life. Before though, I just heard. Now, of course, you heard Percocets. G, I never heard of G. I don't even know what G is. What is G? Because she's saying the effects is like negative parts of alcohol. I never heard of Cocoa Puff. I heard of ecstasy. All of us heard of ecstasy. Weed. I never heard of G. I never heard of a Cocoa Puff. GHB. Gotcha. G. GHB. Thank you, everyone. You guys are educating me. G. GHB. GHB. Taking G. All right, where are you going with this, Westmoreland? Enlighten us, please. She's already admitted before that they had major drugs, right? So this is no secret. Drugs. I think her whole immunity was centered around the drug aspect, right? Because of the selling and the getting rid of drugs and all that. So we're all on that. Come on. What are you going to say? What are you going to say, Bana? What are you going to got? What do you have, Westmoreland? What do you have? The Stomper. We are still stuck on hundreds of pills. And it's crazy because it's true. It's like, what is as if Diddy isn't on drugs? Like, is Westmoreland going with the route that, the high holy Diddy, he's no drug guy, but these girls just do drugs? As if Diddy doesn't do the drugs? You got to be kidding me. I mean, she's testified that she was on drugs, and then January 2nd, she gets a tattoo on her neck to celebrate her sobriety. I never heard of 90% of what Diddy did. It's astronomical. Eye to eye. It's crazy. I never suspected this on this scale. Ever. Like, now I'm looking at everybody. Celebrity, rapper, singer with a little, like, huh? You sure you legit? Because it makes me question everyone now. Like, whoa. Now, the partying and all that atmosphere, I get it. But I've figured over the years, if Diddy would actually do something this crazy, he would have already been in jail a long time ago, or prison, or already exposed. But the fact that this is just coming out now and just the craziness, the freak offs alone, is like, it's like a double life, man. It's no different than like BTK, the serial killer, BTK, right? Position of trust, and you're going around killing people. Like, it's like that level of evil. Or you're the mafia boss. You're the boss. Make things happen. You got the fixer-uppers behind you. Threats, intimidation, coercion, blackmail, bribery, threats of death. And you could just get away with it. Why are we hearing this? Like, I guess over the years, some people have kind of been putting stuff out. Jonathan. It looks like Jonathan Odie has blown the whistle on this a while ago, and no one even believed him. And I think if none of this all came out, everyone would just think Odie's just some wackadoodle just making things up. Just makes me question every superstar. It's sad because I like some superstars and I like some musicians out there. I like some athletes. Which makes me wonder now who's doing what behind the scenes that we don't know about. And, you know, for me with Diddy, again, I took all his music out of my Spotify. I have Spotify. I like Spotify. Spotify's cool. You know, I got this thing called the Mighty. It's like a little square box thing called the Mighty. And I have it to Spotify, and I can sync all my music from that to the Mighty. So it's better than holding up my phone. So I work out. I have my headphones. I got the little Mighty. And it's real tiny, so you can just put it in your pocket, whatever like that. I love it. You even hold it when you're running. And I took all his music out. All of it, man. All of it. And I had a bunch. I think before this lawsuit stuff and all this stuff got exposed, I probably had like 50 songs. Diddy-related songs. And it's sad because there was other rappers, too, that I had, too, centered around Bad Boy. And I took them all out. Just because I did. I can't listen to them again. I just can't listen. I never will think of Diddy the same. All right, so where we at? We're still on these. All right. Name the drug dealers. Westmoreland's like, name the drug dealers. Here we go. She goes, I don't know if I can. That's refresh. Westmoreland says, in this job, your clothing line did not work out due to the skater mentality at Diamond Supply Company. She goes on to say, I believe they saw the vision, but whatever. Your clothing line did not work out due to the skater mentality at Diamond Supply Company, a skater mentality. So Westmoreland's going to her about the clothing line. She says she can't name the drug dealers. So the parent, name names. I want to see some names. I don't know if I can. Name the names. Or are they trying to set her up to name names so then people think she's a snitch? As far as like, yeah, you're name dropping this people. Name the drug dealers. Like, she's going to, Westmoreland wants her to name names so then she can have beef with all these other people that she shared their names on a national stand because the whole world is watching. You have 14,000 here, 13,000. What about if she just name dropped names? She would have just put her life in danger. You know that, right? If she would have just name dropped names of drug dealers, she would have had to been in hiding. Look at that guy going out. He's just walking out, strutting. All right. You believe you were one of Cassie's best friends. She goes, yes. But you didn't meet Mr. Combs for a year. You met in 2016. First time at a dinner at his house. She goes, yes. He was standoffish with you. Yes. So Westmoreland's like, you claim you're Cassie's best friend. You and Cassie are best friends, but you didn't meet Diddy to a year after y'all became friends. A year. You met in 2016. First time at a dinner at his house. So first time she met Diddy was in 2016 at a dinner at Diddy's house. He was standoffish with you. Why was he standoffish? What's going on? We'll see. We'll see what happened at this dinner. Diddy's dinner. Diddy's dinner at Diddy's house. 2016. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, everything seemed like it just happened in 2016 in reference to her. Like, the hotel incident, balcony incident later, 2016. Her seeing bruises on Cassie after the hotel incident. I think April of 16. Bad year for her in 16. It seems like 16, all around 216. All right, let me look at the Washington Post here, see what they say. Nothing new on there. Let's go to the other feeds. Looking at these feeds, seeing what's being said. 18 minutes ago, nothing there from NBC. Let's look at the great CNN. What does CNN have to say? Let's see. All right. So CNN report 2 minutes ago. Yeah, we had a problem. Bana says when asked if she and Ventura had a serious drug problem. Defense attorney Nicole Westmoreland asked Bana how she felt when she used drugs like marijuana, cocaine, ketamine, G, and acid. Acid's another one. I didn't hear acid before. Acid. Bana said they partied a lot together and she regularly sold drugs to Cassie Ventura. Goes on to say, you would agree with me that you and Cassie had a serious drug problem, Westmoreland asked. She responds, yeah, we had a problem. On one occasion, Bana said she got Ventura so many pills it scared her. Bana acknowledged that she and Ventura were doing drugs together before Bana met Sean Diddy Combs. Remember, about a year into their friendship, that's when she met Diddy for the first time. But she's also testified she wasn't trying to meet Diddy because she noticed injuries on Cassie. Combs is Westmoreland. Here we go. Did you talk with Deontay Nash after his testimony? Remember Nash last week? Nash. Yes, she said. But not about his testimony, right? She goes, we know what's going on. Westmoreland says, you don't need to talk because you know. Oh, implying that they're all trying to get their stories jived up. Objection! AUSA. Judge, sustained. So she just admitted that after Deontay Nash, the stylist, remember him, testified, they talked. But not about the testimony. But she goes, we know what's going on. You don't need to talk because you know. Objection. Sustained. Combs' Westmoreland goes on to say, you hired Tyrone Blackburn to sue Mr. Combs. She goes, it was to seek justice. Your definition of justice is to sue Mr. Combs? She goes, can you rephrase that? Westmoreland goes, suing for money. She goes, yes. That's how most people, when you sue somebody, unless it's an injunction, most people sue for money. Most people feel like they're entitled pain and suffering, damages, emotional distress, all types of damages, punitive damages, hold the person accountable, but you're suing for money. Your lawyer is going to get a good cut of it. But she goes pro se. Unless she goes pro se. All right. So we're getting in now into lawsuits. Lawsuits, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting into the lawsuits aspect of this. Seeking justice means suing for money. Yes. That's not damaging. Keep going, Westmoreland. Let's see what you got. What can you get? Because so far, I don't see stomping. I don't see any type of, you're lying, you're a liar, here's proof that you're lying. I haven't seen it. Haven't seen it. Where is it? Haven't seen it. Not here. So what's going on here? Man, I'm telling you, like, where are they going with this? Seriously. Where are you going to go with this cross? All right, I'm looking for updates. We're waiting. Just keep refreshing and putting the other feeds. All right. She goes on to say, Westmoreland. We got a sidebar, by the way. November 2023, you are aware Cassie filed a lawsuit. You were working together then. She goes, yes. AUSA. May we have a sidebar? You may. Sidebar. So apparently, Westmoreland got her to admit in November 2023 that she was working with Cassie at the time she brings a lawsuit against Diddy. Interesting. AUSA asked for a sidebar. What do you think? What do you think? But like I said, and I was asking earlier, I was like, are they still friends? Like, are these two still, or is Cassie and Bana still friends? Apparently they are. And she just said at the time Cassie brought the lawsuit against Diddy, her and Cassie were working together. So what is the defense going to say? They're colluding to take him out? They're in on it? But if that's the case, then why in the heck did Diddy settle with Cassie so quickly? If the stuff with Cassie isn't true, you would fight it at least for a while. Okay. You were working with Cassie at the time. Okay, Cassie's filing suit. And then you file yours because you had a bad experience. I don't see how that makes her look bad. What is the defense trying to say? That these two are colluding and making things up or trying to take them out together? Or just decided to both sue Diddy and she first and then Bana later with her own attorney? Here's the thing, though. Diddy settled. Diddy settled with Cassie, which opened all this up. Diddy. All right, so we are on a sidebar, bumping into the 3 o'clock hour. Powerful testimony by Bana right here. I don't even think we're going to get the other witness on today. They might go to 4, possibly. It depends on how long he is on for, and that would be the radio personality Enrique Santos. They said will be on today, but we are coming close to 3 o'clock at a sidebar. So unless there's indications that he won't be on and what will the radio personality even say? Now tomorrow it's on. It's on with Jane. Be here tomorrow 8:50. Well, no, we'll be on a little bit later. Sidebar tomorrow it's going to be on with Jane Doe. It's going to be popping. Doesn't Westmoreland sue people for justice, right? Doesn't some of these attorneys sue people for justice and money? Isn't that what a lawyer's job is to do? Seek justice for victims and in the course getting money? So Westmoreland's like, well, your definition of justice is seeking and trying to seek money and sue for money. But doesn't that what attorneys do? And I'm sure Westmoreland sued people before, right? And sought money. you would think, right? So isn't she being a little hypocritical here? The comeback would have been if Bonna would have said, well, don't you sue people for money, Westmoreland? Don't you defend people for money? Crazy. All right, we're still on sidebar. Come on in, JLR investigates. Outside, this is still live outside the federal courthouse, 500 Pearl Street. Don't know if we're wrapping down for the day. We'll see what happens. I don't think they're going to keep her on past the day, though, so I think they'll go as long as she's done. But I don't know much longer the cross can go. But have they stomped her on cross any way, shape, or form? And to me, I mean, do they want the jury just to think that she's just a party girl and just a drug head and she doesn't bring anything to value and she's in it just for a cash? I mean, it's going to be hard to say that considering all the people here. Again, we take you back to Rico and we take you back to each of the witnesses and just paint a picture and multiple victims in different time frames within a course of 15 years. And if this was the case solely on Bonna here against Diddy, then you could arguably say it might be he said, she said, or whatever like that. But the totality, I don't think the prosecution would even risk bringing someone on the stand that is a liar, an absolute liar, which could jeopardize their case when they have a strong case here. I think everyone is valid and I think everyone is credible. Here we go. They're back. We're back. We're back. Westmoreland. Cassie included the balcony incident in her lawsuit. True. Cassie said this happened at a hotel. True. She didn't say it like that. You said your apartment, it has a balcony. So now they're getting her in discrepancies in reference to the incorrect information about this lawsuit. Westmoreland said, Cassie said this happened at a hotel. True. She goes and says, she didn't say it like that. You said your apartment, it has a balcony? Here we go. Well, I meant this. We'll see. We'll see where this goes. Where's this going? You can't even get the facts right. That's what Westmoreland's going to say probably. You can't even get the correct facts right about the location. In the meantime, while we wait to see her response, Washington Post news article. Nicole Westmoreland's voice is thundering through the microphone as she cross-examines Bonna. I knew her voice was like she's being passive-aggressive here. A very different tactic from other defense attorneys who are generally respectful when questioning victims. Westmoreland immediately categorized Bonna's testimony about Combs' attack on her as suspect and has spent 15 minutes asking the witness to detail drugs she took with Cassie. Bonna has listed ecstasy, Molly, GHB, so the G, you guys were correct on the G, cannabis, various types of pills, and a blunt sprinkled with cocaine she called a Cocoa Puff, which was Ventura's favorite. She said she supplied Ventura with drugs on multiple occasions and introduced her to dealers. She didn't name the dealers. Westmoreland wanted her to name the dealers. I think also, folks, in defense of Cassie and her in reference to the discrepancies in the location about the incident, the balcony incident, it kind of to me shows that Cassie and Bonna didn't collude with one another. And they didn't even know each other's stories. Therefore, they couldn't huddle together and say, ha, 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 we're going to sue Diddy. Here's what we're going to say. Seems like
but this
things
is
weren't
like
right. And
so we're gonna,
some didn't know specifics about others. So they didn't talk about the lawsuit. Because if they were colluding, they
so we're gonna
know they would have all their stories jiving up. Ducks
Come
lined
on
up.
out of there. And
You know what I'm saying? Like there's some issue over here that Westmoreland is counting on in reference to the balcony incident, where some of the facts of where this balcony hurt, is not right.
We'll be right back.
They didn't talk to one.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my head that smile. Top of the world, top of the town, baby.
I moved up the hood to have the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I want it. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, cause in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep cock watch.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene. Digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down.
She goes on to say that. Cassie told you she never saw you over a balcony. No, ma'am, I don't remember. Westmoreland laughs.